We're live. Hi, everyone. I'm here with Big Amish again. So I'm sorry that we ran a little bit late, but there's so much happening in the Idaho case. And today we are going to be talking a little bit about Ray. So we'll go over to Custody Queen's channel. They had Ray on, I think it was yesterday. But anyway, before we get ahead, hi, Big Amish. How are you?
Hello, Wendy. Thank you for having me again.
Thank you, Big Amish. So yeah, as we said, there's a lot happening all at once. The book with Ray, the interview now on Custody Queens off the clock.
Wendy, can you hear me? I think
I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I had a little problem. I had the playing in the background. All right. Thank you for having me. And
always good to have you. Always good to have you, Big Amish. So there was a lot of things happening between Whitcomb's book coming out, Dr. Turvey, and Ray's book. And then, of course, the new series coming out on Netflix. As you predicted, a lot of things would be happening in the next few weeks, and you were right.
Yeah, no, there certainly has been a lot going on, hasn't there? And and basically the finger pointing at different parties is one of the themes I raised as being a plan, because if you're going to file a PCR based on ineffective assistance of counsel, you kind of need this blow up. You blow up in public, but also the information that they're raising ultimately is raised or is being held by the feds. And the federal footprint, the FBI footprint in this case, is beyond anything we've ever seen. And I say that because of the 68 terabyte dump right before trial to the defense, in which it was unindexed. There was no way of searching it. Search it for years, you're probably not going to get it. You're going to need a vast team to go through it. And
so we have seen, just to recap what we spoke about before the live, was this huge 68 terabyte dump of data. Do you want to explain how big this actually is?
Yeah, the 68 terabytes is, I think, equivalent to 70 libraries of Netflix. So all the content that Netflix has, picture that 70 times. Could be also YouTube, same thing. You know, and how could you possibly search? Again, it's not going to be all videos. I'm sure there were some videos, but the magnitude of the information that is unindexed, how are you supposed to go through it?
How much does Netflix have? Netflix.
And just so people also understand, usually when the government gives discovery, it's indexed, and you have a similar vendor that has processed the data and that the search terms are included. So all this gets hammered out during discovery, and especially when the government's going to give information. So hopefully I explained that correctly, and where people can understand that vendors are used. So the government has their own vendor, and they would give you a license for that period of time to use that vendor, so you could have access to that material, right? That discovery being given. So I don't think that ever happened here. I don't know how it was given, but it may have been. It may have been given that way in a vendor in which you have to log on but think about how cumbersome that is. It's not like they brought over a truck full of documents and videos on a on numerous USB sticks. Because I think this was all controlled. It was also unindexed, in which inhibits someone from searching. think about how we use search every day, whether it's on YouTube, Google, anything. We use search terms, right, to find the information.
Before we go on, sorry. Hi, misleading evidence. How are you? Hi, perfect prisoner. Good to have you guys here. We are going to go through the video. I haven't listened to Sire, but we probably will go a little bit ballistic. Sorry, Big Amish.
No, that's all right. Say hello to everyone. Hello, misleading.
We don't mind.
Hello, perfect.
We're happy to have you here.
And actually, one of the things I remember seeing it on Perfect, he has a small little, a short video on exactly the issue we're talking about with Ann Taylor. I remember seeing it on his channel as well, in which the judge was just admonishing Ann Taylor about going beyond the 7 days and making her almost seem like she's crazy. We're talking about the ATT records, just so everyone in the background. So I don't know if Perfect remembers that, but
is that on the video we're going to play now or not?
It should, yes, it is. It should be. It definitely should be, because he's going to admonish her for going outside the, where are you getting this information from, for example, of saying, if everyone remembers, alluding to why is she asking for AT&T records beyond the 7 days, like she's some sort of nut.
So just to give everyone a bit of context as to, if you wouldn't mind to explain to everyone what she was doing at that point when she asked.
Yeah, the importance was she knows, and just to give an analogy with Gabby Vargas as well, we know that there's a policy with a company, for example, AT&T, and AT&T holds their policies to hold the records for 7 days, or to go back 7 days, right, from that request. I forgot how it was, but you have a 7-day window. And Taylor was raising the question that there is a backdoor where you're not limited to the 7 days, that the feds and the FBI actually get a lot more information further down that's given to them, right? Very similar to what Vargas had raised with the IGG, that there's a backdoor to the law enforcement database. You're able to use the consumer database, and you have an open fishing expedition to tie in as much information by violating the policies, right? So similar analogy, but that's why I think it's critical for people to understand there is a hunt here for federal fingerprints, right? Identifying BK way before. And that's what's so critical.
Very much so. And of course, if she had knowledge of that, she wouldn't be able to, as you mentioned, mention it in a courtroom.
Well, yeah. She gets admonished by Hitler specifically, telling her, where are you getting this information from? And she gingerly tries to walk. It's, saying it's her knowledge. She found out about it, but Hitler is specifically admonishing her. That's why I'd love to go back. It's been a while, but going back to that.
We can have a look a little bit at this. Would this tie into her having the clearance certificates?
So,
security clearance?
Yeah, it's also my belief that Ann Taylor has security clearance to review specific information that's given to her, right, by the feds.
Yes.
And so if she has a top security clearance, she's able to review this information, but not talk about it. She could rely on the summaries given that were made public, or when they mention, for example, a tip, you could use, that's where the Judge Hitler is using a firewall. He's coming down and saying, I don't want to hear anything before that. He's protecting the federal footprint. Now, Ann Taylor knows that, but she can't talk about it.
It's pretty crazy that she would be allowed to go and view all this information and have knowledge about it. And it's, before we play the video, it explains, as we mentioned and as we've been discussing, why Brian Koberger would have had to have taken a plea, because she would have knowledge of all of this, but would not be able to share any of it with anyone.
Well, yeah, yes. So you see how it affects the client, the defendant in this case, Brian Koberger. Is he going to get the 68 terabytes of information? Do you really think he had an opportunity to review it? No, the answer is absolutely no. No one I know has ever reviewed one time the whole library of Netflix or YouTube.
So to ask you, like, if she had an opportunity where she viewed all this information, which she couldn't have done, it would not be possible, would Brian Koberger have the ability to know what she's seen? Would she be allowed to discuss that with him?
So it depends on the classification, but let's just address in a great example. Having the opportunity doesn't mean the opportunity would be futile. So just because you say, right, I want to make the distinction. One argument is, well, you had the opportunity to review it. You should have went to trial. You could have taken out all these scenarios and falsehoods. You could have cross-examined, different witnesses or brought in this information. I think that's highly unlikely, given how Hitler has ruled. He's made it clear that he does not want anyone looking behind the curtain. Anything past the fingerprints of the state of Idaho, ISP, and local law enforcement, those data points of BK, anything past it, or I'm sorry, prior to that, you are not going to look into. He made that very, very clear, right?
Why would he not want them to look into anything prior to that? Is it regarding the parallel proceeding?
Bingo. You're right on it, Wendy. That's exactly what it is. It's the parallel proceedings. It's the construction. Think about it, because that's what he's saying, and that's what his ruling said. He found that the federal involvement was simply in a support role. There were analysts, for example, in assisting with the IGG. Now, if you go behind the door, like Gabby Vargas was trying to tell us, how they acquired it, how it was done, how the sausage is being made there, you then have a dual sovereign. You have a fingerprint of the FBI pinpointing BK long before probable cause is established by the state, even independently. And that's what Hitler says. The state determined probable cause independently. End of case. So if you would go to trial under these facts in the scenario being played out in the ruling by Judge Hitler, how are you really going to address this at trial without looking nuts? Right? And you'll also be looked at being nutty, because the judge and the prosecution is going to say, wait a second, we gave you everything we had, 68 terabytes of information. And what did you find, Ms. Taylor? I got to blame you now at trial after the fact. You were willing to take the risk, and your client taking the risk, knowing that, to go to trial. That's not how it's done. And I wouldn't want to take that. I wouldn't want to take that risk. And it's my opinion that Ann Taylor expressed that to BK, saying, there is no way we could prepare for trial. We are not getting any additional time. All of these factors affect your rights, BK, but I am willing to fall on my sword, because I would be ineffective counsel if I would proceed. And I raised that with the judge. I spoke to him. I stated that on the record, and his rulings, and how he made these defamatory and biased remarks, whether it was about Syre being a conspiracy theorist. He was also pointing the finger at Ann Taylor, saying, you are not to go beyond this firewall. The state found probable cause independent, right? And the FBI solely as a support role. You'll be limited in that cross-examination context. So you could see the problem going to trial And you could see you're not prepared. How in the world do you? It just doesn't make sense to me. But maybe
Well, I
there's some
mean,
others.
you have pretty much thousands, I think, of hours of video surveillance to
We
go
don't,
through.
at the least,
Plus
we don't know.
photographs.
Years. It would take years to go through that with a team. And again, it's not just Ann Taylor, it's the experts that she would use that need to also review it. Think about it during cross-examination with Turvey. We gave the defense 68 terabytes of information. Did you review it? What's his answer? If he says yes, he's going to turn out to be a fool. If he says no, he turns out to be a fool as well. And the same thing would happen to each of the experts if you went to trial. Do you see the trap? And that's what people have to realize. It's not 1 + 1. It's not you get the information, you go to trial. No, this is a whole different fight here. This is a whole different type of legal strategy and how it's used to determine a specific defendant guilty. My opinion. And the tracks are there. We all know that the feds were involved. I don't think there's any dispute how involved the federal government was in this case. There's no dispute about it. It's just that you're not allowed to look beyond a certain point. That's the problem.
That is true. I mean, that would worsen her ability to review anything.
Well, yeah, think about it. Everyone's gone to school. If you think about it in a practical approach, and I don't mean to minimize this, but think about when we're all in school. Imagine if the teacher told you, you have to read 5,000 texts, or I'm going to provide you 5,000 textbooks to prepare for your test tomorrow morning. Okay, and you know the test is coming. Do you go to school? And do you tell your parents who asked you, oh, you have a test tomorrow? Oh, do you explain to your mother, your parents, your father? Oh, well, if I go to school, there's no way I could pass the exam because it's 5,000 textbooks I have to read. I'm not prepared for it. So do you go to school and take the test? Do you go to school and give an explanation why you can't be prepared? I mean, it just gives a practical approach. I'm not saying we've all played hooky at some point, even Big Amish, not wanting to confront a test. I remember.
We've all done it.
Yeah, but I didn't have 5,000 textbooks either. But it was just reviewing something that we all knew if you had time or not, right? You push off things. But that's not what happened here. It's not to blame Ann Taylor. It's not to blame BK. They were put in an unimaginable, coerced position to take the plea. That's what it was. So that's why I feel very strongly about the PCR and the IAC anchor and getting discovery. Because Ann Taylor and the defense, who have now come out, right, pointing fingers at a variety of people, but at the end of the day, all of them, I believe, and I want to see what Cyree says, but I'm pretty confident because he identified it in his initial report that he cannot determine, there was federal footprints that Mr. Balance has records of that they need questions answered, and they couldn't get that. And that's because of Hitler. So Balance the defense was not allowed to ask questions to Balance regarding certain AT&T records and other information as well. So what do you do? So you have that. You have Gabby Vargas, who identified the back door with IgG and how it's done. You're violating policies there, right? The back door. And you have Turvey. But just think again how that would play out at trial. And people don't think that. Most people are thinking, well, if they went to trial, you could cross-examine their witnesses. But guess what? Their witnesses are going to be protected. They're going to be allowed to testify, and you're not allowed to go behind that wall that we just talked about, that firewall. And so, and if Ann Taylor tries to, she's going to be admonished. So you get clean, pristine testimony from the prosecution that lays out factually probable cause, right?
Mhm.
It might have some problems, but Hitler made a ruling that probable cause was independently established by the state and that the feds were in a support role. They were analysts. So that's what we got to go by. He's not going to let you go a far off field, right?
Wasn't it Detective Balance that created this massive data volume by creating thousands of pages of technical data?
What? And a lot of it, according to Ray, is mislead. It's incomplete. Yeah, there's all these data points, and that's why people have to understand how much the resources you need to challenge this. And this is balance. He's a federal agent, right? You have the federal agent footprints creating all this information that you're not allowed to question Mr. Balance about. You could only question, right, specific areas of it. So
Do you want to have a look at the video a little bit and
yes,
see?
please, yes.
Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna. Oh gosh, let's try and do this. Yeah, like throwing myself out here. Sorry. Okay,
That's
let's do
okay.
that.
Oh, and while you're getting that up, I just want to mention the PCR, in my opinion, it's coming. It's coming. It's just my opinion it is. Technically, however, I do believe they have more time, right? And also,
Why do you say they have a little bit more time? Do you believe that they do?
well, they have, okay, so if I remember correctly, how the Idaho rules 49 talk about the 1 year time where you have to file your PCR within 1 year. It's 1 year from when your appellate, your appeal would have been due. So you have 42 days from your plea to file your appeal. So July 23rd of 2025 is when the plea was entered in court. When I say entered, it actually entered by the clerk of the court. So one thing is saying it. The other thing is that the clerk actually uses the documents that are created and enters a plea guilty, and that's entered. I mean, his plea agreement, right? And that's entered by the court, the clerk of the court. So that's what triggers the timing. So that was entered on July 23rd. You have 42 days from there. And, so 42 days from July 23rd, then you count the 1 year.
Okay.
Okay. So that's what pushes us to, what is it, September 3rd or 2nd? I apologize. But it's September, early September that it comes out to. Now, some people might want to argue you use a conservative approach. Well, he waived his appellate rights, right? But that's not, he waived his appeal because of the plea. Yes, but that's challenging the plea on specific grounds. The timing, the statutory requirement takes into consideration your right of an appeal. So those 42 days is a matter of right. So, and that's also why we're seeing the defense team take so long, because think about what we discussed, how vast and comprehensive this case is, right? Think
it's
about
bigger than most people, or most of us can comprehend.
Yeah.
The question is, what are they hiding from us?
Okay, but hold that thought. I just want to also bring up, now you understand how many millions of dollars is needed, and much more, many more millions, to review this case. and it's being used to demonize the defense. You see the double-edged sword here, and the Idaho statesman using that information, say, oh, well, you got all this money. Ann Taylor took all the money she put in her pocket and ran away with it. No.
I did see that. I saw, because they said something about
it's so absurd. But now you understand the absurdity is that what was dropped on them and what is needed to actually go through this information. And we're talking about a lot more money needed. And they know that. So they bury you, they sandbag you. That's a classic terminology used in court when the government does this. It's called sandbagging.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. But anyway, I don't want to get far afield. Hopefully I addressed it. I don't know if I'm missing anything.
No, you're good. Let's go on. Sorry.
And there's two other exceptions to the PCR. One is if you're mentally incompetent, if your mental ability is being affected. So you could have there'll be a tolling time, but I don't really think that's here. I simply raise it because there was some psychiatric evaluations being done during the pretrial phase. I just mentioned that. I don't think that's being used, but that would be one of the areas that you could potentially address. That's one of the two.
That's true. All right, let's see if it plays here. And I'm just going to go ahead and play. See what he said.
This is what matters. It parks at this certain time. It leaves at this certain time. If you want to go to that, there's about 13 minutes of time, right? 13 minutes between the last time you see the car and the next time you see the car on the video. And if you end up with a car that's searched, and I mean searched and taken apart, the brake is taken apart, the gear shift is taken apart, the key fob is checked. There's no blood on any of that, none. The steering wheel, there's some kind of spray all over the interior of the car to check for it. There's no blood. I think that there's context that the magistrate should have known. That's absolutely exculpatory to Mr. Koberger, and it matters a whole lot.
I'm not saying it.
Just stop me whenever you want to say something.
We could stop right here too. Actually, we could just talk about what you just said and actually expand on it as well. She's specifically addressing blood. So the data point that would attribute it to Mr. Koberger. But she could also gone on, and maybe she does, I can't remember. But you could find out, and I'm sure they did, testing regarding the carpet fibers, taking pieces of the leather to find out if any cleaning chemicals were used.
I believe they did.
Okay. So,
and there was nothing.
Yeah, there was nothing.
Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong.
Because if that was true, we would have found out about it. Oh, there were chemicals being used. They would argue those chemicals were similar to the ones used at 1122. None of it. You got nothing, nada.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, yeah, they're pretty much saying, and people have tried to say, well, he cleaned his car. With what?
Right. With what? Yeah, you would have evidence of it. Would he use air cleaning?
I don't know. I want that detergent.
It's not potentially exculpatory. I'm just saying I'm not sure how knowing that in light of a positive DNA connection would cause any magistrate to say, well, okay, I guess there's no probable cause here because you couldn't find other connection to forensic evidence when there are other things in the affidavit that were affidavits at that point that could explain that, including the use of covering clothing and covering gloves and all that could be put into a bag real quick on the way out that was in one of the affidavits. I guess, and I don't intend to argue with you about it. I understand your other arguments, but when you get to once they have the actual DNA, evidentiary DNA, it seems to me that it's an uphill battle to say there's not probable cause at that point.
Yeah, stop right there. Oh.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor should never get to that question, but I'm going to answer it for you. But you should never get to that question.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So do you see what the judge did? The judge, once you have the basically identifying marker, the DNA, and you establish probable cause, it's over. You know, he's not caring about everything else. And maybe that's I'm trying to give the benefit of trying to understand a judge. And okay, you could say at a preliminary stage for probable cause, you don't exculpatory information comes in, but it's a low bar. So you would pass it. But what he's saying is, I don't care about the exculpatory information, right? Basically, you could probably deal with that during trial. The state identified BK through the DNA, and that established probable cause. So, but we'll hear more about it, and we're going to see him hide, I believe, the federal footprints. But let's
because you should have already found that AT&T 1 and AT&T 2 were terrible, and there's no probable cause for those, and they just build on each other. So
welcome to Suno V5.5. This is our best sounding model, but more importantly,
and I think if I'm not mistaken, there's two warrants that were sought
as well. But let me answer your question there. If the magistrate judge had been told there's unknown male B in blood in the house attached to the handrail, that might have made more of a difference to her. Maybe a sheath that can be carried to the house and blood in the house that's not the same, maybe that matters. And then maybe the car being completely empty of any blood DNA connection, maybe that matters a little bit more. Maybe it.
Sorry, check his face. He's like a grim reaper. I can't with this guy.
Yeah, but you see her questioning. See, she's trying to raise the questions of, we're entitled to all this information. The maybes are, she can't come out and say certain things, right? And so she's giving hypotheticals here, maybe because she's entitled to inquire. And we'll see it more play out, but she's doing it in a very subtle way. Mm-hmm. You know, the maybe someone might think, why is she saying maybe for? Or because she's being very kind to the judge, but she's saying, look, these maybes might actually be real, right? And so we should, she's addressing something differently while addressing this issue as well. So that's what she's doing. She's very, very intelligent, obviously knows this board on how to play it. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
For probable cause, but I think we're talking over each other, so I'll let you just go on.
Okay. I don't think probable cause is in a vacuum.
There you go.
Yeah. I think probable cause isn't one thing. I hope it's not one thing. I hope there has to be a little bit more than one thing, especially when you've got another thing that's the same as the one thing.
She's talking about corroboration. But go ahead.
I said I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway because you brought up blood DNA of an unknown individual that was found, I think, on the handrail.
Yes.
Doesn't that necessarily not exclude Mr. Koberg? What it may do is suggest there might be a potential other person in addition involved if you assume that that blood was related to the victims and not some earlier event in the house.
But there's no Koberger blood, by the way.
What the court is saying
don't understand.
is exactly why the magistrate needed to know that. Is there another explanation here? I've got this sheet,
See?
but there are all these other things that if I know about them, matter.
There it is.
What's the other explanation? What's going on with this investigation? What's happening here? That's exactly the point, Your Honor.
See,
and this is what we talk about, a movable and an immovable object. How do they justify the same standard of testing on objects in the house that cannot be moved and a knife sheath that can be transported to the house?
Yes, you should be able to address everyone in the chain of custody of the evidence, the physical evidence, and also the DNA evidence. And that goes from whoever handled it to the analysts themselves and any bias or motive that they might have. So everything should be open. And that includes FBI analysts that they're hiding. You just can't take their test results and just leave it at that. In my opinion, you should be able to address these type of questions in discovery. But go ahead.
What other explanation is there? The magistrate wasn't given a chance to ask that. She wasn't given a chance to ask that when she wasn't told about unknown male B, blood on the handrail. She wasn't given a chance to ask about that when she wasn't told about unknown male D, blood on a glove right outside the residence. She wasn't given a chance to ask any of those questions. She didn't know that Brian's car, and the court's question, good question.
It's for anyone, even someone with great hair who wants even better hair, someone wanting to regrow their hair faster, stronger.
What does that mean? Could it mean there's more than one person? The answer to that is, or it could mean it's not Brian because his car's got nothing in it and there were only 13 minutes to do this. The magistrate didn't get to know that.
In fact,
How
his
is that
DNA is
possible?
still on the knife sheath, though. That's the
Yeah.
for probable cause purposes.
You see what he's doing now?
If that's the only thing she's
What
told,
is
I can
look at
squash
what he
it.
does here. Go on, Big Amish.
Yeah, he's refocusing her to probable cause. It's a low bar. It doesn't matter if you're withholding certain information. He's saying it's okay. Because why it's okay, I don't know. But in his view, okay, to give him some deference. Okay, does a prosecutor or the person providing the PCA information, do they have to give all information, exculpatory and otherwise? The answer is no. Right? Should they be required to do it? Unfortunately, these investigative tools we're watching in real time, right? Somewhat real time now, we're reviewing it, how they can be compromised and used as weapons rather than truly justice. Are they serving justice? We could see it here. No. On the other hand, you do sometimes need to initiate probably arrest warrants. This is all you have because there's a killer on the loose. You need to start arresting people to figure things out because it's way beyond you. So there is a public security, public interest aspect of it that part of me is saying that's okay to do. But what Ann Taylor's saying is, look, this doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense, right? From the time, there's not only not enough time to do the perfect, quadruple unalivings, but you have no physical evidence at all that BK was there. At all, zero, except for this knife sheath, touch DNA, so skin cells, no blood, no sweat, nothing else, right? The car, same thing. The rest of the house, same thing. Slider door, same thing. Nothing. Walking outside the house, nothing. The tire tracks, nothing. I mean,
This is the first crime that I've ever seen where they have probable cause to arrest somebody without any evidence at all.
Yes, right. And it begs
It's really the first because, there's got to be something. There has to be something. And that's why I still believe. When I look at Hitler and Ann Taylor, I probably sound like a broken record when I said, these people, even I'm going to go as far as saying, as we get into the CYRA stuff, these people are all part of the same cult.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. But just to give a judge,
because how do you explain no footprints, no tire tracks, nothing? There is nothing.
No blood. No blood. Nothing. A trail, something. At least OJ had a trail of blood going to his house. But this is not funny. I take these things very, very seriously, especially when you're talking about how individuals can be railroaded, right? And we're watching this. But to give Judge Hippler a little bit of help here. You know, he's looking at the DNA. Is touch DNA sufficient? You know, that's for the probable cause. I don't believe that's the case, especially when everything else is lacking. But I'm just simply looking at probable cause. I'm just looking at it. If we could go back in time and capture it, he's saying, in his mind, right? I'm trying to say that if in the goodness of him, he was really looking at this. And I'm not saying he's good or bad, but if we would just take out Hitler's name from this and a judge making this ruling, the only way it makes sense is he's trying to protect people. Not just the Fed. I'm not saying that. He's trying to protect the public, because if you didn't arrest someone who had DNA, well, how do you arrest anybody then? And we're talking about touch DNA, which becomes a whole different enterprise because they're trying to make money and pushing, touch DNA and IgG and stuff like that. But,
especially since this technology is still in its infancy.
Yeah, but just like DNA happened in the mid-90s, and Miss Woods when we covered that, Miss Woods being at the forefront of that, how that turned into a $1 billion industry. Yeah. And think how much the government spends on DNA testing. It's not just the defense. Think about how much really the state, and when I say state or federal, the government, in other words, how much money they spend. They spend, a lot of money, hundreds of millions of dollars easily, if not $1 billion, on DNA testing.
They did. Let's watch a little bit of this before we go to the next one. Oh, hold on. Let's go to this.
Probable cause. It's these other things that are withheld that create a context around it. I think the purpose of Frank's is to ask this very question, and this is a question. What do we want to do with our criminal justice system? Do we want to have one thing with no context around it when there's this other context that really matters?
The Frank standard, which is, even if you add that stuff, does that take away probable cause, counsel?
And that's exactly what we're talking.
Once you have a direct DNA tie to the defendant, for purposes of probable cause, this isn't for purposes of conviction, for purposes of probable cause, you have not explained to me why a reasonable magistrate, let alone any magistrate, wouldn't find probable cause there, even if they knew all those other facts.
See, she's trying to.
Now, there may be, as you say, other.
He's laying down. I'm sorry, just
creates concern or issues about that need to be investigated further. But I'm not sure that diminishes the probable causes. Mr. Koberger, if his DNA is found on a knife she found on or near the victim, who was stabbed with said alleged knife that would have been in said alleged sheath.
I think
fair enough.
The most prominent question is, how did that sheath get there? And I think when you ask that question, I think you can
saying, look behind
DNA
the curtain, right?
On an object at a scene when you know about all of these other things and you don't find probable cause, because there are more questions than there are answers. And all of a sudden, this one thing doesn't look as big. It doesn't look as everything pointing to it when you have the context around it. The magistrate didn't have to have every detail of the case, but knowing how many attempts to find a DNA connection there were, and it didn't exist in Brian's car, in Brian's apartment, that there's no
his
other
office.
DNA in there other than unknown male B that we know of for sure, and unknown male D outside. There is a lot of context there, and all of a sudden this one thing, the question of how is that there is the question that the magistrate should have had. And then we come to all of the other things that we've talked about. We've come to what we relied on. One of the witnesses saying things that absolutely couldn't be true.
Introducing clip B. Whatever
well, actually, this is a.
you can generate.
It's good.
Want something wild, like a man closes his laptop and
That's all right, but this is a perfect little break before she finishes. Because
one of the things that the witness who said these things that couldn't be true also admitted she didn't really know anything. You can't rely on that anymore, so you take that out.
That's a great
You know
point.
the identification to this sheath
If you want,
that
yeah.
maybe seems like it would be really good. You don't
This is great stuff, right? So, but let's just take what she just said before, and then we'll talk about the witness. But she's really saying if you remove the DNA skin cells on the strap of the sheath,
Mhm.
you have probable cause on other individuals. A lot more on other individuals, right? And then
Mhm.
because it goes on to the other things. Well, B, suspect B, I forgot how B and D, whoever those blood samples were, are there, unknown male B and D, right? So you have two other individuals with blood at the scene. There's no Koberger blood at the scene, right? There's just skin cells, and it has all these other implications of how the sheath gets there, who misses it at first, and the like, and then
Mhm.
right. So it's problematic, and she's saying, and she's also doing two things. One is she's really trying to tell the judge, listen, I'm going to come back and deal with the feds because we know their fingerprint is behind all of this, right? So
Mhm.
she's testing the water. She's feeding the seeds for him to come around eventually. So she's feeding the seeds that there's much more here, Your Honor. And they get into it when they talk about with the feds as well, but that's what she's doing. He's trying to shut the door. Now, Ann Taylor also raises Dylan by implication. I think she mentions
Mhm.
her. Clearly, she has problems, but you could have what's called you could have hearsay if it's corroborated. And we talked about this once before. And I'm not saying it's right, but it shows you the delicate and fragile weaving of the probable cause. This is a sophisticated design to protect witnesses who are willing to give certain facts that assist in the probable cause determination, but also allow them an out by saying they don't remember anything and they were too drunk. So
Yeah.
it's up to the probable cause determining judge or jury to do that. So they absolves the individuals from giving what some might consider false testimony, right? So that's how they get around it, is because I told you I was drunk. I don't remember. I don't know if any of this is true, but this is what I remember. And then you have Bethany Funk, the text, Bethany Funk being involved. Oh, she did tell me this. This is what I understood. Yeah, she sent me a text telling me there was someone in the house. He was wearing all black, blah, blah, blah. He had bushy eyebrows, whatever. And it changes. Again, her testimony changes, or maybe she comes, if you want to give her a benefit of the doubt, maybe she was so scared and petrified. Who knows? Right? But that's if you want to give her benefit of the doubt. But what's clear is that plausible deniability, meaning do not rely on me, that was her warning to everyone during her interviews. Dylan. So, and I think that maybe the judge will go into it, but go ahead.
Go to the next part where he's going to talk more about the probable cause.
This goes to my first question about imputed erroneous statements. So I understand the allegation in that regard, not necessarily to be that Detective Payne knew the statement was wrong, because I'm not sure there's evidence of that.
Yeah.
But did the cast specialist know that there was a misinterpretation or an erroneous report?
That's huge as well.
I don't.
So it's not.
I don't
We
think
stop
that
there?
have-
Yeah, I think this is perfect because see how he's saying erroneous and stuff like that of the
Mhm.
cast. He's talking about balance.
Yeah.
Now, Ann Taylor, you see how she's raising these issues indirectly, right? And now the prosecution's going to try and address it, which I love this, so we're going to hear it. But you see how she centers the argument, and the judge, what is he going to do? Does he create the firewall? Does he allow some information to come through? Well, we'll see what he rules again, or how he deals with the prosecution giving some BS explanation.
Okay, let's play it. Okay.
Before you, a sufficient proffer that proves that the cast specialist submitted false information.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's a difference in the handoffs of 7 minutes. At the end of the day,
Omitted information at the very least.
You want me to carry on?
okay.
She says.
No, I don't think it's incredibly material.
The material, if you look at it in terms of where the phone was in that 7 minutes,
No, it's not material.
going a direction different than what your affidavit says it's going, isn't that material?
See, I mean, he's trying to go down this route.
Direction of travel, like
Looking to skyrocket your YouTube channel? Let Sprizzy boost you to the top. Using YouTube ads, Sprizzy targets viewers who are most likely to enjoy your content.
Unbelievable.
yes, I would say it was if it was found outside of Pullman. It was not. It was reporting to a tower in Pullman.
How does she know?
I mean, this assumption assumes that cars can't change direction of travel. We're
Hold on.
assuming
Let's stop
that
there. Let's stop there. Comment.
Yeah, no. Number one, she's arguing it's not material, right? Oh, please don't look behind here. Look at the judge. Wait, everyone, look at what the judge is doing right now with his hand. He's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe the state is just fumbling.
Kind of caught it like right as he was covering.
Yeah, like the Keystone cops are at it again, and I'm trying to protect the feds. And he's, but a car channel.
Don't do that.
Yes, don't go there. Yeah, please don't go there. Just address what we need and go on. It's almost like a script. I mean, I'm glad we're playing this and we get to see the expressions of the judge, because it's somewhat telling. Sometimes you could be bored. Okay, a judge could be bored, and all right, but the other times they're very telling.
No, he is very telling in doing that. You see what he says here?
then the same cell phone, which was then turned off, is then also tied to the evidence where we do have information to believe a white sedan tied to Mr. Koberger is then found on surveillance. We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes at 2:50 in the morning, which is about an hour, approximately a little over an hour before the crimes occurred. I don't follow the logic that
I don't
this
follow her
7
logic.
minutes, an hour and 10 minutes prior proves that there's no way the defendant couldn't have traveled the 7 miles to Moscow, whether or not the car was pointed in a different direction or not.
What is she saying?
It's a leap for me.
She's saying if the car is heading, like the opposite way of where the King Road residence is, it doesn't mean that he couldn't flip around and go that route. I mean, it's.
But how? How would that be possible?
But that's great. That unfortunately, this hearing is limited in scope. But this is the kind of stuff. Could you imagine having a Mr. Balance on the stand, and she says that, Ann Taylor would have a field day. So you mean to tell me a potential killer is going to go the most indirect manner or the opposite direction of where the venue is of these unalivings, and that's supposed to support your theory that it's him, rather than the opposite, that someone going away from that venue is actually unrelated to that event? It makes no sense. You might as well say that BK was at his house, woke up, took a bus to Moscow, and committed it. I mean, it just doesn't. It's just the reasonable standard, right? What's reasonable under this situation? She's dropping the ball clearly on this. Let's see if Ann Taylor gets any insight.
Does that answer?
Well, it's your answer, so.
Let's say it was. Let's say that it was.
What?
That's your
exculpatory. Let's say it was materially that it was false. It was recklessly included.
Yes, or omitted. Okay.
It wasn't, but let's say it was. Well, the magistrate still had enough information before her to grant probable cause for the arrest.
So she's saying ignore that even if it was fraud on the court.
So we still don't get to a Frank's hearing. Even if you want to make that leap.
Well, they're going to talk now. Oh, sorry.
Right. Yeah, but do you see what she says? Even if it was recklessly, or negligent, however she's trying to phrase it, if it's intentional, it's fraud. You can't have fraud on the court. You can, in which it impacts the defendant. But go ahead.
No, go on. Say what you were saying.
So she's saying that if there's fraud on the court, it doesn't matter, that the magistrate who determined it could look beyond it for probable cause. So you ignore the fraud as long as there's probable cause. The solely look over here. Don't look over there.
Sorry. Don't look over here.
Yeah.
He's going to get to a good point in this video. Let me go ahead to it quickly before we go to the other one. It's about like there. And sorry, guys, let's go there. I'm just going to talk about it now. This is what you and I were discussing before, so I'm going to get into it there. Towards the end, actually, let's see, it says there.
Especially when there's context of omitted information. That's why we have
There
the
you go.
opportunity for a Frank's hearing, to ask for a Frank's hearing and to offer information for your honor to rely on.
Do you want me to
It
go back
is
slightly?
imperative that there be integrity in the warrant. That
Yeah. What?
brings me to talk about the intentionalness of this in an overview. And
Good.
the
Perfect.
court should look at the entire picture of what's happened. It's a long investigation. It's a complicated investigation, but you have law enforcement repeatedly meeting and you have FBI agents sprinkled in. And there are a lot of things that you've heard about today that are withheld, that are super secret, that nobody's going to talk about. And there's a lot of meetings that are happening,
There you go.
particularly around
Secret.
the IGG. That's a definite, we're not going to put that in there. But there's also the communication about the AT&T records, about what do those phone records mean? What does it mean when there's calls being handed off or phone tower reporting being handed off to track a vehicle? What does that mean? There's communication about that. There's review of the videos together. And what these things mean is that a partial picture was decided upon, a picture that left out a lot of detail, a picture that gave false statements to the magistrate to get probable cause to get that first AT&T warrant. That was The officers went back and forth talking about what kind of statements to use. Statements were changed to be included in that, and definite decisions were made at that time. The decision was made to leave the witnesses' statements in as they were, even though there had been interview after interview after interview, and they knew those were incorrect. The decision was made to build a false investigation and leave out the super secret IGG part. And that decision was made based on the behavior of the agents and based on not wanting anybody to review it.
Yeah, I didn't mean it's, but that's super secret. I mean, there you go. I mean, she's laying the crumbs and saying, I mean, from what I remember, right, there were 2 warrants that were issued by Payne. They were trying to create their own probable cause, obviously, and getting certain information and data points regarding the ATT records. One was limited to the 7-day. The other one was open-ended. Give us all records, because we know there's a backdoor in getting older records with AT&T. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
They did, so that we could check their work and see if they did anything right. That just continued with decisions to leave things out in this case. Probable cause doesn't get determined by one little thing without context, especially when there's context of omitted information. That's why we have the opportunity for a Franks hearing, to ask for a Franks hearing and to offer information for your honor to rely on. It is imperative that there be integrity in the warrant process. There's a lot of power in going to a magistrate and having no attorney there, nobody to cross-examine, nobody to question. There's a lot of power in that to obtain a warrant. And there's a lot of danger when there's that much power too. To leave just a little out here, to add a little more here, and go get a warrant, and then build everything that comes from that. And that's what happened here. Your Honor, we ask for a Franks hearing to more fully explore these. The court can see this is a massive amount of information. The court has 1,000 pages. These aren't just pages that we made up. There's a lot going on here, and we need to have a hearing to fully explore this. Thank you.
All right, we will adjourn for today.
So that's the end of that one.
Yeah. But think about what she really said. Who's been involved in the gatekeeping? You have Payne, right? These aren't errors like administrative errors. These are intentional errors. She said it. And for an attorney to say that to a judge is very powerful. All right. And if you're saying it without the receipts, you get in trouble for that. But she knows what she's saying. And they did obtain information, and the state withheld that information. She was also trying to open up the door, because if you have false statements to procure warrants by Payne, right, and others, but if you have that and you're able to have a Franks hearing and you open the door, well, why did you need 2 warrants? Who told you to lie? Where did you get this information? And did you get records from AT&T prior to the 7 days, meaning going back more in time? Because if they did, then there's the backdoor to the policy, right? Just like in Vargas, it's a backdoor to the policies and practices of AT&T, which we know existed with the FBI.
Do you want to look at that video of her with Detective Payne?
Oh yeah, I think that would be great. Yes, I'm glad. Yes, that would be great. Let's look at that.
Let's put that one on. Okay, tell me if I'm right on this one. Let's go there. I won't play the whole video because we're going to go to custody, Queen's on, but let's play a little bit of this one. Tom Docket to code.
I do not recall when I first saw it.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
From the best of his
I tell
knowledge.
you, I don't have a time advance report or any from the other phone companies.
Perfect,
Where do
prisoner,
I
you're
look?
right.
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall. I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I'd seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay, you wrote the search warrant though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So,
Bingo.
There's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write this search warrant. So
Bingo.
that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Like I said, FBI agent Balance and Detective Mowry were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
Mallory. Okay. Huh. How devastating is that? So, which is fine. That they do that all the time, relying. But when they're relying on lying, that's a different story.
Yeah.
In the course of your investigation and work on the case that became the case that we're here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Brian Koberger?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
Yeah, I don't.
But you recall the emails themselves.
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but
And
specifics. No.
and receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
Your Honor, if I can have just a minute?
Sure.
See how they're making another wall? We turned over everything. It's up to the prosecution who did it or turn it over. This is all Brady material. And this is all information that Ann Taylor should be.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
Well, hold on. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I'll.
Yes. Okay. I thought you were just stepping off, so.
And this is what Judge judged. So this is before Hitler. Right?
Yeah.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Jennings?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Morning.
Good work.
To your knowledge, has all the evidence in Moscow Police Department's possession been turned over to the state for us to discover?
Yes, ma'am.
Now let's move to your PC affidavit. Can you explain to me what did the investigation look like during the time that you were writing that affidavit?
So as I said, the command center was established at the Moscow Police Department. The command center consisted of myself and numerous partners from the FBI and the Idaho State Police. We were all located there.
There they say it.
We also had individual sections assigned to do various tasks, collect video, conduct interviews, so on and so forth. The majority of those people were also co-located at the Moscow Police Department. So as the process for developing this affidavit began, those people would come into the command center and relay information that was deemed to be critical or important. The reason for that was to shorten the chain of information to make sure that the folks, myself,
So he's saying the FBI is embedded in the Moscow Police Department.
on the ground.
Well, they're admitting it.
Yeah.
Why is he saying to shorten information?
Retrieving and learning.
Or the chain of relaying information.
Relay that to me, I can put that into the affidavit.
And is that standard to rely on what other investigators tell you when you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's fair.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
He has to be careful. Because
Are
he
you
knows
aware
he
that
had
we
it.
did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Objection, lady.
Cross-examination.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
I'll re-ask. Are you aware that AT&T did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Thanks. Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now from May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
You included them in 2 separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them. Why would you do that?
It was the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit. So
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
yes, ma'am.
Yes.
There you
And,
go.
You know, you saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
All right. Now, those first and second AT&T warrants were how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
Like,
Jeez.
the federal footprints are everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much.
And he's protecting them, right? Because whose name, the language created by the feds, because they know they had the back door. Balance had a back door to AT&T.
Didn't they bring up that an internal affairs investigation of a police officer who was involved in the case? He was, let me get my facts straight here. They said that he had been charged with four counts of, let me go to my notes here.
For falsifying records? Or?
Yeah, so
In this case?
Notified the judge that they, there was material involving one of the police officers.
Well, in this case, we're talking about this case, they were charged and a police officer. We don't know who it is. I would love to know who it is.
They said something about the officer's misconduct. It had absolutely nothing to do with Koberger specifically.
Well, how would we know that?
We don't know that.
It's like Miss Woods, right? Again, not to bring in, right? You know, other cases, but it raises the question: what other cases? The ones she pled guilty to, that's one thing, but what about the other cases that she may have manipulated, altered, or omitted information or and DNA? So same thing. How do we know, or how would the defense know?
Do any of you know about this? Was it Detective Payne? Who was it? I don't know, because
I did not know about this.
Yeah. Apparently, there was an officer that was secretly being investigated by Internal Affairs.
So internal, okay, but that could be many things with parallel proceedings. Okay, on its face, it could be the local law enforcement or the feds looking at this individual as well. Were they part of what happened at 11/22? Right. I mean, I don't know, but it raises a question. It certainly does. I don't know what internal affairs gets involved when you're messing around with, a culpability, evidence, or being involved in something you shouldn't be involved in, like a crime. So I would love to know.
As far as I know, it was just a local police investigation. I just bring it up because I wanted to actually play that video, but I don't have it with me, so sorry about that. It's just something I thought of as I was watching that. But anyway, do you want to talk now about Ray? So we're going to look at a little bit of the video from Custody Queens. We haven't watched it. Have you watched any of Big Amish?
Nope. I look forward to it. I've not watched her shows. Maybe I should, but.
Hi, everyone. If we haven't greeted you, we're just on a roll here looking at all this stuff. Let's see. All right. Let's see this video of theirs. Okay. I'm going to. All right. Okay, let's watch a bit of it. I hope I'm not violating any of their policies. Anyone tell me that. Design rhythm high. You're gonna see Big Amish has a different take on what's happening here, but let's see what they say. We haven't watched it. We have not watched it. Ooh, sorry. I'm gonna play it, but I haven't watched. So we might skip ahead a bit. I don't want to play the entire video because I think, we're going to watch a little bits here and there because it's 3 hours and 31 minutes as far as I know. So let's go and we'll just kind of skip ahead here and there.
An experience for us.
Yeah, I'll keep it really short though. The crux of it is very simple. I did 20 years in law enforcement. The majority of that time was spent in criminal investigations, primarily in violent persons crimes, so sexual assaults, aggravated assaults, and homicide. I worked in our homicide unit for a number of years. I was a homicide sergeant for a number of years as well. In about 2014, I left law enforcement as I was approaching my 20 years on, and I started a company that did cell phone mapping for criminal investigations. And that was just a realization in my career that there was a big gap in the market, that the software was somewhat lacking in the tools that law enforcement had available to them for this type of investigations. So I started that company and we ran that company. And just to kind of put a couple things into perspective, which might be important for today's call, between 2014 and 2021, that system that I built for the software, it mapped over 2 billion phone calls in the United States for law enforcement. So when I say I'm intimately familiar with phone records in the United States, we had to manage every single type of record that was available to law enforcement through a search warrant process of any cell phone carrier in the United States. We also kind of did a handful of this work all over the world, so it wasn't just the United States. In 2021, LexisNexis purchased that company, and I have kind of a 5-year non-compete that I did at that time. And during that non-compete time, the only thing I was doing was testifying in cases such as this case. But between my investigation time, between my time of running the company that did the cell phone tracking, and then the last 5 years since selling that company, I've lost count. I've probably testified about 150 times, maybe a little bit more now, as a subject matter expert on one particular thing or another. But I'm very familiar, obviously, with the cell phone side, but I'm also very familiar with those type of calls. I'll look at a case,
local law enforcement, and then you've got what was done.
Emails stating the FBI has clearly said timing data exists is the same prosecutor who wrote a motion a couple years later that timing data doesn't exist. And I've never seen that far of a deviation in roles, if you will.
And that prosecutor would be Jennings?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's why when you say there's clear and convincing evidence that not only the FBI was able to obtain the AT&T advanced records in 2022, they did so with knowledge of the prosecutors in this case, that's what you're referencing. So when they're saying they weren't able to get it by that time, they were.
Yeah, it's in evidence. I mean, to this day, there are AT&T timing reports that have been turned over that were disclosed from 2022 that clearly exist.
Was there ever an explanation given for the disparity in what was said?
Yeah, and timing's real important here. The initial motion is filed that this doesn't exist, and there will be testimony from the FBI and or AT&T to confirm it. I wrote my affidavit. I actually got my affidavit signed off and got everything done. Remember, I'm in Arizona, so I have to send it to Idaho. About that time, the state drops a second motion clarifying, oh, wait, we just discovered timing data does exist. So what I wrote in my initial affidavit is true. it does exist. However, AT&T is now saying it only goes for 7 days, and therefore it's not relevant. And I would still argue it's incredibly relevant. It's ground truth for what a device is doing that we are applying a pattern of life analysis to. Anybody in this field would tell you undoubtedly you want all the data. But there's something interesting with AT&T that never came out because it was never allowed in testimony, and that is sometimes AT&T, for a number of different reasons, must retain data longer than this 7-day limit. There's times when AT&T will tell you, hey, we keep this for 7 days, or we keep this for a year, we keep
This
this
is
for
what you
7
spoke
years.
about.
But there's a number of things that happen in
Yes.
AT&T with
Yeah, it's like the
projects,
Patriot Act.
for reasons that they're required to retain data.
You spoke about the 7 days.
Yeah, this and how you get around it. And this is what he's talking about, that there's a back door similar to what Vargas testified to with the IgG and how they access
He's
different
hinting at
databases.
exactly what you said he was hinting. And bear in mind, guys, Big Amish hasn't even watched this, so he predicted this pretty much before we even watched this.
Yeah, I predicted Cyray would come out similar to what Turvey and Whitcomb, when we talked about in the last 2 shows. But yeah.
They're saying very different things though, right?
They are talking about different things. However, they are talking about the same mechanisms in place, and that is that there is a federal footprint that has access to records identifying BK long before the state ever used their own search warrants and independently determined probable cause. That's the important aspect of this whole thing, and that is that federal footprint and what Ann Taylor was trying to get at, and the door was shut on her. But he's testifying that, yeah, I mean, so far that we see testifying, I mean, he's in an interview, that, you know, first the prosecution said they don't exist, very important. They don't exist, then they exist, but they're limited to 7 days, right? And then, but we know there's a back door. We know that, just like in Vargas, and even to the extent with Turvey, he gets into stuff, you know, with the sheath and the DNA on the sheath. So how is that developed? The feds have to develop and amplify it. So, but anyway, not to go far afield, I do want to see this.
So if you don't ask, you don't know.
Okay.
And what's important is that both search warrants for Brian Koberger's phone clearly articulated they were requesting timing data. There's a fact sheet that's required to go to AT&T, and in the bottom of that fact sheet, there's a comment section, and somebody typed in that comment section, please send us the last 7 days of timing data. So, you know, the idea that, well, it doesn't exist, we didn't ask for it, there's a clear paper trail that it was asked for repeatedly. And then when you look at, you know, warrant returns are a thing. When you serve a search warrant, it's just not the end of the search warrant. You have to go back to the judge and say, hey, Your Honor, here's what we received. Here's the inventory that was produced as a result of that search warrant. And in that return, it actually states everything they asked for was received. So, you know, as an investigator on a high profile case of this nature, if I had purposely, intentfully requested timing data on 2 different search warrants, sent a cover sheet within an email stating, give me the timing data, and it was never produced, I would make sure to note that in either my report or the return, that items that I am specifically requesting were not produced. And that would prevent, you know, any argument now, but that wasn't done. So that's the timing issue.
Okay. And then another statement in your affidavit, just to clarify, you said, I've worked with AT&T Global Legal Demand Center for over 15 years. I have firsthand knowledge that AT&T GLDC is one way, but not the only way for law enforcement to obtain call detail records from AT&T. Is that, what does that mean?
I just made a $27 ebook in 2 minutes using AI. Watch how I did it so you can do it too. Here I am in Designer. I'm the first.
You know, in short, to just make this really simple, and then I don't want to get too far in this rabbit hole because we could talk all day about how this happens. There are multiple entities within AT&T that produce records for different reasons. And I'm in no way insinuating that it's not legal, that it's not compliant, and that it's not proper. With the proper legal authority, there's different methodologies to which you can obtain this data. GLDC is one. But that is what it is. The important thing here is GLDC was also the receiver, if you will, of the other 3 search warrants that did produce AT&T timing data.
Okay, and then just to clarify, the timing advance data was not provided to law enforcement from GLDC until June 15th of 2023. So in 2022, they would have had to obtain it from a different source.
That is correct, within AT&T.
And you reference Boyd Jackson in your affidavit. Anything that you can elaborate on there?
No, and again, it's something very simple. I've worked with Boyd for probably over a decade now, or I'm aware of Boyd, and he has touched a number of cases that I've been involved with. The point there is, I was hoping that somebody at AT&T would realize, hey, this affidavit or this initial motion is so far out of left field, it'll never stand on its own. And it's important, I believe, when an expert like myself is writing an affidavit and saying, hey, here's what's really happening here. There are times that it's important to provide names, right? If I'm going to say this exists, and I can back it up with saying, not only does this exist, but if you contact this person, they will confirm that this exists. That's the purpose of that. So, and to me, this isn't a mystery. This isn't some, weird thing. It's
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's pointing out the back door, how it's done, and how you get that information.
A little bit further on and see what he says here.
Yep.
That'd be
Clarify
the
real
whole
quick.
video.
You said we were risking everything. You're talking about the prosecution when they were risking everything, right? You're not talking about you being part of that.
There was a decision made fairly early in this investigation to proceed with IGG, and then that decision was further predicated with knowingly conducting an IGG investigation outside of the recommended policies, if you will, of the Department of Justice.
That's Mr.
And
Vargas.
that was not an accidental decision. It was an intentional decision that investigators at the time who made that decision felt that it was okay to step outside of policy because of the nature of this crime. And the way that they did it is, in my opinion, very problematic when we start looking at legal rights to how we manage this type of data. And I want to go on the record very clearly here. I think IGG is a very powerful tool that law enforcement should absolutely have the ability to use. But I also feel that we have to properly use it. There has to be a legal process. That legal process has to be transparent, and we have to have the public's trust that we're doing it properly. And when we make decisions to intentionally go outside of policy, conceal, hide, and omit the process that we did, I think that cuts to the rule of law completely, and everything that you guys probably see on a daily basis that you fight for, right? We have rules for a reason, and when we start to violate that's that slippery slope where we start losing other tools and the process itself becomes corrupt.
It seems to me that the use of the IGG was more a violation of the public's privacy rights or rights than necessarily O'Brien's, because it was searching public information. Is that maybe why the prosecution felt safe enough, at least in this prosecution, to go that route?
I don't want to speak on what the prosecution felt or didn't feel. I'll summarize how I feel. And, my opinion in $5 may get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. So this is my opinion of looking at the laws, understanding how IGG works and how it was done in this case. The first thing, and this is really important, they would have got to Brian Kohberger without the IGG. That was already in motion when the FBI identified Brian Kohberger to local law enforcement and the prosecutors because of the IGG results.
The FBI, he's saying
he's going to say it.
He's laying it out. The FBI had fingered BK way before the state had probable cause through the trash pull, because that's what in the tip. So that's what we're talking about.
See what he says, yeah.
Kohberger was a known investigative lead. They had his DNA from the knife sheath. All it would have taken is that match, right? So number one, I don't feel like IGG should have ever been done in this case. IGG is something you do at the end of a case when your case has gone cold and you've ran out all of your leads. And if you look at the DOJ interim policy, it states that very clearly in Section 5, before an agency takes on IGG, you're supposed to eliminate all investigative leads. Brian
Ms. Vargas said that too.
In a report and was the most viable investigative lead in this case before the IGG results were done. So I want to start this conversation with IgG wasn't required. That's not the only way to get to Brian Kohberger in this case. And I think
that's the thing people keep saying online. Well, they had his DNA, but now he's saying something different.
Yeah, he's saying you don't go to an IgG process, right? A methodology. You use the DNA you have, and you use the applicable databases based on the DNA you have. IgG is not even adopted in every state. It's still in its infancy, right? It has problems with it as well. It's kind of like a default. If none of these other avenues work in determining the DNA, right, and finding any suspects through that, right, linkage, then after you exhaust it, you go to IgG as a last
well, they
result.
don't use it in this country, as I mentioned to you before. It's never used in this country.
Right, and it wasn't. And I mean, why would they bypass normal DNA sequencing and findings through their databases, through CODIS and the like? So
see what he says. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
it's really important for the people to say, I'll never believe Brian Kohberger did this case. He was already on the radar. And I think they would have got to him. And man, if they would have got to him that way, this entire case changes. I think it gets much cleaner. But the decision was made to go down IgG. The problem is when the IgG did not produce the initial results that they were hoping for, there was a decision made to go even further outside of those guardrails. And this is where Othram was told to stop work. The FBI took over. There's some things that happened with that sample. And in my opinion, this is where law enforcement needs to be held accountable. And I'm saying that as a law enforcement officer for 20 years and someone who's helped law enforcement for the last 15 years and currently today is still working with law enforcement on cases. When we don't write search warrants and we go through back doors and we try to hide the way that we're doing things, there's a problem. And, you know, I just don't ever want to be in a position where I have to sit on the stand and explain to a jury why we wouldn't follow normal policies and procedures. And in this case, they knew that they couldn't. So they intentionally went through a back door that they knew there's a policy. You can't do that. And they did it anyway.
There you go.
The more important thing, and I think I'll push back just a little bit, Ron, is the public's privacy rights compared to Brian Kohberger's. And I think this is a really important thing. When I say technology has outpaced our understanding of it within the rule of law, this is exactly one of the things that I'm discussing. When, let's say that we get your DNA or your DNA profile, and from your DNA profile, they get this SNP. It's an SMP profile. And then I take this SMP profile and I go out and I search for relatives. There's a component here that is completely missed in this case. When I go search for SMP profiles, and Ron, for a second, I'm going to make you Uncle Ron. Okay, so we are now related. You have my DNA, and I left it at a crime scene, and I do not have an expectation of privacy to that DNA. It's fair game. I left it at the crime scene of a crime I committed. But when I go as a law enforcement officer and I take this SMP profile and I start loading it into public databases, I'm not searching for your DNA necessarily, Ron. I'm searching for DNA that we share. Mm-hmm. So the idea that Brian Kohberger's DNA wasn't searched, it was family members, is completely inaccurate. They didn't have family members' DNA. They had Brian Kohberger.
That's
and where I think people miss the connection here is that we share DNA.
What is he saying here?
So the question.
Yeah, I'm just saying, he's going, it's one thing to test the DNA that you have and then violate rules, then to look at other DNA and trying to reconstruct and go, and attach it to the BK. So you see how it becomes, in my opinion, a second search. This is ultimately going to be a Supreme Court case. So he's saying once you violate the rules to get additional information, then you use that additional information to then trace it back to BK, right? You're now reconstructing or constructing a parallel component, your parallel probable cause. And don't forget, in my not to go far afield, but I did say, and I haven't released that video yet, that I believe that Brian Kohberger, was involved with the feds. So he would certainly have gone through a background check and given everything else that goes along with it, including DNA. And hopefully I'm going to release that in a few days.
Question doesn't become, is Ron's public expectations, of privacy violated here, are mine? Because the DNA that you and I share, should I have an expectation of privacy to our common DNA? We both share it. And if you look at any cases in the United States of standing, and when two people occupy the same space, the law is pretty clear on if search warrants should be used. And Ron, can you consent to searches for me? And the law is already really stated on those things. So, at the very least, I think that this is why search warrants are required. This is why they should have gone with a search warrant. And I think it was a critical error that they didn't.
So I definitely want to, a little later in this interview, get through why specifically you believe that Bryan Kohberger is guilty, but I do want to backtrack a little bit to the specific scope of your representation within this case. I watched your testimony May 30th of 2024, and I wanted to kind of talk you through that or ask you some questions about that, because I know part of your testimony talked about the 2 search warrants that happened on December 23rd of 2022.
Sure.
So with respect to the first search warrant, is it unusual for law enforcement to issue a search warrant, have enough time to analyze that search warrant, and then issue that second search warrant in the same day?
Wait, how old is the new hire?
I don't know, but he literally uses Excel.
You must be the new analyst.
Yes, first day.
That's what he says, yeah.
All right, so it depends on the situation. If this is a life or death circumstance where I can articulate if the delay in my action could potentially cause a death or severe injury,
he's calling
I would
it
expect to
exigent
see turnarounds like
circumstances.
we see in this case, and I don't think there would be anything wrong with that, and it'd be perfectly normal. In a quadruple murder of this nature with limited evidence, and then this first search warrant kind of being the linchpin of my case, right? If this first search warrant falls, potentially everything that happens after the search warrant falls with it. I just don't see the need to rush. If anything, this is the time in the investigation to put the brakes on, to reassess, maybe get some fresh eyes on it. Let's look for those potential catastrophes that could happen at court, and let's make sure we're functioning in a very significant, solid way that we know we can uphold. And, your question hits the main problem that I see with this case is, in rushing, why typically do we not like to rush? Because as all of us know, that in any line of work, when we rush, we're more prone to make mistakes. And in this case, there's no doubt that those 2 search warrants, well, mainly the second one, but the first one to some extent, were rushed. And there are critical errors in those search warrants that just are not accurate. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2 slight ones. There's major inaccuracies in the search warrants.
If you were testifying as an expert, and this case actually went to trial, and you were going through those search warrants, could you prove that much of those allegations in the search warrants were actually false?
Absolutely. I feel very, very comfortable that in the event the defense or a defense team wanted to suppress the cell phone records, they would be successful in doing so. Trying to show that these search warrants would not stand up, or if the judge had the new information that we now know is true, it would have changed his or her opinion. It would be very easy to do. And the follow-on question is probably going to be, well, if that's the case, why didn't the defense do that in this case? The cell phone records in these search warrants helped the defense team more than they hurt them, because it showed the investigative process by the investigators and the errors that were being made. So suppressing them could potentially hurt their defense. It is my opinion that the search warrants actually probably helped Bryan Kohberger's case more than hurt it.
Except insofar as they used that information to craft the PCA.
Yeah, it gets to the point, and I'm not going to.
Do you want to comment on that at all?
Yeah, well, it goes to the federal footprint again, and Judge Hippler's ruling and how he would probably address it at trial. But he's saying basically there was the whole methodology, not the whole, but many parts of the methodology obtaining those AT&T records and the and other records was flawed. And who is that? And who was that? That's Balance and the feds. Has nothing to do with the state of Idaho and local law enforcement. But Hitler did not suppress that, right? He didn't do that. He protected that firewall and keeping the feds protected, saying they just played a support role. So that's why it's so critical. And
let's go on a bit. I don't want to play the whole video and violate the channel.
Always available. I guess the phone has to be doing something for it, but AT&T can actually give when it does ping, like as part of that. And I want you to correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding. It'll give you latitude and longitude within a certain number of meters. Is that information the historical, the HPLI, was that used by the prosecution and law enforcement?
So specifically with AT&T, the report you're talking about in 2022, 2023 would be called Loc-de-Boer. And I know it's a weird name, but it's called Loc-de-Boer. The problem with Loc-de-Boer is sometimes it is incredibly inaccurate. In this case, there's an incident where we know the phone is in Seattle, yet it's pinging in New Orleans, right? So it can be incredibly, like states, half the country wide off. But there are certain things that somebody can do with their phone that location accuracy increases. And there is evidence of that in this case that happened. And I wrote about this in my report. My concern is, to this day, I have never seen a report or any mapping files that anybody in the investigation actually mapped that data. And we're not talking about a couple dozen. There's thousands of these locations. More importantly, when you map those, it changes the narrative of how Brian returned back to Pullman that morning. So when I said earlier, the search warrant showed this map in, allegedly the way that he went to Moscow and then the way he returned. When you map that location data, it changes the route back, and it changes it in a very significant way. It's also changing in a very telling way that would help investigators not only better understand that route, but it could potentially reveal where evidence may reside and more accurate timing of when certain access was taken. So it was incredibly surprising to me that.
Now, I was just going to say, he's talking about evidence, the impact it would have on a plea, basically, right? All this information that they got to know after the fact, how it would impact the defense, and most importantly, BK's decisions to give a knowing, willing, and voluntary, intelligent waiver as well. But go ahead.
Data didn't appear to have been used in the investigation. And I've testified before on that data as an expert. I've been challenged on the scientific admissibility of that data. We've won all of those challenges. So the idea that, well, we just can't use it, that's silly. We requested a search warrant for a reason. We obtained it. We're going to analyze it. In this case, it wasn't done. So, again, sloppiness. But when you add that data to this case, it dramatically changes.
It's Brady material.
Considering that's significant for the amount of times we're saying sloppy, mistake, error, it seems like those are piling up pretty quickly with respect to the casual mistakes. What do you think about that?
You have a brilliant idea. Now you just need to express it. Your actual app, your pitch deck, and how it lives in the world. Through a website.
This will be interesting to see how he explains this.
Videos and more. But you don't have 100 views to do 100 things, and your idea never sees daylight. Thank goodness there's a new way. Describe the change.
I would agree with you. The mistakes are piling up.
If I had $1 for every time we said silly, I'd be getting rich pretty quick here.
Yeah, and I think it's important, and I've discussed this in a number of ways, both in my report and in different times. It's important to understand that the prosecution team, the initial prosecution team, and the initial investigative team we're just lacking experience, right? And that's not a dig on them. That's not berating or beating up those entities. Moscow is a pretty safe place to live, and that's a good thing. So there's not a lot of experience on the field. There's not a lot of experience in managing this type of data. And when that happens, typically law enforcement agencies will rely on subject matter experts that are given to them or loaned out to them.
The feds.
And I think it's important that we acknowledge that, I, as an investigator in a very small agency who's investigating this major investigation, I'm now relying on the subject matter expert who I believe has incredible insight, authority, and knows what they're talking about. And they tell me a specific narrative. Why would I doubt it? I don't have the technical training and expertise to look at a data set and show them where they're wrong. And this is the whole reason we bring a subject matter expert into an investigation. So, yes, they're piling up, but when you look at the experience level and the technical background of the investigators that are making these mistakes, it is something that I can say I do believe was completely accidental, and it was just because they didn't know any better. And the people that they were provided to rely on were giving them terrible information. And that this is the result of it.
So he's saying the state relied on the feds.
Only Brian's cell records?
No.
So you analyzed others as well?
Yeah, and in my report, so we can keep this on the record, I outline all of the records that I actually analyzed. There's 6 months of records that were obtained on all 4 victims, as well as Mr. Koberger. And, another disturbing or another problem with this case is, to this day, I have never seen a mapping file produced by any investigator that shows all 5 of those devices on a map and their correlations over a 6-month period.
Whoa.
We just don't see that. And I can tell you I've done it, and I've looked at it, and it does tell a story. There's things there. Some of that I'm still not at liberty to discuss. I would love to, but
Why not?
Yeah, but it's interesting. That makes perfect sense, right? You're going to see the devices, how often they're together, where they're together, where they're not together. I mean, this is, wow. And he's not at liberty to discuss. So how did he get this information? Is it under a gag order, or do they ask? I wonder if anyone knows, do they ask? I hope maybe they do ask it. Does he have a top security clearance that still exists? Because he was involved with the feds before. So I just raise a question with that. I don't know if anyone knows the answer. But
it's not out there yet. It hasn't been released, and some of that evidence hasn't been released yet.
Do you know why that evidence hasn't been released yet? I mean, we're over a year out. Do you know what the holdup or what the problem is there? Because it might eliminate some speculation from both sides.
Wait, I wasn't even a video. I'm just a photo. No camera, no filming, no retakes.
I couldn't agree with you more. I have no problem with my my investigative report being released the day the plea deal was signed. I can't explain why this thing is as
why.
So in your report, you talk about the records that you reviewed.
Yeah, that's. I can't tell you. We know what. I mean, it all goes back to he's pointing out the federal footprint that existed prior to BK being identified by the state of Idaho with probable cause. That's the whole point of all this. He's another one who's putting forth that answer. I mean, that question and answer. He's answered it. It's in his report. I'd love to know more. You're right, and it's not been unsealed. Wow.
You think by now it would be. Okay, guys,
Yes.
we're not talking too much. We're just letting you see what he says. Let him talk for himself, this guy. Wow.
And you reviewed and mapped Jack Showalter. Can you describe what you found, or is that something you're not at liberty to talk about at this point?
I will just put there's no reason for me to believe that Jack Showalter has anything to do with this crime. Like, there's zero evidence.
Was he being surveilled? Was he under surveillance outside of Moscow that you're aware of? I know there's been information that has been brought out that him and another potential person of interest were being surveillanced, and one of them might have had a cut on their arm that was untreated?
I've heard bits and pieces. I can't cite anything directly. I'm unaware of, the direct actions. There was a lot of investigative leads that were looked at in this case. I'm yet to see any that
He's not going to show a
answer the
bias.
questions
He's
that
not
as an
going to say
investigator I
anything.
would be looking for as a viable suspect. And more frequently, when we look at DNA comparisons, I think we have to come back to the DNA. We can start to rule some people out as well.
Just a question,
Can you confirm that
about the
Bethany
DNA?
was at home on 11/13/2022?
Did they ask him about the DNA? I mean, I guess you could talk about anything, but and his background, I forget his background as far as, so I don't know if he has any experience on it. But I don't know if they asked him a question about the DNA. Maybe he's answering that.
See what he says.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of strange that they asked that. Okay, sorry. Pressing other buttons here. Sorry.
From midnight to the time that the 911 call was placed?
I don't know that I can get into that yet.
Why?
I will say this. The two surviving people in the house, I have no reason to believe that they're anything other than victims. And my personal opinion is
This is going to be good. This is going to be good here.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense.
This is what all of them keep saying. And doesn't it point to them being protected by the feds?
Well, it depends what, many ways to look at it. Yes, in one way you could look at it this way. I'm looking at it from Cyray's point of view. He can't show a bias, or he's not going to comment because he was an expert retained before. We don't know what role he's actually playing in the PCR. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. He could be a witness, at the very least, be a witness to ineffective assistance of counsel, and also the parallel proceedings. So he does fit that. Right. And so, but you also, if you're going to fill that role in the PCR, because don't forget, it's basically a civil, trial on ineffective assistance of counsel and parallel proceedings. So you have to be careful. If you know you're going to be a witness, the last thing you're going to do is present or make statements that show a bias, because ultimately there's going to be a ruling on that PCR and the evidence. So that's how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it from that angle.
Too convenient, all of them coming out at the same time, but still protecting Bethany and Dylan. It's very careful how they do this.
Yeah. I'm surprised it came up, but yeah, I mean, it is. But I could understand why he's staying away from it as well.
Social media, podcasts, news, reporters, or anybody else that tries to spin some type of conspiracy theory that these two girls somehow pulled off this quadruple murder just defies all common sense and logic. Like, there is no reason to suspect these two as the murder. Now, you want to beat them up for a handful of other things and some very poor statements and some misinformation. I get it. But the idea that these two pulled off this giant conspiracy and were able to avoid any detection of actual physical.
Okay,
I
do agree. I was just going to say, I agree with him there, because I have seen people saying online that Dylan or Bethany were solely responsible for this, but that wouldn't make sense.
And you could understand if he's cross-examined and he said, well, I find, Dylan to be, a suspect or what have you. On cross-examination on a PCR involving BK's rights, you are now forming a conspiracy theory, right? You could see how he would be attacked during cross-examination
I can
as a
see
witness.
that.
Yeah. So,
that part I agree with for sure, because I don't think they would be able to pull all of this off and involve everybody and all the legal proceedings. Yeah, they would have. No, I don't. So let's see what else he says on that. But he's very careful, because he says, if you want to accuse him of anything else, he's not going to really object to that. So he's not denying that there's some involvement either.
Yeah. Well, you can interpret that what you will. Yeah. Did they provide, misinformation? Sure, because they've backtracked. Dylan has backtracked on her statements. Right.
Let's see what he says about it.
This committing this murder or physical evidence that would be there is absurd.
Well, we're not making any accusations here.
You write the words. What if you could hear them as a song? Go to
how he shifted
suno.com,
it back to
switch
that.
to custom mode.
You're the
and paste
conspiracy theorist.
But did you find, so you sort of brought up Dylan, did you find her different interviews? I know she did quite a few following the murders. Did you find them credible?
You know, I think it's obvious that there's some credibility issues with everybody involved with the initial reporting of this case. And I think there's a number of things that can be attributed to that. I also think it's very consistent with very traumatized witness / victims
there you go.
That experience something like this. So, you know, can I speak to their credibility? I can't. I can see why some people would question their credibility. But also the investigation that I'm looking at, the evidence that I've seen on this case does not rely on their credibility. You know, this case doesn't make or break because of something they said or didn't say or something that they did or didn't do.
So when you're looking at whether or not your ultimate opinion on this case and on Brian, you're not really considering the eyewitness testimony potentially of Dylan.
Oh, absolutely, I am. I think it's difficult for us to dismiss it, because while it is vague and it did change over time, it doesn't necessarily describe somebody who doesn't look like Brian Kohberger, right? It doesn't describe somebody that we could say, that's weird. This statement is in complete contradiction of what Brian Kohberger looks like.
That's fair.
The timing is also very, very important. You know, there's things that happen in her statement and her text messages that also does provide her some corroboration to what she's reporting. So, you know, I think she saw somebody 100%. I think that her description is more similar to Brian Kohberger than it is contrary to Brian Kohberger. And I think it's important that all of that happened before anybody knew about Brian Kohberger. So, you know, there is some things we have to consider could be credible there.
Well, what do you make about the fact that Dylan herself, if you assume that what she's saying is true, that she's repeatedly told investigators that she couldn't tell whether certain memories were real or dream related? She repeats this in many interviews. So her testimony, if we're to believe it, we would need to, I would assume, also give her some credence to her own admissions, which are that they may have been a dream.
100%. 100%. And I just find it very convenient that her dream was pretty accurate. So, you know, I think that we have to look at this from two sides. Number one, we're dealing with somebody who is young. I think their life experience is very limited, and we know that that person is impaired at the time. How they're manifesting how this thing worked out over time, I think we have to take that into consideration. The other thing that I think you cannot just dismiss is, what was this girl subjected to personally? What did the media say about her? What did social media say about her? Did she have some other reasons over time to start to distance herself from this case? And anybody who tells you she didn't just simply doesn't know what this poor kid went through, not only in the incident themselves, but was subjected to by the general public as a result. I mean, I've heard people on podcasts actually implicate her as one of the potential murderers. That's how far it's gone. So, you know, is there maybe some other things at play here that a person
You have to understand why people are doing
and say, you know, I don't remember anything. Yeah, absolutely.
He's protecting himself as a witness, for sure.
There's no facts that support that they were involved in actually committing the murders. But let's take a step back and let's look at any evidence that they were possibly involved in any of the preparation, the cleanup, or anything that else was surrounded by these murders. Because I'm reading her transcripts, she sounds like the most not credible person I have ever dealt with in my legal career of 16 years old.
Yes, thank
16
you,
years. I'm not saying
you're already starting this conversation that there's cleanup. I'm very familiar with this case. I've walked through the house. I've seen all the crime scene photos. Nobody can show me a spot in that house where there's any evidence of cleanup. And I know Dr. Turvey said that in his opinion.
Whoa.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, it starts to get very heated.
Whoa, yeah,
but
he changed.
Kristen. So, you know, we're playing this video from them, and whatever Sarah says, this is not a reflection on on them. I mean, I think they pretty much caught off guard with him here.
Yeah, no, we could, yes, I agree. And we could disagree on what he's doing. I'm just looking at this from a whole different angle. And the fact that he's now bringing up Turvey, it goes again to, and it seems like he's getting very animated and angry.
Watch his expression here. Watch the.
Okay.
The lack of things in the bathroom is because of cleanup. That's not evidence of cleanup. That's his observation of a picture where he said, well, there isn't a towel hanging up. There isn't a bath mat. Therefore, somebody must have cleaned it up.
What?
Well, he didn't see that before this incident. He doesn't know what that bathroom looked like the day before or a week before. And this is a very bloody scene. And let me make something really clear. I've investigated a lot of cases. I was a blood spatter expert for a number of years. When people clean up bloody scenes, it is obvious. There isn't a, hey, maybe there's cleanup, maybe there isn't.
Holy moly.
Nobody in this case, nobody can produce you a photo showing you evidence of cleanup. So when we start the conversation about, well, what's Dylan's role in the cleanup?
What?
He was a blood spatter expert as well at some point, or even now.
Seen a photo of a cleanup?
So he's kind of, so this goes, wow, this is kind of what Turvey was doing with, and it all fits in with my theory, right? You need kind of a conflict amongst the defense team to bring that IAC claim that will stick. So he's laying the groundwork. I definitely want to hear more about this. So he's attacking Turvey. Turvey attacked Ann Taylor. And I guess in a way he brought up Ann Taylor trying to get information as well, bring that up. So this is great for a PCR motion and claims that we discussed. Absolutely. This is amazing.
Cleanup? Where did we get cleanup?
How did you get promoted? I've been here 15 years in the same position. Can I be honest with you? Please, your ideas are great. I've heard them. But the way they come out, you lose people before you finish. Articulation training fixed that for me in 28 days. Now everyone leans in when I speak, and my thoughts come out sounding eloquent. I'm 47, and my boss says I have the best articulation on the team. I started training 9.
What do you make of the diluted blood?
I'm sorry?
What do you make of the diluted blood?
Diluted blood can happen for a number of reasons. So it could be, are we talking about sweat? Are we talking about, if we want to talk about the infamous beer pong table, we don't know what type of liquids may be there before. Could somebody have attempted to rinse off a knife or try to do something with a knife? That's possible. Diluted blood is incredibly common on a crime scene. It doesn't indicate anything specifically without more context. So, to me, that diluted blood is not evidence of cleanup. And when I think cleanup, I think of evidence of somebody physically trying to clean something up. And in this case, if that had happened as bloody as this scene was, there would be clear evidence of it. And I can tell you and all of your listeners right now, nobody is ever going to produce a crime scene photo that any credible, reputable expert in this type of evidence is going to say that is evidence of cleanup. And even Dr. Turvey, if you listen carefully to what he said there was cleanup based on things not being present. Again, he doesn't have the knowledge to say that because he doesn't know those things were present before the crime. He doesn't know. And I can ask you guys, did somebody recently move out of that house?
Can we pause? Sorry. Can we pause?
Yeah, hit pause.
Prior to the murders?
Wow, he's now, now it's even making more sense in a way. And I have to really dig into this, but he's telling me, at least in my opinion, I think he's going to be the expert witness on blood spatter, potentially, on the PCR aspect and showing this conflict maybe amongst the defense team. Wow, this is critical. I mean, I don't know, whether you believe Turvey, you believe Cyree, or you believe Ann Taylor. What is clear is that there is a problem within the defense team and it's affecting the case, and specifically Brian Kohberger's Sixth Amendment right to effective counsel. So that is clear as day. So I'm not necessarily looking at who's telling the truth or not, although I could raise it and talk about, to me, the importance is that we see this conflict. And this conflict is heated and evidence-based enough that it will, this is what's in the PCR. We're looking at also potential witnesses being shifted from their primary roles, right, to other roles, because they're going to have to testify, potentially testify and be witnesses in another context. So Cy could be, could have given the report and raise issues as to ineffective assistance. Yeah. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole yet, but go ahead. Sorry.
We know there was an empty room.
So maybe somebody took some stuff from the house and maybe some things got moved around the house. So without us being able to say what that house looked like the day before, we can't say that there's evidence of cleanup just simply because something isn't seen, like a bathroom.
Yeah, early on in the investigation reports, the ones we got fairly early on, it said by law enforcement that there was significant evidence of a cleanup.
I would again ask for putting in a report, there's significant evidence of cleanup, doesn't tell me anything. That's not how we do an investigation. We put a marker down, we take a picture, we show a swirl mark, we show a rag, we show a P-trap that we took from a sink that actually has evidence. There is nothing that I have seen in this case that shows any evidence of cleanup inside of that house.
Wow.
And
what about the lack of footprints?
Well, let's talk about the lack of footprints. No matter how this crime went down, no matter who the suspect was, let's take Brian Koberger out of the equation for a minute. If the theory is there would be footprints in the house, then there would be footprints in the house whether Brian Koberger committed this murder or not. The lack of footprints is not surprising to me. In fact, working a lot of very bloody crime scenes, it's not surprising at all. If my feet are in contact with the floor while blood is in flight, it would be very conceivable that there's no blood on the bottom of my shoes. This is super common. In fact, one thing that your trained blood spatter expert is if I have 5 people and 4 of them have bloody feet and 1 of them doesn't, and they were all in the same area at the same time, I can tell you which one was standing and maybe which ones weren't standing because, blood doesn't go on my feet when I'm standing. There is a bloody footprint. There's an issue with that footprint as far as, whose it is and where it came from and when it was potentially deposited there. But more importantly, let's say that I have a bloody shoe tread and I step on carpet and I step on wood or I step on any type of flooring and then I clean that up. There would be evidence of cleanup, right? I would be able to see a swirl mark, and maybe I don't see a footprint anymore, but I see the swirl mark of where that cleanup happened. And in this case, that simply does not exist.
So
here's the issue. Here's an issue I've had with this, because I know that the 2 scenes, the 2 bedrooms where it appears the murders occurred, Xana's room and Maddie's room, there is a lot of blood reported, and I think we've seen photos on the floors in there, and there are swirls of blood. There's blood, for instance, on the bottom of Xana's feet, indicating that there was some sort of a struggle, that at least she was stepping in blood in her room. So there was a lot of blood in those rooms, but then none in between those rooms and from those rooms to any entrance. That troubles me a bit with regard to how, what happened after, or was there something? Because you would think with the amount of blood that was on the floor, and there are some clear marks indicating somebody moved, and we know Xana did. How is it that whoever did this, if it is Brian or if it is somebody else, escaped any trace of blood between those rooms or between either of those rooms and the exits?
It's actually very common. And there's something that we have to discuss here for just a second. There's a lot of blood on the floor. If I step in that blood,
this is crazy. There's one design that everyone is using. Same layouts, same fonts. How can customers tell your business apart?
Very interesting.
He's now into a.
And then I walk through the house and I leave a bloody trail. You're going to see where I.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was saying this is very interesting that they're focused on this and he's giving opinions on it. It's telling me he's.
I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this at all.
Yeah. And that he's contradicting Turvey, more importantly.
First stepped in the blood. That's going to be obvious. And if somebody tries to clean up or manipulate that area, it's going to be very obvious. In this case, we don't see that. In order for somebody to have bloody shoes, they have to step in blood, or blood has to get deposited on the bottom of their shoes. If they're stepping in blood, we would see that in the areas where there is blood deposited on the floor, and we don't. The crime scene photos don't show that. There is no reason in this case to believe that the evidence, the bottom of the suspect's shoes, whoever the suspect might be, the bottom of those shoes would be covered in blood to leave a trail. There's nothing to indicate that in either one of the bedrooms. Now, is there potentially some very small invisible blood that was transferred through the house on the path, whoever the suspect was? Sure. I can't speak to the ability and the amount of effort that was put into looking for that in a way that would produce all of it. But again, this is one of those rabbit holes we can get in and we can go way down. Whether Brian Koberger committed this crime or not, those facts are the facts. You insert any other suspect in this place, that issue still remains, and that's why I'm saying it's very common. It doesn't surprise me at all.
So if we take for a second the footprint issue and put it to the side, if you look at the fact that, what do you make of the fact that there's no blood transfer from the two rooms? So the knife presumably, and the murder weapon or weapons presumably is covered in blood. So why isn't that transferred?
I don't agree with you that there wasn't blood transfer. And I'm not going to get into a bunch of detail with that because I don't know what has all been released on that. I don't keep up with the document dumps. I just don't agree. There's blood transfer.
Can you?
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, so I know it's pretty clear that you don't believe that there was a cleanup, but you can't exclude that there was either. So by the same sort of rationale, if you don't see any evidence of it because the absence of evidence isn't evidence of a cleanup, you can't also exclude the fact that there was a cleanup.
I think we should probably define cleanup. If you're telling me that somebody took time to clean up the crime scene itself, somehow remove physical evidence that was critical in this case, like blood evidence, I haven't seen any evidence of a cleanup. If your definition of cleanup is somebody took a couple of items out of the house before law enforcement got there, I can't speak to that, and nobody else can, because there's a lot of different people in that house, some of them by themselves at times. I don't know. But I haven't seen anything in this case that would indicate that there was an effort to clean up the crime scene itself.
What?
Now, with respect to the bathroom that was on...
That's shocking what he's saying.
The one that we're referring to, I think Dr. Turvey talks a lot about this in his report. Nothing in the bathroom, to my understanding, was ever tested. Is that your understanding?
I don't know that there's anything in the bathroom that could be tested. I mean, we have to collect something to test something.
Well, first of all, there was a missing crock. There was one white crock that was found outside of the bathroom, and it was noted in a bunch of the reports that the other one wasn't found. But is that significant that that bathroom wasn't tested?
Not to me. It's not. I mean,
why?
We have to overlook
That's
so much.
You know what? Wait,
really
stop 1 second. Just want to point out
to say that a crock that may or may not have contained some type of body.
Sorry, guys.
Just a red flag. Yeah, it should be important, but a red flag just comes out, and hopefully someone could address it. And Wendy, if you could read it or know this answer. Didn't Turvey also say something very similar regarding some evidence that he says, I don't, he discounted, it doesn't matter. It was Turvey as well. I forgot what it was regarding. I apologize. But
yeah, but Linda brings up a good point here. You're right. When did he become an expert on this?
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, he's now an expert in some capacity, whether he's
on
in
it up
the
on the
piece.
screen and show the comments. Sorry, here we go. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not ignoring all of you, but I mean this is true.
Well, he admitted he was a blood expert, not for the case itself, but he's saying he's a qualified expert on blood spatter. And I guess, I don't know, do they go into his background? I mean, I don't know what else they say. I would watch it. I know we're limited in time.
He wasn't hired for that purpose.
I understand that, but now he could be one of two things. in my opinion, if he's used for the defense, he's now going to be, and this is why hiding the financials is important. And I don't know if he's even being paid, but you could be an expert on one field for trial purposes, but you could be qualified for an expert in a whole other field for PCR purposes and address the DNA. Because I'm thinking, look, if you're Ann Taylor, and again, I'm just brainstorming as we're talking. If you're Ann Taylor, you know that the people behind it, and I'm assuming it's the feds as well. All right, it's not just the state of Idaho who has this much resources and interest in the case to make sure the feds aren't found out and their footprints in it, right? If you're Ann Taylor, how do you keep the information of who you're hiring, who's coming in your office and the like under some sort of a mystery? If you have experts who are qualified in more than one field, wow. That's called flexibility. And you can move and shape your case and your theories without having the eyes and ears being looked into. All right, because you could just put surveillance teams and finding out who's meeting with Ann Taylor, getting phone calls. They're all trying to figure it out. But if it's Cy Ray, right, you have to ask, well, okay, he was used as the, basically for the cell phone tower records and the like regarding that tracking. He was that expert, but now we know he's qualified in a whole other field. But that's the type of flexibility. Yeah, I'm just saying that's the type of flexibility that if you are going to file a PCR and you're going to have an effective assistance of counsel, that's the type of person you need. I'm not saying he is that, but that's the type of person that would help you keep things under wraps. Now, the same thing could be true for Turvey. I think he was also qualified in another area, subject area. So this is very unique. On the other hand, Cy Ray could be a potential prosecution witness. I don't know. I'm just raising it from a theory of, what makes sense and his ability and what he's discussing now, because normally you would say, you know what, even if I'm a qualified expert, I wouldn't know all this stuff anyway. Like he's addressing questions that as an expert, you're not going to spend your time looking into the blood spatter of a case that you're not being paid or compensated for. And even if you're doing it for free, why would you be spending time on it? So it begs the question, he's definitely playing a role. There's no doubt in my mind. He's definitely playing a role here in the PCR that's coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Let's see what he says here.
Biological evidence on it could change this entire case. It could complicate this case, and it could definitely open the door to some other questions. But, all of those factors do not change the evidence against Brian Kohberger. It just muddies the water to, hey, is there other things? Here's the other thing. Can people have blood on items that aren't related to a particular crime scene inside of a house? And the answer is, of course we can. So, a crock that may or may not have had blood that somehow disappears, and I can't speak to all that, and I think I've been very clear on my idea of whether this crime scene was sloppy or not sloppy, or as far as the investigation itself being sloppy. I can't speak to that. But a crock does not change this case. Cleanup of a downstairs bedroom or bathroom does not change this case. There is still overwhelming evidence pointing to a suspect in this case, regardless of what we find with those things.
Mm-hmm. Now, with those words, overwhelming evidence, totality of circumstance, can you give us your top 5 pieces of evidence that you believe actually prove without a doubt that BK committed this crime? And do you think he did it alone?
Good question.
I don't know what's been publicly released and what hasn't been publicly released.
Final call. Grab your AI certificate for just $20. This offer dies tonight. The AI certificate program, especially if you're over 40, 28 days,
yeah, no, this is good.
In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable.
Motive, opportunity, the ability, pattern of life, events of that evening, video surveillance, all provides a pretty clear picture that Brian Koberger is an excellent candidate of somebody who could have committed this crime.
What?
And like I said before, I'm not going to talk about the admissibility of that evidence because I do believe that there's issues with the admissibility of all of that evidence.
Okay, interesting.
10 out of 10 juries in the United States would convict Brian Koberger for this case if all of that evidence was allowed to be presented to them.
That's important to understand. That's important to understand what he's saying. That if the evidence is allowed in, that's Hitler. Hitler would have allowed it and then let the jury, that's the problem. But he's saying if all the evidence would have been allowed and Hitler would have allowed it, let's face it. Okay. So, the first part I was very concerned of what, now he conditioned and qualified what he was saying if the evidence that I know or have seen that's not in the public view, was admitted into court, Brian Koberger would have a problem. And I think most of us would agree with that based on Hitler and the rulings and what was being addressed. So that's important to understand. I just want to make clear. At first, I thought Cyré was being a problem, but now he qualified his response and why it points to BK. But go ahead.
That's a legal thing that would have to happen in the court. And I've been very clear about, I do not believe law enforcement acted appropriately in the way that some of this evidence was secured. And I think that we need to hold some accountability there. And I've been very outspoken about that to my own detriment. Like, I don't have a dog in this fight. And this case has, been more of a detriment to me than it's been helpful to me by a long shot. So I'm not making this argument because I think, I want to show the world that I'm right. That's not what we're talking about. The evidence in this case is clear. I've been in a lot of jury trials. When I say 10 out of 10 juries convict Brian Koberger, if all of this evidence comes in, that's based on 30 years of experience of seeing these cases. And I think the three of you, if you are ever allowed to see all of the evidence in this case, would have a really hard time defending him. And you would agree, like, man, I've got an issue. Now, if you want to talk about legal issues and your ability as attorneys to potentially get some of this evidence out, that's a whole other conversation.
IAC and effective assistance of counsel.
If all that evidence comes in,
he's going to talk about it. Just as you predicted, he's going to talk about it now.
Wow. It's like a script. Okay.
It's what he says.
Put it that way. And we should talk about this. The defense team had lost almost every single motion they had filed.
Yes.
Almost every single one of them.
Especially on
this was going to be an overwhelming case for the defense to overcome in trial.
There you go. Yes.
Now, to get into the legal issue, this is also a case that the prosecution would have a really hard time explaining some of the processes that they did. So both sides are having issues with how this case could.
Well, stop right there because it's critical.
So circling back a little bit to.
Okay, this is great. I mean, this is all, it's my theory, the parallel proceedings. This is what he's pointing out, that the state could not tell you the raw data, for example, the underlying facts of how they got BK's name, how it came through. They can't, because they didn't develop it. They got a tip, and all that underlying data and knowledge is within the federal, the federal protection. No pun intended. But you're not going to get those sources and methods from the feds. Hitler will not allow it. So he's pointing out that parallel construction is at issue. So the prosecution would have had problems on a little bit on cross-examination, right? Jeez. From Ann Taylor and her team regarding some of this information. And just like Cyré had indicated that the Mr. Balance had problems, that whole investigation aspect had problems and it was flawed. But how far down that rabbit hole would you be allowed to get into on cross-examination at trial? Hitler would shut it down. You would have maybe a question or two, and it would make you look stupid at the end. Because just as Cyré's pointing out, now I have problems with what he's saying, but I understand really what he's getting at, is that if you allow all the evidence in, right, and Hitler is the gatekeeper, doesn't matter how well you cross-examine, he's going to protect the case and get that conviction. And it's a conviction that is brought about by the feds directing this the whole time. That's what I'm getting from this.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Let me, sorry, I'm trying to open this. Okay.
You've mentioned that there's overwhelming evidence, and it sounds like some of that evidence, unfortunately, is not available to the public. And so at this point, we can't really evaluate it on the same level that you can evaluate it on because we're not privy to that. But talking about the evidence that is widely available right now, is there any evidence within the scope of your expertise in this role? Like,
Looking to skyrocket your YouTube channel?
Wow,
Let
I
Sprizzy
mean,
boost you to the top.
just
Using YouTube ads,
just
Sprizzy
nuggets.
targets views.
the mapping data, the AT&T records, et cetera, that you've seen and reviewed that would provide you with a different explanation of the story associated with Brian and what happened that night?
He can't go into that.
Yeah, so a really good way to summarize at a very high level is Brian's activities that night leading up to the time of the murder is very suspicious. So let's just go down the conspiracy road. Maybe this is a better way for me to do it. For me to frame Brian Kohberger for this case, here's what I got to do. I've got to start this framing in March of 2021. And I want that to
bingo.
That date to be really clear for everybody who's listening to this. I'm going to start framing, of all people in the world, Brian Kohberger for this murder in March of 2021, because I'm going to make sure that there's a paper trail of him obtaining the murder weapon or what could potentially be the murder
There they
weapon.
go.
So 9 months almost before the murder, I'm going to start this planning. Take in mind, I don't even know he's going to be in Pullman or Moscow in March of 2021. Yet my mastermind
he's not,
conspiracy,
because-
I'm going to
No, he's
plant
not.
a paper
I'll
trail
explain why
that
later.
puts him in connection
What
with
is
a
he-
potential murder.
He's
Go
saying
on.
there's a federal footprint in how I'm reading it, because I put out a video a long time about Operation Last Mile, and I don't know, we may have talked about it on your show as well, one of the first things. But March of 2021 was Operation Last Mile, if I'm not mistaken, and that involved where they were tracking cartels at their distribution chain right into small towns and college towns. So that date that he gave is very interesting, very interesting. And he's also saying the only way, going back to March of 2021, and that, in my opinion, Brian Kohberger also fits in another video I'm putting out. Like I said, he was a federal asset of some sort, and he had a top security clearance. So they had all this records of BK long before, and this also supports that theory. Again, he's not telling you that, but I'm just reading in between what little I know and the tea leaves that I read. Amish tea.
So we know that they were targeting with that operation. Didn't they announce it in 2023?
The operation Last Mile, then they announced it. Yes. But it started in March of 2021, I believe.
Okay.
I gotta go back on that, but and
Don't have it all
and
over
just
my head, but I do know they announced it.
no, Operation Last Mile existed during the time of the unaliving, so they may have announced it in 2023. And then don't forget they announced it. You have to have the planning and the operational planning and everything else. So things were in the works. I just got to go back. So, just because they announce something and arrest people, so if they arrest somebody, let's say in March of 2021, and especially on a large scale like that, that this has been going on for 2 years at least.
Yeah.
So prior to that. So this is a
Lucy
very...
is right here. She says here,
let me
quote Hitler. Even if all the wounds are from a K-bar, they still can't narrow it to a USMC one. It's very true.
That Hitler said if all the wounds are from a K-bar, they still can. Oh yeah, Okay, he said that?
He did.
Okay, that wow. They cannot prove that it's a murder. Exactly.
They
Okay.
can't.
Well, no, they can't. They can't. And look, I think there's more evidence of a steak knife was used, in my opinion, than a K-bar. So, at some capacity, I think there's probably multiple weapons used, multiple knives, but
Yeah, definitely. See what he says here. Let's go on a bit. I'm going to go a little bit forward. Sorry. Let's go a little bit forward and see what he says here. Oh, wow. Couldn't get out.
Find your inner anthem, write another stand.
Again, we're going to have to get into this conspiracy on top of everything else that is made up to frame. And why are we framing Brian Kohberger of all people? But let's just assume we're still framing this conspiracy where we're going to stick this on Brian Kohberger.
Right. Interesting.
The text messages that are sent between the two surviving victims in that house and the timing of those text messages, the content of those text messages, you have to put both of them clearly framed as part of this conspiracy. So now on top of all these other things you've been able to pull off to frame Brian Kohberger, you now have to get them 100% involved in the giant conspiracy and then completely change their pattern of life when the crime happens. Some of the text message, and I'm not going to go into details because I don't know what's been released. I don't know what isn't, and I refuse to stay caught up on this case of what happened when. My personal experience are the content of those text messages are two girls who are absolutely terrified.
Well, that's because he doesn't want to be a biased.
They make terrible decisions afterwards, 100%. Should we question those decisions? We should, because they are terrible decisions. But do I have any reason to believe that they faked it and that they intentionally sent text messages back and forth with certain content just to make it look like, that part of this conspiracy? I think that's a stretch for any logical person to make. But yes, there is.
Yeah. But I think it's more than text messages between, because I know there were text messages. There was actually phone activity that I saw on that where Dylan was, and I think it was
Snapchat.
Dylan, was on various websites, including things like Indeed.com and job search stuff in the hours between 4 and
I would caution anybody to judge any phone activity from the time the murders happened until the time 911 call is made, until you're physically seeing that evidence. I think you'll be surprised that what you're describing is probably not the case. And let me remind you all of something really quick. The Karen Reed case, there was kind of a mockery that happened in that case because everybody was convinced that a person involved in that case searched how long does it take to die in the snow at 2:30 something in the morning.
Why is he why is he saying that we'll be surprised that what happened isn't what we're being told? Why is he saying that?
To me, again, I'm not taking him at his word. I mean, I'm looking at what it means in a context of a legal context. This is proving to me he's definitely going to be playing a witness role. He does not want to get into attacking anyone or coming up with a theory that will be where he can be cross-examined and look foolish. You see, he's saying, look, reasonably, this is what you need to look at, because then he'll give you an opinion. But if he's a witness, the opinion on evidence of Dylan and the like is irrelevant to a PCR motion. But if he starts talking about it and making statements, just like he attacked Turvey, if you notice, there was a different type of qualification in his statement in regards to Turvey. He attacked Turvey. He's not attacking Dylan. He gave a hypothetical and why you should all sit back and wait to see the evidence, and then you could conclude. So, which is being reasonable and allows him not to address questions if he's cross-examined on this issue, because he's not opining. But on Turvey, he does opine, and he does dig the knife into Turvey. So it's telling me he's playing a role in some context that is coming up.
Lucy, you sent a YouTube video. I'm just trying to have a look at it. I don't know what it is. What was the video about? All right, let's look at this.
Evidence actually came out in court. It was very clear that that search happened at 6:30 in the morning. So I would caution people who are not trained, and just because I have a YouTube, and I'm not, I promise you guys, I'm not talking about the three of you right now, but just because I have a true crime podcast, that doesn't make me an expert in forensic digital evidence. So when I start hearing things like that, and we start seeing things being circulated around, I would caution everybody from making any statements about what those two girls were doing on their phones until they see the physical evidence, and more importantly, they understand what that evidence means. Because we saw it on a national stage with Karen Reed, some very smart people made a critical mistake that made that search history 4 hours different than it was reported.
What physical evidence have you seen that would help us wrap our head around what you're saying right now? Because the evidence that we're seeing is different.
Okay.
The physical evidence that I feel very comfortable with is the text message content, who they're calling at a critical time, who's answering and who's not answering. And then
are you referring up to the murders or following the murders or right around the time?
Right around the time of the murders. I'm going to say right after the murders because it's very consistent. If you read the text messages, it's very clear. And, and I will push back. I heard it on a previous guest that you guys had that, we don't really know when these crimes happened. And that is absolute nonsense. That is a statement from somebody or somebody who's trying to either weave a story or just doesn't understand the evidence.
Is that Chris Wickham?
At 4 a.m., there's actually a lot of activity going on in that house. And we can look at history, and this is where pattern of life is so important. And I hope people are understanding when I start talking about pattern of life, why it's so important. We can see what normal behavioral patterns look like for everybody involved in this case. And then we can see some things happening that you can't ignore. You can't ignore the white car driving by the house 3 times and then speeding away. We can't ignore hearing a dog bark. We can't ignore hearing certain things or seeing certain text messages. Like there's clear something happens right around a few minute time period, and we see a dramatic change in pattern of life on all of the devices, all 4 of them. So, for us to sit here and say, well, we really don't know when the crime is. It could have been the next morning. It could have been as early as 1:30. That's absolute nonsense. That's somebody who's crafting a story that just doesn't match the evidence.
Can you describe what some of those pattern of life changes were?
Somebody looking or accessing things they normally access right up to a very specific time frame, and then that phone never being used again.
Why does he know so much?
Text message content of somebody saying, oh my God, what's happening here, to that effect.
Well, he talks about the car, but do we see Brian behind the wheel of that car?
Right. Yes. And the devices of the victims. I'm just saying how he's getting into stuff. I don't know. There's so many ways to take this, but clearly there's a reason why he's come out, and the extent of his pretextual testimony, shall I couch it that way?
His book, and then, the new Netflix series is coming out, I believe, next weekend. So just
we have a lot to look at.
I wonder if they interviewed. I wonder how they're going to show that white car, because I just saw the trailer of that, and the 911 caller's voice is not even the same as the original 911 caller. I don't know who's watched the trailer of that here. That's going to be pretty interesting. I think we need to do a reaction to that. We should.
With the voices, yeah. There's.
Yeah, why would you? The voice is different completely. So, he's coming out, his book, the Netflix. Okay, let's see what he says here.
There's clearly a change where a lot of activity stops on 4 phones and there's an absolute panic on the other 2 phones. That's probably the best way that I can frame it.
And are you talking about text messages? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm talking about phone use entirely, whether you're browsing, you're doom scrolling or death scrolling through something, whether you're receiving food, whether you're eating food. There is a lot of evidence in this case of when this crime occurred.
Cartoons make complex ideas easy to understand and are incredibly effective.
Why would he know all that?
Instead
Why
of
would
telling
he
you about
even
how
invest
amazing
the
2D
time to
really
do that?
is, why don't I just show you?
What is
Let's say we want
how
a
would he-
bee
how would he know
explaining
all
the
of
law
this?
of gravity.
Do you think, sorry, hold on, Sam, I just have one more. Do you think it was normal?
How would he know all of this?
Yeah, I mean, you're taking time away. I'm assuming he's very busy to figure out a case and look at evidence, which is not in his wheelhouse. Doesn't make sense. Defense normally doesn't do that. However, defense may, because if you're qualified in different subject areas, right, you would use that knowledge to question your defense team. You use that, you brainstorm and attack each other's supportive theories to make sure, what holes there are and what's not, what saves the day. So I don't know if that happened, but it's not unusual that it does happen, even though he's retained as a specific subject matter area expert. His other expertise allows him to address those type of things.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What do you think? Pretty interesting. I've just moved a bit forward.
Yeah.
The lack of documentation there. I think that's what we're really talking about here. As somebody who has worked very dynamic crime scenes like this, it is very easy to stumble across something and it gets moved or it gets somehow altered from its original position. And everybody realizes, oh crap, look at that. And a photograph is taken. And then later on, it's like, okay, well, where did you see it or what happened beforehand? And it's moved back in there just to capture, hey, it was right here when I first saw it. It's important to understand that the knife sheath, I don't know that it would have been in view. Let's just assume, and again, I'm not defending anything within the law enforcement investigation, so I don't want people saying, he's full of crap on this. I'm just saying, let's assume the knife sheath was where it was alleged to be, and it's either wrapped up or somehow combined with that sheet. The first officer, second officer, third officer may not see it. They're not looking for specific evidence like that. They're clearing the house for people. They're not searching it. So now later on, different officers come in. Maybe somebody goes to move the sheet, and as they're uncurling the sheet or they're pulling the sheet back, that knife sheath falls on the floor. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying, if we look at other crime scenes, that is very possible. Well, now the knife sheath is on the floor. We can't change that. That happened. I would expect somebody to photograph that and say, okay, this is where we first realized, holy crap. And then I can tell you as a crime scene supervisor who's been on there, if somebody explained, well, it was on the bed, I moved this, it fell off the bed, it's on the floor, I would tell them, okay, take a picture here. Now position it as close as you can to where it fell from. And now articulate that in a report so that we can rebuild what you actually physically observed.
Yes, okay.
And again, we're going to go back to, no crime scene is perfect. We make errors.
Yeah. Well, did that happen here? I mean, if someone's moving evidence, you have to include it in the report after your after action report, however they phrase it. But you're going to have to put in a report. If you're touching evidence and you moved it, or you uncovered it, basically, you found it, it's got to be stated how you found it. I moved the body, or I pulled this, and it fell out, so people could understand why it's in the position it is where you're taking that picture. Right? It's kind of like a foundation, like we're talking about all the other evidence. You should be able to cross-examine the people who found it, how they found it, where it was, and how it came about to take a picture. I don't think there's any evidence, and anyone who, or Wendy, if you could let me know, that describes that sheath being moved.
I don't know. Hi, Scully. How are you? Where's your mod stick? What happened to it?
Oh, Scully's here. Hey, Scully. Good.
Let's catch up with everyone.
Yeah.
What did I do? Did I do something wrong? I think Cyray's got your mod stick. Sorry.
Okay.
Maybe we must bring him up as well. I don't know how to give you a mod stick. Hold on, let me see what I do. Oh, check Scully with his
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Profile pictures are very original. How do I give you a mod stick, Scully?
Give him a mod stick. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Just gonna be.
I don't know how to give you a mod stick on it. Let's see. Oh no, I don't know. All right. Maybe he's doing something wrong there. Do you have it? Sorry, I've done something wrong there. Okay, Big Amish is taking a quick break. Let's carry on playing. Wow, I don't like this guy, hey. Let's play a little bit further.
Everybody makes errors, and anybody sharpshooting.
Anybody wants to come up? Scully, anyone? Welcome. Lucy. I know Lucy was.
All right, we're back here. Oh, all right. What do we got here? Oh, Scully's up. Hey.
Well, that's just terrible police work. Well, you probably haven't been in that situation because it's very easy to do. So the real issue here is the lack of documentation, and it's not just the knife sheath; it's the entire case. You know, I wish we had better documentation on the entire thing. It would be a different.
There you go. Yeah.
And you say that that's sort of one possibility. Of course, we all don't know, but that sort of also leaves open the idea that other possibilities could have happened, which as attorneys is why the chain of custody is so crucial. Sometimes maybe it's a harmless error. Sometimes it's the entirety of the case. And when that piece of evidence is the entirety of the case, you can understand, I'm sure, or appreciate why it's such a big deal.
Absolutely. There's a reason I took this case. I could not agree with you guys more. And I've been very outspoken about the fact that there are a lot of errors in this case that didn't have to be there.
Yeah. Boom.
With respect to BK's car, is that with respect to the search and there was no DNA and there was no blood in the victims, does that have any significance to you on this investigation? Because were there like 200 stab wounds? I mean, you would imagine that there would have, I think it was your words, there was an excessive amount of blood at this scene.
Yeah, it is clearly troubling, you know, and I think that there was an assumption also by law enforcement that once they got a hold of this car, the entire case was going to come together because of that. So, you know, I think it was shocking to everybody not to see that. Is it possible? 100% it's possible. You know, we have to factor in a couple more details here. We're dealing with somebody who understands crime scene forensics to some extent. I don't think by any means they're an expert. I don't think that they had this locked down really well, but there was a basic understanding about evidence transfer, if you will. So is it possible that somebody could do this and not transfer blood in the car? 100% there is. Of course there is. Is it unlikely? Yeah, I would expect to see it. The second factor we have to bring in, though, is the gap in time. And this is probably the most important. You know, we have a pretty significant gap from the time of the crime to the time the car is actually processed. And
are you tired of your YouTube channel not getting the attention it deserves? Building a YouTube channel can be a very lucrative and successful.
The problem with DNA is as time goes, we lose it. It starts to disappear in a number of different ways. So, you know, I would love to say that, you know, that in itself just completely reframes this entire case. But I've had cases where I know bloody bodies have been transported in a trunk and we can prove it 15 different ways, but we didn't get trace evidence out of that trunk. I mean, it's possible to do if you have a suspect or a defendant who understands some basic crime scene transfer.
In a quadruple murder.
Is it possible for blood to have been in that car and then it dissipated and eroded prior to the search of the car?
It's possible that it could have been cleaned. It's possible that things could have come into contact with the blood and there's transfer and that they've been removed. You know, there's an idea that when I get in that car, I'm touching the car. We have to understand with a little bit, anybody who's watched a few episodes of Dexter should be tracking right now. You know, there's things I can do to my car that my contact isn't with the car. It's with things that I have put between me and car seats or car doors or car interior. It isn't impossible to hide the transfer from the car. It would potentially be impossible to hide transfer, but we don't know the state of the car at that time, whether it's BK's or anybody else's. Like, we don't know what that car looked like. So, it's an issue that we have to look at. It's an issue that should absolutely be put in front of the jury and let the jury see those issues, but it isn't, it doesn't rule anything out by any means.
I think Paulette Sutton opined that he did it.
Is it possible that that car was not involved in the crime?
Sure.
Well, I know we talked before. When we talked before, you have some thoughts about the route that Brian Kohberger took that night, right? That he took a more northerly around Moscow, correct? Did you determine that?
Well, I put a couple things in my report. So let's start with what I've made very, very clear at this point. I do not believe Brian Kohberger ever traveled on or along Highway 270 that night. I think there is significant physical evidence that shows a vehicle even similar to Brian Kohberger's vehicle never traveled on or along Highway 270 during this critical time period. So, I've been very vocal about that. I think I've cleared that up as well as I can. I think all of the video referencing a white car on WSU campus prior to the murders is not Brian Kohberger's car. And in fact, there's significant evidence, the phone itself, the movements of the phone during that time to show Brian Kohberger's phone is not in that vehicle. So the car at WSU isn't his. There is no white car that matches Brian Kohberger's vehicle that travels on 270 into Moscow that night. Is there evidence that Brian has previously traveled from the general area of his residence to Moscow on another road north of Highway 270? Yeah, there's fairly significant evidence of that. So is it feasible to say, well, because he wasn't on 270, he couldn't have gone to Moscow? And that's what I'll say is no, you can't say that. We can only say his phone is off during that time. The totality here that changes that narrative is when the phone comes back on. And when the phone comes back on, it is due south of Moscow. And when we just simply look, from point A to point B, knowing he didn't travel on Highway 270, knowing that he didn't drop down, because we would have video of it. If he dropped down out of WSU and he went south of WSU, we would have that video, and he's not on that video. So when we look at all the video camera, how do you get from his house to south of Moscow? Well, it fits that northerly route. And when we look at pattern of life, he is familiar with, he's driven that northerly route on a number of times. So, it comes down to some logical common deduction. How do you get from point A to point B? And, I'm not talking, I'll be really clear, I'm not talking about Brian Kohberger even. I'm talking about Brian Kohberger's device. So let's just simply say at some point, Brian Kohberger's device has to pass through Moscow or very close to Moscow that evening. And I don't think anybody with any type of expertise in this field will ever argue against that.
Did you ever determine where his device was when it powered back on?
100%. We have great data that shows pretty precisely where he is and the route that he takes back to his house. And when I say consistent, it's important that everybody understands here. We have a number of GPS hits that perfectly track along multiple dirt roads. So, for example, we have GPS hits that are hitting on a dirt road.
It's for anyone, even someone with great hair who wants even better hair, someone wanting to regrow their hair faster.
It comes to a T intersection. We can see that vehicle turned left, and then it continues to perfectly follow that road, and it comes to another intersection, and it turns right. We can do measurements in between those GPS hits to look at the speed that he's traveling. And the speed is very consistent with what you would expect on a dirt road. It's also very consistent with what you would expect the length of time it took to travel that route. We then start getting those same type of location data hitting with video surveillance that captures a vehicle very similar to Brian Kohberger's car. Multiple surveillance cameras.
Yeah, not the same, it's similar.
Yes.
Yes.
So now we see the cell phone moving along a certain route, and we see a white vehicle that matches the owner of that cell phone moving along the same route. So could we make an argument that that's not Brian Kohberger? 100%. But his phone and his vehicle are absolutely moving along there, or a vehicle very similar to his with his phone in it.
He qualify that
Do
again.
you have concrete information then that he went to Walla Walla Park?
But didn't they, hang on. Didn't they say that
I don't want
the phone pings and the car doesn't exactly match 100%? Wasn't that what we originally heard?
Well, yeah, but he's saying, right, even his device, he wouldn't even say BK. So his device and a similar vehicle, right, had pings consistent with traveling from Moscow if you go through these dirt roads, and it had those pings. Now, he does condition things and say, similar vehicle, taking Brian out of the equation and saying his device, right? Although you can make certain referencing from that, but he also can't say it's not Brian 100%, right? Because if he's going to be a witness, you have a bias already setting in, and his determination of whether it's Brian or not is irrelevant. What's relevant is it his device? Because there's no evidence, any video footage that states or shows a image of Brian Kohberger at all anywhere, right? So that is a plus. But he's saying these data points, right, are associated with BK. That you can't dispute.
And like Design Rhythm is saying, why would he bring his phone? It doesn't make sense. I mean, he understands all of this.
Right. So
you would think that he would leave his phone at home, right?
Or did someone else take it?
Or he would, well, I don't know about that, but I mean, wouldn't he use a different phone? Why would you if you're going to go and commit a crime, mind you, going past all those cops outside his apartment, with his car wrapped up in bubble and he's in plastic bags and gloves up to his elbows, mask, the whole thing. Wouldn't he take a burner phone or something like that?
Yeah. If he's going to be that smart, you're absolutely right. Right. You don't become dumb, halfway through the, I'm just going to bring my...
Design Rhythm, he was studying cloud-based forensics. So that's what I said in the beginning. Would somebody who has knowledge of all of this make so many obvious mistakes?
Yeah.
And people will say, well, he's just dumb. He wasn't thinking. He had this urge to do this. So why? Does it make sense?
It doesn't make sense. Look, there's always a possibility we have all this wrong, but it doesn't make sense. And at the end of the day, something regarding a similar vehicle, right, was used. Okay, that's fair. A similar vehicle. It's not anything identifying BK. And that vehicle, by the way, thousands of them are within what, an 8-10 mile radius. Thousands of the same type of vehicle, similar vehicle, we use as standard, is in that area. So how do you, I have my own biases. I'm looking at this from a, what's going on here? What is he trying to protect? What is he trying to say? And protect meaning that PCR, right? If he's involved in it. But, and the other thing.
I have concrete information because that's a very specific question to Walla Walla Park because I don't know the exact boundary of
I was simply going to say the Stingray. When we talked about how there's a device that you could mimic someone's location and you could do a lot of things with a Stingray or a similar device as a Stingray and others, where you could create a location, recreate a location for someone, and they're not even there, by placing a geographic location and making it seem like it's pinging from a specific tower or somewhere else. So there's a lot of things that could be going on in the background here that he's saying, if we just go by what he said originally, that that there was basically malfeasance. The whole federal involvement was in regarding the tracking of the device and or the vehicle has flaws in it. So we'll leave it at that.
Scully's here. All right. Hi, Scully.
Hello. Good
Hey,
afternoon.
hey, Scully.
What's up, Big Amish?
Good to
Linda, you're
hear
right.
from
That
you.
was, as far as I know, it's a cop car. Hi,
There's
Scully.
my
Well,
man.
he's on here.
Just waking up.
He
That's
forgot my WhatsApp until he wanted to come on the stream. Now
I'm
he
glad
remembers.
my stream ended on its own because I fell asleep.
This is the first time. How many times has this guy fallen asleep on his skull?
Well, at least I'm well rested now, so I have no excuse.
yes.
I'm just like, everybody knows how many times. One time I did a live stream with Skull and he fell asleep about 3 times.
But
Yep.
at the perfect
I was
time.
killing him in the live video. Skull, wake up. Lucy took over. Skull was sleeping.
Yeah.
Anyway, nice to have you here. So
Yes,
I don't
absolutely.
Someone told me they were like, you snore cute. I was like, fuck.
No sleep apnea.
Right.
No, he kind of like sneaks off at points, he does.
Well, it's glad to have him. Absolutely. And sure, his insight too.
Yep.
I
for
haven't
sure.
watched the full interview, so let's see what's going on. People
No,
were so disappointed.
we haven't watched it either. We just kind of we were actually going to do another live today on something else. Probably do that next week. But then this came up and we're like, wow, okay, let's talk about this. All right. So you guys tell me when to play. I'm going to play.
Wall
Right.
I don't know that I can say with specificity that he was inside the park. I do feel very comfortable that he was in the area of Walla Walla Park. The next morning is what you're talking about, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I guess some of this just gets kind of put together because Moscow and Pullman are referred to basically as one area, right? They share an airport, everything is pretty close. So when you're reading things and we're reading reports and it says he was near X, Y, and Z, it sounds like everything is fairly near. So if we're saying that we can put him in Moscow X times, does that mean he was at the Costco? Does that mean he was at, the grocery store? How close to these exact points are we getting? When you say near the park and you say, yeah, I have him literally at one of the entrances and that's identified in a map, or is it, well, he was in that area. So I think there was a likelihood that he was there.
Well, you also have to understand that there's never going to be a consistency in the granularity. And there's also different sources of data that can corroborate this. So, when you say, well, was he at Walmart or was he here? There is point of purchase sales. So there is things we can do to go look at, hey, we know his debit card was swiped at this store at this time, and it matches up with this cell site. So at this particular time, we can say he was in Ross, where maybe 99% of the other times he's using that cell tower, we can only say he's in Moscow. So we have to keep in mind, and this is where I keep going back, and I understand that there's frustration because the world hasn't seen this, and this is why there needed to be a trial on this case. When you look at pattern of life and you start stacking all of these different types of evidence on top of each other, it tells a very strong story. And I know people are probably thinking, well, I'm not going to trust this guy, and that's cool. I'm not asking anybody to trust me. It's my opinion based on what I've seen. But the facts speak louder than anything I can tell you guys or anything I can tell your audience. There's a reason the defense decided a plea deal was a good offer. There's a reason
Here we go.
Was a good offer. If the defense felt very strongly that they could convince a jury that Brian Koberger did not commit this crime, I know enough about this defense team and I trust them. They would have gone to trial to prove just that.
There it is.
They knew they had issues. If the state felt that they could go to trial, death penalty, like a couple of the families wanted, and they felt very comfortable with that, they would have gone to trial. There is a plea deal in this case because both things can exist. Brian Koberger can be guilty and the case can be really screwed up. And that's why I started with, hey, to have a real conversation about this, we have to start with both of those things are possible.
Totally. But it's also possible that he's innocent and took a plea deal, right? All of those things would be possible because there may be a number of reasons why a defense team would determine
Look at his face.
For example, an extreme amount of data that they cannot process in a short amount of time, repeated rulings that are against them and just somebody's decision to potentially take a plea deal because they think that that's the best option for them in their life because they're concerned that they're going to be convicted, that they may also accept a plea deal.
100%, especially on a death penalty case, right? I get that there's motivations there, but I think it's important to say if some of this evidence was so glaringly off as some of the things that I've heard over the last couple of years, you would think a defense team could have a field day with this in court. And, you know, that's a case I would very much like to watch happen in court.
Oh, there you go.
When you say the defense team, when they took the plea deal and Brian accepted the plea, we obviously know that Dr. Turvey was not privy that those negotiations were going on, and not saying that that was mandatory for him to be part of that is outside the scope. However, defense team, when they decided to accept that plea deal, who was that? Was that Ann Taylor? Was it Becca Barlow? Did Brian's mom have anything to say? Like, who made that decision? Do you know?
Yeah, so a couple things. Let's back up to what you started with when you opened there. And you three are attorneys.
According to Christopher Whitcomb, Judge Hippler was the one who threw.
Things about the lounge by Discovery and ACA is the fact that it's
according to Whitcomb. According to Christopher Whitcomb, it was Hippler who suggested the plea deal. There's another interview. There's another interview I've got. If you guys still want, if you want to watch it, I'll send you the link.
Yeah, I was watching a bit of it. It must have been before I was watching that with you.
Yeah, we were reacting to it. Yeah.
But it wasn't that part, I guess. Okay.
No. There was like more to it. And then the way he insinuated that, I'm like, bet. Because they made it seem like if Brian's the one that went and begged for the plea deal.
And if the judge is pushing this, think about it. He knows this is a hot potato. He does not want it to go beyond and the issues that Ann Taylor had been raising all along. So if he's pushing a plea deal, and you normally don't see it, you see judges get involved only after both sides want to entertain plea negotiations, and sometimes they might ask for the judge, but for a sitting judge to get involved directly, I don't know how much he got involved. But usually they
might. How you explained it, it was thrown out in the air as a suggestion for both sides. That's how you played it off. But like, still though.
Wow, I'm gonna watch that too.
Was it Hippler? Do you want us to play that video?
Oh no. We can watch this. It'll be good to see this. His demeanor, his answers compared to Christopher Whitcomb.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's go forward a little bit.
Reasonable thing for law enforcement to do in this case. Brian Koberger was already known. His name was already in a police report. He was a great investigative lead that matched almost every single thing that they had pushed out of the be on the lookout for. So the idea that we relied on investigative genetic genealogy is exactly what I was saying in the beginning. It's law enforcement relying on technology opposed to just good investigation.
Bingo.
And so when we talk about good investigation and them having this lead with Brian, do you have any other concerns with the way that some of these interviews went with everyone else? I know there was a large investigation, but it seems like just from the interviews that I've looked at that have been made public, there's a lot of questions that aren't asked and a lot of things that just seem sort of left undone, which in a lot of ways, I think if you have nothing to do with the crime may make you look like you have something to do with it because you haven't been asked the right question.
I would agree with you. There's a lot of lessons to be learned on a number of things. And, you know, I would push back a little bit here. When I have a traumatized, and I'm going to call her a victim, that I keep interviewing over and over again. And I know the story is changing, and I'm going to change the tables here a little bit. This is very common with rape victims. Wow. It is not uncommon at all for a rape victim's story to change 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times. And there's a lot of training, a lot of studies out there.
Oh my God.
Of how you're interacting with those victims, how those interviews are conducted, who's conducting them, the environment that they're conducted in. You know, somebody changing their story who has been subjected to some type of traumatic, violent encounter is actually really common. So,
wait, so Dylan is a victim? Oh my God, I did not know that.
People specifically forensically trained.
Sorry, okay, I just paused it there.
Good.
So he's saying Dylan is a victim? Wow.
That is what he's saying, pretty much. Pretty much at 4 a.m. Dylan's a victim.
I guess trauma appears different in everybody.
Yes. But he also might be trying to avoid being biased because, in my opinion, he's a witness coming up. He's going to be a witness. So if
Did you guys notice how he constantly is reminding them that he doesn't know what's been released to the public and he hasn't looked at any?
He pretends that he doesn't know anything. That's so strange.
I think that would have been an opportunity for them to have a slideshow of the docs or everything that's been released to us. I think he would have appreciated like a presentation. He wouldn't have been able to be backing up out of the questions because he would have been presented with receipts. But I feel like they had nothing to present to him. He kept insisting like, yo, I'm out of my scope. I haven't looked into anything that's been released to you guys. I'm only commenting on whatever occurred before the plea deal or something along those lines.
I think he kind of caught them off guard. They weren't expecting him to say this.
there's quite a bit he's saying. And by the way, he's a blood spatter expert that I didn't know about till this.
He's a transformer, bro. He has all the fields.
But is it possible that Dylan or Bethany, were they potential victims of a sexual assault? I mean, there's no evidence of it but I mean, it's just weird how he's raising it.
For him to equate it to that, I think that's just being dramatic.
Okay.
Yeah, he's being dramatic.
It's strange that he brings that up.
Yeah, because it strikes a certain chord.
Because in the perfect world, if Dylan truly was not on her phone and she was frozen shock space, then okay, yeah, maybe we give her a pass. But this girl, come on, it took 8 hours. Like,
Lucy's 100% right. This is what I'm saying. This was this had a lot to do with trafficking, and he's telling us without telling us.
But yeah, right. I think so.
There could be different ways of looking at it. Yeah, I think you're right, Wendy. I think there's some element here because these are not words just to toss around because it strikes something in your soul when you hear someone say, our victim.
That's why Olivia Gonsalves, now somebody's going to fight with me because I say it wrong. Olivia said at sentencing that he attacked them in their sleep like a pedo. Remember she said that? And that's where the stalking allegations all tie into this. Stalking.
Yeah, you're right.
They're telling us, because there was an investigation. I think Big Amish and I are going to cover that as regarding the Nepalese students, right? Big Amish, we spoke about that.
Yes, in Nepal,
These
the Nepalese
undocumented victims.
But I feel like he just threw that out there to shut the fucking chat the fuck up. To be like, stop fucking asking about the 8 hours. And boom.
Oh yeah, get some.
Look at her like she got raped and shut the fuck up.
It makes you feel horrible, right? Yeah,
right.
Maybe.
I think that's what he's doing. Like, he's smart. He's strategic. He's like blowing the rape whistle and don't ask questions.
And this is right. Why is this WSU lawsuit all about manipulation and assault? Obviously, yeah. That is what we have suspected for a long, long time, that this is not what they're telling us it is. I don't believe. I know they were looking into the cartel, but I don't believe that the cartel is solely behind all of this. It doesn't make sense at all. There's so many moving parts to this story that it has to be bigger than narcotics.
No, I agree, but they're part of it. So because you need that distribution. If you're going to be involved in human trafficking, I mean, even before addressing this case, we know about human trafficking just on people crossing the border on our southern border and how that is. So we know it exists, and our cartel's part of it. Sure. Now, who else is part of it on the higher up or locally in the Moscow area? I mean, that begs the question.
It's a love triangle. That's the love triangle. You got law enforcement, you got the university, you got FBI, and then you got law enforcement worrying about enrollment.
Yep.
They're the ones who are recruiting the certified informants, potential future criminals.
There we go. Listen, guys, sorry to interrupt you. Look here, Lucy. Apollo Global, right? Cult. There we go.
Oh,
Virgin Islands.
Leon Black.
Leon Black. Okay.
Yes, Lucy's on it. Yeah, she's Apollo. You're talking about $1 billion.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of money involved
Virgin
here.
Islands, a lot of money. Crypto, right?
Crypto.
We can go into that. The crypto.
Yeah, FTX and Hex with Steve Gonsalves and JJ were talking about this, and with that local bank, what was it? Farmington Bank and Farmington Bank something, Farmington State Bank. I forgot what it was, but and that in the crypto collapse that happened that Friday, right? So November 11th, the crypto collapses. You have Steve G involved in crypto. I forgot who else is involved there locally with the bank, but that bank shuts down. That was involved with
Does
Sam.
anybody know about that bank?
Well, Sam Bankman-Fried was the one who it all connects to FTX because FTX was using Farmington State Bank.
Yeah, the side rhythm put on here. Yes, the crypto market crash.
Yeah.
November the 8th to the 11th, 2022.
There you go.
So this all ties in with your theory, Big Amish. You with us, Scully?
Hey, so I think Steve knew what was going on, and there's a slip up he has where he admits the reason why they didn't go right away to confirm if Kaylee was dead. He talks about how first thing he did was he grabbed all his weapons. And
is that what he said?
Yeah, he grabbed all his weapons. He literally like if he was he stayed in his house and basically was on guard. Anything that moved, he was keeping his aim at with his gun and shit. And to me, that sounds fraudulent in the way that, oh shit, so your concern was fuck, they're coming for me. So what would make Steve automatically get into survival mode that they're coming for him, talking about he's getting all his weapons, expecting anyone to come for him, aside from his daughter? But yet they're hearing rumors that, oh, she probably got shot in the face or overdosed or is in the hospital. And supposedly they were calling every hospital. And they kept saying, no, it's not her. But I'm like, how are you going to be calling every hospital if everybody already knew they were dead literally afternoon? By 1 p.m., everybody already knew. You guys knew already. So you can't sit there and act like you were playing the perfect parents and you were calling every hospital to your freaking this man couldn't confirm if she was dead or not. Bullshit. Why would you get that paranoid, Steve?
Yeah, no, that you're right. I mean, those facts.
I'll get you the.
Why was Steve at the hospital that night, guys?
Exactly. Why was he in the hospital? Boom.
Oh, he was at the hospital.
He was at the hospital that night when they called him. He
what?
Yes, you know about that. Can you guys excuse me for one minute quickly?
Yeah,
go on.
ahead.
Yes, he was in the hospital.
This is crazy, Scott. So, I mean, if he's in a hospital, the night of the alleged unalivings, he's in a hospital.
Absolutely, Linda. I'm going to put your comment up.
Is he the fifth? I remember hearing about a fifth victim. Is he the fifth victim?
No. There's an undocumented victim. Linda brings up a good point. That's why I mentioned the cult in Moscow. And I'm going to go into that a little bit more next week. Hi, Jeff. Good to see you all. They're all part of this cult, the whole lot of them.
Yeah. This type of stuff, when you're dealing with it, has a sickness to it. Always does in some capacity.
So Steve didn't go to Moscow. Remember, Scully? Do you remember that?
I think he went by the second day. The second day they got down there. Steve was on alert. I'm looking for that interview because it's the newest interview they just did too, like maybe 4 days ago, 5 days ago. And it's very telling. It's very freaking telling.
So he doesn't even see the body of his daughter or get to Moscow 2 days until 2 days later.
He couldn't come because he was injured. Apparently, he had some head injury. Am I correct? Somebody tell me.
Oh my God! And how did he say how that happened?
Because they said that. I know him and Christy Gonsalves said that she said that this was the first time she had to rush Steve to the hospital. This was the same night that this happened. So when they were called, they couldn't come to the hospital. Roxy, stress-induced rash.
Wow, yes, right. And there was someone else who made a comment I saw come across the screen, saying that the Gonsalves had a escort service business.
Yes,
you may have brought that up, Wendy, as well.
They had, remember we spoke about this.
Yes, I remember now. But
so, they had shell companies.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me. That family looks freaky. Like on some Diddy oil freaky. Like you could always tell when Steve is recovering, bro. Like that fool, you could just tell. Like he got off a bender or something.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it was cloud something. Design rhythm is right. I don't know, but Linda's also bringing up. So Steve Gonsalves' father, he did die a month before. I heard something about that. I'm not sure exactly, but his brother, that's a whole story there as well, because the whole family. I mean, Jesus runs deep. The brother's also in prison there, killed a homeless man, and apparently he was a wild character.
Yeah, he was homeless and disabled. I remember you told me about that. That's that. And what about here's what I don't understand, and hopefully Scully or you could, or the chat added, that according to Christy, there were other family or relatives who went to school in Moscow, right? I don't know how many relatives there would be, but I'm assuming if your relatives are there and your relative is Kaylee, that you're communicating with Kaylee, or maybe they're not, maybe they're not close, but very odd. And I know that the phone call came in, right, according to Olivia, that she got the call from one of the relatives telling her that the party got shut up and that Kaylee.
Yeah, right, who knows about that exactly? Who can clarify that?
Yeah, I need clarification to understand also, is there a list of relatives that they had?
Because she went there apparently. So somebody just fill me in, sorry. Suzanne, I don't think Pav likes Lucy.
Everyone loves Lucy. And
Everyone
by the way,
Lucy.
I have my Lucy coffee mug that I use regularly.
Really? Where did you get that?
Yeah. It's from Charlie Brown, Lucy. So just to be clear, so Lucy. So I love Charlie Brown growing up, so I have a mug. So in honor of Lucy Morningstar, I have and hold my mug proudly.
You have to put yourself on camera and prove it.
I will. I'll show that.
I'm looking for the video. I'm looking for that video of the G family. It's because we watched it a few days ago, so I'm like scrolling through my history. Unless someone in chat has it.
Yeah, so that was very strange with the family because the brother, that they all have this crazy history and just going back to on the night. So it is strange. I mean, look, I'm not saying that he didn't end up in hospital, but what a coincidence, right?
Yeah, and how? I mean, if it was a cardiac issue, okay, I can understand that, maybe. But if it's something else, and do we know, did anyone get a, well, you wouldn't get a FOIA request on that because it's a medical and unrelated to a crime, but,
Wow. Yeah, there's just too many things going on.
it's certainly, yeah, here's another kind of rabbit hole, but his connection to crypto is undisputable. So something definitely to look into.
And those companies, for sure.
Yes. Hex, which I've not looked into, but Hex and the whatever other company, if it's an escort service or not, whatever that is, would love to know, because it just raises questions. Who, I mean, in my mind, it's raising a red flag. If you have an escort service and you're in crypto, who are you trying to compromise? That's all. Not saying nothing ever happened or it has nothing to do with it, but it raises a flag, a question. Someone involved.
Yeah, you might like this comment here. Sorry, why is it not showing now? Kaylee had 2 laptops.
Well, yeah, and we had talked, Taylor had 2 laptops. I remember one, but okay. And now it makes more and more sense. If you're going to have a laptop for the crypto, I'm saying I have no clue. I'm just making certain assumptions and raising questions. But crypto, you need a dedicated laptop with probably, protected private VPN and the like. But if she's having, she's using computers, her father's in crypto, she's not in crypto, she's on OnlyFans. Is she part of an escort service? Is she part of the operation in which she was used as an asset? Possibly.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, there's a lot unpacking here.
All right, you guys want to watch a little bit of this? Let's play again. Hold on a second. Let's go back to the video.
To do that. And I think there's a ton to say about the way that all of the interviews could have been done. Some of them were done really well, but the way some of these other interviews could have been done, yeah, absolutely. But that's always the case. Law enforcement's always going to have gaps like that.
And there's no evidence, I think you were just using it as an example, but to clarify, there was no evidence of any SA to Dylan, correct?
Oh, yeah. No. I'm just saying there's a lot of research, because that's where, typically you see very traumatized females in interviews is trying to recount this very traumatic situation.
Okay.
I'm just
If you had a chance to review, I know the transcripts from her interviews were dropped, I don't know, maybe 6 to 8 weeks ago, give or take. Have you had a chance to review those transcripts?
I haven't read those transcripts since they've been dropped. I've had a handful of conversations that I won't go into. And I know that I see it popping up a couple times like, hey, why can't I talk about this? Let's frame something here very quickly. I am a defense expert. I am privy of information because of attorney-client privilege. Okay, you guys are three attorneys who understand this very well. There are conversations that I can't get into because of that privilege, and I'm not going to get into it, and it's not going to be things that are going to get released somewhere down the road. We're talking about attorney-client privilege. Things that are public, things that aren't attorney-client privilege that I can talk about, I'm more than happy to talk about. But, I also get frustrated, and I'm not referring to this podcast, when I see a lot of podcasts saying, well, there's just no reason that they can't do this. You guys know as well as anybody, it's called the privilege. And there is a
Dylan
reason
was
that
part of the
certain
scope
things
of his
that
work?
I can't get into how I know or why I know. So yes, I am familiar with statements made. There's limitations on how far down that I can go because of how I know about it.
Certainly.
If there's an appellate attorney working on this case, that's a great read. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, and certainly I agree with you that there's obviously privileged information, confidential information, and as attorneys, we certainly hold that valuable. Something I appreciated from your report was it seemed like an ongoing concern with the lack of source data and the lack of work product where you could actually view how some of these reports came to be. And so I think what happens sometimes for the public and for us in general is, although we understand this confidentiality portion, if we're asked to believe a conclusion, but we can't see the work, even if there's a legitimate reason we can't see the work, it's hard for us to accept that conclusion.
For just $67, you can generate as many videos as you want and never have to worry about showing your face on camera or using complex editing tools. With only a few clicks with
the problem there is that I have created work product for the defense team that has never been publicly released. And
I'm with you. To be clear, I'm with you that you can't repeat it. I'm just saying that's why I think for us, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but for us, that's where it's.
And he doesn't say when it was created.
That exists and respect that, and certainly don't want you to put yourself in any sort of position, nor would I assume you would, that would require you to disclose any of that. But I think that's kind of the point I was making.
Yeah, 100%. And, that's why I think the lack of trial is really what we're talking about here, is it just left so many things unanswered.
I have a couple questions about the sheath and the DNA from that. I saw a report, and it may have been in Chris Wickham's book, that the Othram, they took the DNA, they took the swab, and they analyzed it, and they come up with the computer file of all the data. That was given to the FBI. That at some point, what the FBI gave to another lab supposedly was twice as big of a file, meaning there was other data. Did that strike you as thing? You have a lot more experience with that sort of thing than I do. That kind of struck me as where did that extra data come from?
Yeah, and there is testimony that was in the public eye that covered down on part of it. So I feel comfortable getting into a little bit of this. I'm not going to expand on it. There is a tool, and we all use it, so we can't necessarily say, oh, that's terrible, because we're using it every day. There is a tool where I can take an S&P profile. So I develop an S&P profile, and let's say that, I don't know, when we get into S&P profiles, we're talking about biomarkers. So, a really, really good S&P profile would be, let's just say 1 million biomarkers, just to throw a number at it. So I'm working with this evidence, and I have an S&P profile that has 500,000 biomarkers. There's been enough research, there's enough data out there about commonalities in relationships and paternal and maternal relationships of DNA sequencing, that AI can take a data set of 500 biomarkers, and it can kind of start to rehydrate that. Hey, if you have this chain here, you would also have this piece.
It's an algorithm.
This chain
That's
here,
what he's saying, a federal algorithm.
So there's a tool out there that we can take crappy crime scene DNA. So let's go to like a 1968 sexual assault where we have the victim.
He's pushing that plug. It's like advertising the future of AI.
That too, and also how you amplify DNA. You're saying you amplify using AI, and AI within the FBI. But it's important. He's also raising the backdoor issue, right? So you're using this technology, but you also, who was it that's amplifying it? That's just as important as the amplification, knowing who's doing it. who was involved in doing it. What exactly was the raw data? But go ahead. That's just the backdoor involving feds.
The backdoor, yep.
Victim's necklace. Maybe the DNA is just terrible. We can get that and we can rehydrate that S&P profile to some extent and build it out using AI. It's just an investigative tool to help point the direction. We're not going to make an arrest on this. In this particular case, that's what was done. They took the original S&P profile, and I'm just throwing numbers, don't quote me, roughly 500,000 biomarkers. They use this program, they get it up to maybe 800,000 or 900,000 biomarkers, and that's the new profile they load into these databases. There's no second lab that's involved. It's the loading of that S&P profile now into these databases.
Now, you also said that those four.
Could you stop right here? I think it's somewhat important.
The IgG.
Okay, so here again, we're dealing with a secondary attribution of DNA. You have the initial DNA sample, skin samples, that is then amplified. So now you have I would call a second DNA profile.
Or if your DNA is thirsty, it seems like Brian's DNA was so thirsty, they just had to like rehydrate it.
Yes, they rehydrate it.
But the alternate blood, unknown male DNA, oh, that's not the matter. It was too diluted, too hydrated. We prefer dry.
Yes. Yeah. These biomarkers that he's talking about, the information but it's about reliability. Again, did Ann Taylor gain access to the amplification process, the algorithm, the AI used to do it? And specifically, whatever the raw data was, how it was fed, by whom? And I bring up Missy Woods again, because we don't trust anything. All of this should be transparent, but it's not. And Ann Taylor got stopped by Hitler from looking behind the curtain. Same shit. So that's all. I just bring up the fact that this amplification, this amplification, we use AI kind of, okay, we help search, we help break down. We also got to verify it. I'm sure they do as well, certain markers, but the defense should have access to how it was done. The type of AI, is it reliable? Could you add other search biomarkers to it? I don't know, but I'm sure Ann Taylor would have loved to have that, and the experts. And Cy Ray's not an IgG expert, but he's talking about it.
I'm surprised he's talking about this.
Yeah.
Big Amish.
Yes, sir.
Would you so is it true that the FBI they don't have to hand over any data if they don't want to? Like, what if it was conducted by the feds, right?
Yeah. And it was.
So that means that even if Ann Taylor requested that, they could just be like, fuck you, you don't get shit, or what?
Well, what happened was you have a helper, and that helper is who? You have Judge Hitler, and you had Josh Hurwitz come in right before the February 19th, 2025 orders. But to address your question, so sources and methods are protected, right? And if the feds have, and unfortunately they get away with a lot of this, and it's in the Charlie Kirk case, it's in a lot of cases we see. But if the feds identify someone and they finger that person, whether it's BK, Tyler Robinson, the like, you cannot, if you are not the sovereign charging, meaning the feds aren't bringing charges, although maybe they have a sealed indictment, don't know. And we won't know. Right. But if the state is prosecuting, the state has to independently determine probable cause. And any assistance by the FBI must be as an analyst, as a support role. They can't be the active sovereign. We know that's false. We know the feds were involved in the very beginning.
Everything, the tip line.
Yeah. And the ATT records from 2022. I mean, all of that. So you have numerous records the IgG. Don't forget, IgG is used as a default. This is according to Vargas. So you start off with the DNA itself, and you try and exhaust those avenues to establish and use your investigative tools. But there was so much pressure to force IgG to be used up front. How would you know that unless you already knew the person who you're trying to finger?
Like, how do you establish a family tree if you don't know who the sample belongs to?
Well, what did they do to create the image of probable cause? They needed the trash pull. You see, the state, and meanwhile, the Fed's still involved. But without the trash pull, there's no DNA that you could create that genealogy and then come back, amplify it. You see what they did? They amplified. They took that initial, just like Cyre's talking, they took a DNA sample that they could not get a hit of anybody, or at least not Brian Kohberger, right? So that's not on their scene. And then they have to do the IgG pull. They create a genealogy map from there. Then the DNA SNP is amplified, right? From what it was, they amplify it. And then they converge the amplified DNA sample with the IgG, and hence you get your probable cause. But the feds are involved prior to that, way prior to that. And this is what Hitler protects at all costs, accusing Cyre of being a conspiracy theorist, saying, balance, you don't need that information, basically, and to Ann Taylor. And he's a conspiracy theorist for even suggesting that AT&T records existed prior to when the state asked for it, and when they got it, they were able to get that 7-day window. But Cyre saying no, the feds could get it way longer than 7 days, way before that. And it's true. Under national security, you could get a lot of that information, but also as part of the policy of the FBI. Nick Balance signing, they all have the same kind of standard form that they fill out, and by a named agent who that company already works with. And they're familiar with getting those subpoenas, and they voluntarily give it to them, right? Voluntarily, they do that. That's policy and practice. And a good way of, just think of the pandemic. Do you remember how there were FBI agents embedded into certain social media platforms, and I guess AI wasn't really out there. What else? But they were embedded into platforms and search engines, right, to monitor and then remove certain searches from being responded to in a specific way. And we're talking about whether it was COVID-19. Right? Are there any? Do you remember that? I mean, or am I losing my mind? There people were embedded in order to impact that type of information, and it was the feds doing it. But the feds were doing it, but they were saying it was by the consent of the company. So as long as it's by the consent of the company, according to the feds, it's fine until they're exposed, and then everyone's saying, why the hell are you involved here? This is a privacy issue. You should not be monitoring our information that we're trying to search for. Right?
So the CEOs basically opened their back door.
The back door, just like Vargas was talking about.
For the feds. They bent over and were like, go to town, baby, go to town.
That's a good way of putting it, Scully.
Didn't you have federal officials that were pressuring the executives at Meta and Google and Twitter?
Yes.
And they said they must alter the internal moderation guidelines.
To fuck us over, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So they were saying, basically, we're going to revisit this exemption that you have unless you allow us to do this. I mean, they had people literally at their offices reviewing and making policy changes. So, but yes, you're right, Wendy. I mean, it goes much deeper than just, they had it. That's coercion. Okay? They're going to say, well, they consented to it.
So during that time, you didn't really have what we have is AI now, but they were using algorithms.
Yeah. A lot
Yes.
of AI went into this case, and Whitcomb using AI to write his book.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're all, you use AI, it's a tool. The question is, when should the public, or in this case, the defendant, know about it, and the defense team know about it? What rights do they have regarding it? Because technology is ahead of the curve of your privacy rights. It always
It's
is.
going to have its own rights, though, and I feel like laws are going to adapt to fit. Like, it's going to have rights. It's going to have rights, and it's going to be so dumb to the point where it's going to cause a lot of issues.
Well, yeah, it is. Somehow it's got to be regulated, but as we know, there's always a weaponization of it. So there's going to be, just like Vargas talked about 23andMe, it's all the same thing. If you spot it once, you understand exactly how it works, how the government works and operates. So you have a civilian issue. Oh, I want to see my genealogy. Meanwhile, you could weaponize it and use that database to do unlawful searches. Same thing with AI. And so, you mean to tell me the government doesn't have access to all of our searches?
Yeah.
Don't they do. Now, we have accounts and we think it's private, right? Maybe, but there's always a backdoor. And whether the AI service we use says, oh, can we sell or provide this information to third-party vendors and the like? Well, guess what? The FBI can purchase that as a vendor. They could use one of their vending services to acquire data that normally they wouldn't have rights to, just like Mr. Vargas brought up. So it repeats itself in different ways. Whether it's
okay, I know what you're talking about
and for the IGG, whether it's her, whether it's Cyray talking about the backdoor to gain information, it's the same thing.
I added the interview that I told you about in the backstage. Wendy, if you guys do want to watch it, it's the one where he straight up says that he barricaded himself inside his house and was gonna shoot anything that moved that looked sus in the shadows. He was like aiming at with his gun, as opposed to like going to freaking go see if his daughter's dead.
You want to play it? Can you play it or?
Yes, so it's behind the stage. You can add it to the stage, and then you'll be able to pause it and control it too. You would have to remove the shared window.
Yeah, let's do that. Sorry. Okay, I see you put it in there. We just go down there. Okay.
Yeah, this will be great.
With Kaylee's parents.
Yeah, I would love to see
Is that the one study?
It says Kaylee's parents speak.
Yeah, no, we will get rewarded when we get a family an answer, because we didn't have an answer for 7 weeks, and it was the worst 7 weeks of our life. On top of losing your daughter, there's nothing worse.
Let me just let's just do this. Can you see it or not?
Yeah, we see it.
Oh, okay. Let me play. Sorry.
Worse than not knowing who murdered your daughter.
It's Tuesday, and you're listening to Murder Unscripted.
My name's Ed. For the past 2 decades, I've been producing true crime content for some of your favorite networks like Hulu, Oxygen, and of course, Investigation Discovery.
And I'm Melissa, Ed's bestie and walking, talking true crime database.
We've combined my behind-the-scenes insight with Melissa's morbid curiosity to bring you a podcast that immerses you in the true crime genre like never before.
Oh, she's
we highlight victims' cases and bring you exclusive insight from the people who lived through them, with a touch of humor to lighten even the darkest stories.
This is Murder Unscripted.
Dun dun dun.
What is up, crime crew? Welcome to episode 110 of Murder Unscripted, the most authentic true crime podcast on the internet today, and a proud member of the Darkcast Network, which illuminates only the very best in indie podcasting. I'm your host, veteran true crime producer Ed Hydock, along with my bestie, Melissa Julianne Spivey.
That is not my middle name. You made that up.
I honestly
you are
have no
way
idea
off, sir.
what your middle name is.
It's because I
Are we
don't
even
tell
friends?
anyone. I know. I don't think so.
Well, this is a very special day on Murder Unscripted because, as you all know, we have spent June talking about crimes which take place on or around college campuses. And if nothing else, it's taught us that although this is a time when a lot of youngsters have their first taste of freedom, you don't need to be hanging out with the wrong crowd or putting yourself in dangerous situations to become a victim.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of the biggest misconceptions people have when they hear true crime stories.
How long is the intro,
You want to
Spelly?
believe that the victim did something different than we would have done because then you
work for us.
Oh, here we go.
CrimeCon.
Yeah. How you doing?
Hello.
We're doing well. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
Good. It's good
Good.
to be here. Thank you for having us.
He's very
Absolutely. Totally. Well, first off, I think the big question is, how was CrimeCon?
CrimeCon was definitely not what we expected in a good way. So, it was, the group of people that we were surrounded with or that we,
Othram.
We got
Surrounded.
to stand.
involved ourselves with. They were all very compassionate. They were definitely
Pay attention to where Christy's staring at. I feel like she keeps staring off to the right, like as in reading a prompter or something. And if you peek at her glasses for a sec, I could see like a split screen. So
Yeah, you could see it in Steve G's glasses too, I think.
right, and that's where she's gazing at, right, trying to play it off.
I think you're right.
true crime is a true crime type family, but I thought that it was going to be like the exhibition hall. I thought it was going to be like crime scene, like go throughs, things like that. Like, so you went through and it was a crime scene and you picked things apart and you tried to figure things out. I thought it was going to be more on like the gruesome side of things, and it wasn't at all. It was totally different, and people were absolutely amazing to us. I mean, people, not everybody knew us by any means, but a lot of people knew us and recognized us, and had nothing but love and words of support for us. So it truly was a great experience for us under the circumstances.
And you guys spoke, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was worried it was going to be like, what is it, Comic-Con, where people go in there and they like pick teams and that kind of stuff. And I wanted nothing to do with anything like that. But I was told, actually that you're going to meet, hundreds and hundreds of people, if not thousands of people that are trying to work to make the world a better place and make it safer. And once I heard that, I was like, all right, I can get behind that.
Can I throw us completely off course and ask about is that a furry friend behind you?
There's a couple of them, yes.
Yeah, we've done interviews where they thought Christy's stomach was growling and it was just the dog snoring.
Yes.
I love that so much.
What kind of dogs?
They're Brussels Griffins, and we have mom, dad, and the baby because the little runt I absolutely fell in love with, and I couldn't separate with them. And I begged him to have them, and he was just like, fine, we can keep them. So we have 3, but they're very small dogs, and they are my
They're a
babies.
family. They roll together.
Yeah.
So I get it.
They don't go anywhere without me, so they're right there. They're as close as they can get.
Here's one of them.
Oh, get them out. Yep.
Oh my God. You're so cute.
You've got to be kidding me.
Here's a fasted.
So cute.
Look at that baby.
Stop it. We have, you guys probably don't know this, but we are Patreon. Do you know what Patreon is? You may know from having a podcaster adjacent. So our Patreon program, all of our subscribers, anybody who joins, 20% of everything goes to a company or an organization.
He said podcast adjacent. You guys know you guys have a podcast adjacent. Like not even a complete podcast. Yeah, you guys, like that's cute.
They call it Courthouse Dogs Foundation.
Awesome.
And yeah, these are dogs that they're facility dogs that are trained to sit with like rape victims and children who have been molested while they tell their story either on the stand or something. They're just therapy dogs, basically. So we give to that organization.
I don't know if they were there, but something like that was there, a foundation like that.
You don't want that dog getting in the hands of a pedophile. Hey, go find me children. Like, go find me children that, you know,
Oh my
I
God.
can't sniff them out. Like, go find me a molested kid or some shit. You never know.
That was there at CrimeCon
Yeah,
with
we
dogs,
came
and
over.
they were like courtside. They were like courtside dogs.
Yes.
And I mean, I was like, oh, they're dogs.
Yep.
I mean, I just love dogs.
Yeah, like
We
de-arms
do.
you and makes you more relaxed.
Yeah,
Totally.
great. That's
I'm
great.
a firm believer that nothing can fix a problem better than just like hugging your dog. I don't have kids. I have 2 fur babies who are the loves of my life, and I feel so much better when we talk to other dog lovers because if they start barking, I don't have to awkwardly
You get it.
yeah, and hit the mute button and
we totally
everything.
And
Yeah.
they might bark, so hopefully they don't.
Totally fine.
Only if it's like UPS or something rolls up, yeah, that's when they get all.
Attack mode, yeah. Christy, I see on your finger. Did you find your wedding ring?
No, this is just my solitaire,
wedding
but I wear a band with it, and the band that I wore on top. Yeah.
That sucks. I saw that on socials. I felt so bad.
Yeah, I was like, and I told myself that morning, I was like, gosh, this is getting awfully loose on me. And I kind of did the handshake, and I thought, you should take it off and just put it in your purse. And I was like, it will be fine. An hour later, I was like, it's gone. I told myself to take it off. I didn't. So, but I have had it for over 30 years. So it is kind of, it hit me a little harder after, like at first I'm like, oh, well. And then on the plane home, I'm like,
well, yeah, you were so wrapped up in the excitement of everything.
yeah, I was like, it is what it is. And, you know, and then on the plane, and ever since I'm like, my ring.
Hopefully you never know. Somebody might turn it in.
I'm still hopeful.
We'll be there next year, so maybe somebody.
Well, people are looking out for it, so yeah, it's
Good.
pretty simple. Just a gold band. It's a size 4. You know, nothing. You know, really.
People are really going for it. People are really looking like she's like, it's just a size 4. There's nothing.
And it got stolen at CrimeCon.
She lost it or something. She even
Oh my God. I wonder if she had insurance on it.
Don't worry, they'll get the money from the WF.
Oh, you're right.
They look like the type to have insurance on their jewelry.
Yes. Oh my God.
Thanks, Lucy. I've got your links.
Steve is very quiet.
Remarkable about it. So it will be fun.
Well, you guys, I want to lead with this, and this was not our intention until last week, because just a few weeks ago, something happened that was devastating that I know you guys felt, and that was that some new details of the autopsy reports were released. And this is the only question I'm going to ask about this. But Steve, last time this happened, you were actually on News Nation and voiced your frustration that strangers saw these before you did. And here we go again, just a few months later. But I know you've been fighting for transparency since day one, but this feels like a different kind of blow because there's a difference between wanting the truth and having it handed to the world before it's handed to you. So if you can just how are you guys feeling?
One of the reasons why something like an autopsy, Idaho itself protects those. My daughter worked on a new bill to further strengthen that. Again, we are not trying to get it out of the courtroom. We're just trying to get it out of the public view because we're afraid that things like this can generate, the interest of a future killer.
We're going to say something, Big Amish?
No, it's like, why to take it out of the private view? And then he just said he doesn't want to create a future killer.
That's funny. The other guy looks like he knows his blow.
Yeah.
Right?
No doubt. And look, what their whole involvement in CrimeCon and Othram is disturbing, to be honest.
And it costs a pretty penny to go to that CrimeCon. Like, if you want a window for your room, you got to pay more, too.
Oh, wow.
No continental breakfast, nothing.
Continental
for real. And you gotta pay to use Wi-Fi.
Oh. Have you gone to
and
any
if
of
you want to volunteer, you still got to pay for your own ticket.
Whoa. So this is a lot.
I'm like, how are you going to go volunteer for free and you still got to pay hundreds of dollars to get in? Like,
so in Othram.
CrimeCon. Oh my gosh.
Have you gone, Scully?
I've never gone. I should see when the next one is and where and see up for it.
Yeah,
I think Custody Queens did go to CrimeCon. As far as I know, they said they were.
Is it like a wannabe Comic-Con or something?
That's family lawyers going to CrimeCon.
I wonder if they're gonna wear slutty outfits. Like a slutty attorney, because like you gotta go dressed up.
They have to be willing to bear gifts. How about that?
Yeah, they gotta bear gifts.
Too funny, Scully.
Yeah, no, he's kind of like very uncensored.
Yes.
You can't get him out in public unsupervised. Yeah, it's okay.
It was terrible. We talked to our lawyer. We wrote letter. He emailed and said, "Hey, you guys got to do a better job of redacting these type of things." I mean, they didn't even redact your medical information, which is just, if we wanted to sue, we could. We could sue these guys because they're terrible at doing their job. He has a very simple job to do, and he just can't do it. He's in retirement mode. But we got time. We want to do things like this. We want to be productive. We want to work to make the system better. And that's what we're trying to focus on. But yeah, it just seems like it's just one hit after another. You think you're getting at 3.5 years, you wouldn't have to deal with this anymore. And we still are.
Yeah. And we have Kaylee's autopsy report, but it's not, it's something that we have like skimmed through, but that is not something that you just want to dive into, like a little is too much, so it's not like we have just,
these aren't characters in a movie. This is your dog.
Gone line by line.
Read through it.
So, we can't say that we haven't seen it before, but there is a lot, even though we have them, that we haven't. And these YouTubers, these TikTokers, they don't miss anything. So it's all out there.
Oh, you can say that again. You could definitely say that again.
And we never got we just learned things about what happened to Kaylee, which is, Maddie May. And we're just hearing stuff about Maddie May, and we're just like, I can't believe that's true, And again, we wish that we had a source of truth and we had somebody that we could go and ask to make sure what we're hearing is true. But yeah, we're still being shocked by, book releases and things like this. And
yeah. And I wish I could tell you it's going to stop, but this war, you see it. You see it at CrimeCon, how feverish people are about this whole genre. It's almost like murder's entertainment for them.
Wow.
Yeah, and in our court, we're only to 25. They're releasing them in backwards order. So we went from 26, the most relevant, earliest stuff of the plea deal, and then we're working our way backwards. And we're almost done with 25. So we still got all of 24 that hasn't been released, and then 23. Wow. And then we get into 22. So, I implore the Idaho to do a better job. And if this was a private and non-government, we'd be done with this. But sometimes you see these type of people, it seems like they don't take the job serious. So that's one reason why we talk to people. We want to bring pressure. We want to bring out the best in people. And, we're just imploring them to just do, get this done, get it done right.
At the resolution of the case, and I say resolution that way because we wanted the death penalty. So the resolution, we asked the prosecutor if we would be, because we didn't do trial. So obviously we're leaving with no information.
Did they want that same thing for his brother as well?
Good point. Yeah, they didn't want.
Oh, burn.
Sorry. Asking.
Yeah, they certainly oppose that, I'm assuming, but Yeah, that's.
You called his brother out.
Sorry.
It reminds me of the Karen Reed case. She bailed out Officer O'Keefe's brother, and he's being all hypocritical when it came to Karen Reed.
Yeah, you're right. The Karen, same thing.
Just, the little bits of information that we had, we asked for full discovery, and they promised that they would give us full discovery. And we're like, look, we're not going to have to fight you for it, right? We're not going to have to stand in line at the courthouse for it. We're not going to have to file Freedom of Information Acts for it. No. Give us a week, give us some time to redact things, and we will give you full discovery. Well, about a month later, we were like, where's our full discovery? And he said, oh, yeah, we're not.
He just lied to us.
We're not giving that. And we're like, you told us face to face in a meeting with our attorney that you would give us full discovery. That way we could have everything. Recorded. So none of this, all this little dropping here and there is
well, you
new news to us. Like we wake up and it's already out there on the internet, and people are texting me saying, Christy, do you know this is out there? And I mean, I'm just like, oh my gosh, no, I didn't.
And so your audience knows, because I don't know how much of them are familiar with the court process and all that. Discovery is basically everything that Thompson was going to take in that courtroom to defend and to go into this case. So we were going to get that. And then it would also have Ann's defense, and then we'd just all have it in one place. Because our case was Idaho, Washington, there's a little bit of Colorado in there, Pennsylvania. We were like, we can't do Freedom of Information Acts and federal. I mean, we'd be doing this forever.
It would take you years, yeah.
Thing. Of course, they didn't want to tell us no when we had all these cameras right when we.
That's because they knew a plea was coming.
But they'll say they didn't know. They had no idea.
Oh, no, not them. I'm saying the court. Thompson.
I thought you meant the Gonzalez family. Sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, no, I meant Thompson knew. That's why he never gave it to him. And they had a lot more information in there. Impossible to give. Go ahead. Let's see some more here.
Oh, what happened? Oh. Are we still playing it?
Hold on.
Dalia, it's not on the screen. Skull, what's happening with our video? Please don't fall asleep on us. Yeah, Skull's disappeared for a bit there. Let's see where he is. See if I can do it from my side. No. Oh, what happened there? I don't know what happened there. I think Skull got kicked off.
You got kicked out? Okay, here it comes.
What happened? Okay, we'll wait for him to come back. All right, let's watch a bit of this.
Yes.
Let's go a bit forward and see what he says here.
If we don't get tomorrow, at least we got tonight.
So all you need to do here is select the key. And once you got the key.
but there's no, the statute's pretty clear, or the criminal rule rather is pretty clear. It's not a requirement.
How many ads?
I could certainly see why nobody would want an allocution in this case.
100%.
Oh, wow.
I would have fallen off the couch if I saw Brian do an allocution in this case. Like that doesn't surprise me at all.
Oh my bad, I got brought.
For other reasons there, Sai.
On the night of the murders, were there any plainclothes officers working that night that you're aware of?
I have no idea. I have heard I've heard a lot of different things about a lot of undercover officers and undercover officers driving vehicles that aren't accounted for as undercover cars and people being in the area. I think we got to remember the size and resource of Moscow PD to start with. Like, we're not talking a big agency. I also think we have to understand this was a fairly normal night in Moscow. So, you know, the idea that all of these undercover vehicles are all of a sudden roaming Moscow, it's hard for me to understand where those resources came from and where they disappeared to the next day. It kind of goes down that conspiracy hole pretty far for me.
We do know that there was, in March after this, so a few months after this, there was a conspiracy drug-related arrest in the area, not necessarily in Moscow, but there are ties between some of the people who were arrested in that and some people at University of Idaho. So there would have been a lot of federal agents kind of in the area involved in that.
It's possible. I would not rule that out at all.
You can't comment.
But, you know, if I had, I just want to frame this. If I was a federal or a state officer out and about the night that these murders happened, why would I not make it very clear that I was out and about working this drug investigation and here's what I saw or didn't see? You know, I think the absence of that, again, now we're going to the conspiracy where we have these other law enforcement actors who have nothing to do with the investigation themselves now have to be part of it for that to exist. It's very common also in big cases like that. You know, there's a lot of tracking on officers as a whole these days between vehicles and resources and all of that. And it's very common. I can't say specifically to this case, I'm just talking generalities. It's pretty easy to see who's on duty, who's off duty, and what they're doing. It's rare that we have a bunch of cops running around town without anybody knowing that they're running around town. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying it's pretty rare.
But MPD would have unmarked vehicles obviously in their fleet.
Oh, of course they would. I'm not aware of Moscow PD having a Honda Elantra, and that's specifically what I'm talking about. Is I've heard a bunch of scuttlebutt about an undercover officer driving a Honda Elantra on Indian Hills. I think that's complete nonsense. Nobody's ever going to be able to back that up with actual evidence.
He's staying away from.
Do you know when Ethan got home or got to 1122 on the night of the murders?
I don't recall. I remember at some point having a discussion of it. I don't remember, as I say here.
And with all this cell data that we have sitting here today, I still don't even think we know exactly when Ethan and or Xana got home. Have you seen evidence that would support that exact timing? And we just haven't, and we're just supposed to trust everybody with the information we're going to get.
I can tell you when it's very likely that their mobile devices were not at the house, and when they were at the house, if I sat down and looked at the records, and I don't recall there being any aha moment when I saw that time.
Is that right?
They were there before the murders. That's what I can tell you.
All right. What is your, if you were doing a peer review on Agent Nick Balance, what would it say?
I did a peer review on Agent Nick Balance, and you have the full report.
I know I was being somewhat sarcastic. He needs to go back to FBI school and maybe.
I think the thing that I will stand by until my dying day is that report and the peer review of that report is nothing more than a rubber stamp, and that report and that part of this investigation can never be accepted as the standard in this field. And that's why I got involved with this case. That's why I'm still very passionate about this case. I am currently spending my time traveling around the country on my own dime, teaching law enforcement about this case to prevent this from ever happening again. So like I said, I get where people are pissed off. I get where people question law enforcement. I got involved without being paid. I've spent an incredible amount of time trying to absorb this case. I'm still investing my own money and going around. I've got an entire training class that I've done all over the country. We've had about 300 agencies attend it to date so far. We're getting a lot of people coming to the class, and the entire point of this is to educate law enforcement on these issues with mass scale and technical data to prevent this from happening again. And I'm making it very clear.
Stay soft with 100 days of freshness. Our new 3D technology locks in fragrance and neutralizes malodor.
Thicker, creamier, more indulgent slices. Now this is a President Gourmet Burger.
That report in this case can never be accepted as the standard. It just simply can't.
There it is.
If there was ever a case to go to trial, it was this one. Do you know exactly where BK was?
You know what, Kristen, let me come back just for 1 second.
Sure.
I really, really hope for your sake and the people that are listening right now that are on the fence, there is things in this case, and I'm gonna walk a line, but I'm gonna be very careful with how I say this. There are things in this case that have not been released publicly to this day that the prosecution team knows about and the defense team knows about.
Really?
And the average person who has the ability to logically process, that got common sense, are going to change their opinions when they see some of this. This case for a defense team is incredibly difficult to take to trial. You are going to get beat up in trial in ways that you guys don't know about, and it's not your fault. You just haven't seen it because it hasn't been released, and I don't expect it's ever going to be released unless we get appeals and trials going on the backside. But I promise you, this defense team was competent. This defense team had the skill and the knowledge to take this to court. They strategically made the decisions they did because there are things in this case that the general public still doesn't know that I can't get into. I would love to. That reframes this entire investigation, that makes this an incredibly difficult case to defend. It does. And it's extremely prejudicial stuff. And I don't expect that the defense would have had any luck. Well, they don't have any luck so far getting it where it didn't go in front of the jury.
And he's saying the federal footprint.
We've been looking at this as there were basically three pillars to the prosecution's case: the DNA on the knife sheath, the cell phone data and the power data, and the Elantra. Are there other major pillars to this case, other major categories of evidence that we have not seen, or does this additional evidence fall within those three groups?
You know, I'm going to split this into two trials because this is a death penalty case, or was a death penalty case at the time. So we've got the guilt phase and we've got the sentencing phase, right? The guilt phase showing the defendant had access to a murder weapon consistent to the murder weapon that is believed to have been used and consistent to the knife sheath that was found would be very, very easy to make. Mm-hmm. The nature of the crime and as far as the way it's committed and some other details about that, I think would have been challenging on some of the defendant's interactions, social behaviors, personal behaviors that would have come out at trial that I think would have been fairly significant to the average person. The vehicle, the phone records, I think would have been major pillars to the state, because like I've been saying the entire time, anybody who testifies in this case, nobody can say Brian Kohberger didn't go to Moscow that night. And I know there was some claims that the defense put out early on in some motions. I never would have testified that Brian Kohberger was not in Moscow that night. I couldn't. And neither can anybody else. So
yeah, that's not his job anyway.
In fact, when we look at, I've been saying the whole day today, if you look from point A to point B, it is incredibly likely that he went right through Moscow. I don't see another route that would have done it, that wouldn't have been exposed on a camera. So, you know, that's also a major piece. In the guilt phase, those things, I've said it already. If everything comes into trial and the defense is not successful in getting some of this suppressed, 10 out of 10 juries in the United States find Brian Kohberger guilty. So now we move to the penalty phase. And those of you that are listening that aren't,
He just admitted how Ann Taylor
penalty
was
phase
taken
is
down.
almost its own trial in which now it's determined, hey, he is guilty, but does that crime rise to a level that?
Sorry, you're saying he just admitted?
Well, he admitted saying if this evidence, because she wasn't successful on the suppression motions, right, in getting the FBI's subpoenas and warrants that were used in the case, and because it was a federal sovereign and not the state of Idaho doing it, these items should have been suppressed. And she also had a motion to compel at the similarly following, or in conjunction with the motion to suppress, in which she sought the underlying involvement of the federal officers or analysts, including balance to ask them specific questions. So Cyray's saying, if the motions to suppress don't succeed, that means this evidence is going forward at trial, and Hippler's going to protect it because you lost on a motion to suppress. That's not going to change. So if this evidence is going to come in, how are you going to really challenge what you know to be a parallel construction case if you can't challenge that? And it gets admitted. And so, like he said before, it's admissible evidence. Hippler was going to allow all the evidence in. And under that scenario, BK wouldn't stand a chance, regardless of how great of an attorney you have. Because you can't. And then she was overwhelmed with the 68 terabyte dump that we talked about as well. But that's what I get from this.
That's true. Let's carry on.
Is so heinous in nature, it meets the death penalty. Typically, why that's important is judges will allow more evidence to come in about character witnesses, maybe in character of the defendant themselves. When that door gets opened, I believe this case would have changed dramatically. And
Bingo.
I'll just leave it at that. And I hope someday that it comes out, because I think it'll be very, very powerful for everybody to see. And I also think it reframes his case. But
Fuck it, BK's guilty. I accept
my
it.
big point here, and like I said, I'm going to try to walk this line very carefully.
Sorry, what are you saying?
Fuck it, BK's guilty. I accept it.
That's what he's just saying.
I quit. I get to move on with my life.
Those of us that have seen this data understand the significance.
Sorry, Scotty, you were saying?
I get to move on with my life.
Significance of this data. Those that haven't are not in a position to make the claim that, well, I will never believe that this didn't happen, because there's things out there that I think if a lot of people saw, it might change their opinion.
And to be clear, we all have our own opinions, and there are certain opinions that you formulated within the scope of your expertise on this case. And then there's.
So this is for sure the craziest vocal tool that I've used lately. Here's a quick vocal. I know what I do without.
The more broader opinions that you're formulating now based on certain areas that maybe you weren't an expert in on this case, even if you were in other cases, that would be fair.
Correct.
When you are talking sort of again, though, about your expertise, one of the things that keeps coming to mind for me is the statement that you made that the theory that Mr. Kohberger's device utilized a particular cell site, therefore he must be at the crime scene, is, in your opinion, a reckless assumption, because that same cell site covers much of the population of Moscow. So if I'm looking at the area within your expertise, it seems like, at least with some of the cell phone data and information that you've digested, there's not enough there in and of itself, short of, to your point, the totality of circumstances within your field to get to that conclusion.
Yeah, I stand by, and Bill Thompson stood up in court and even said this. I don't believe the state would ever be able to show a clear and convincing pattern of stalking. And that's kind of what we're going to with those cell connections and being at or near the house.
Yeah, that's quite interesting.
I just don't think you're going to be able to show stalking. Does that mean that
the stalking?
Yeah, he's letting us know there's a federal component. Again, I'm reading in between things. So stalking, there's a federal, whatever that implicates in a federal charge or crime. So you have, he's leading us down a road and kind of telling us there's something else here, where the feds had already done an investigation and pointed the finger at BK. And he's talking about stalking. Now, it could involve someone else, a friend of his, I don't know. But for him to bring up stalking at this point in time.
Yeah, it is a bit strange.
Yeah.
Never had contact with the victims, or hadn't driven by the house, or hadn't even been to the house. We can't say that. There's times that we know he's in the general area, the southern part of Moscow, and he turns his phone off prior to the murder, where we know he's in that area and he's got his phone off. We can't say what he's doing or not doing.
Yeah, and then just sorry, Ron, I'll let you go. But
the state's
just
burden.
My last point, sort of with this information that of course is not currently available to us. I think we all have to reserve on that because we haven't had the opportunity to really review.
Oh, sorry, Scotty, you were saying?
I'm like, they should let poor Ron speak.
Poor Ron.
He's actually, you can see he's pretty annoyed at this point. He doesn't really want to say.
Hold on, Wendy, I'll let you speak in a bit. It's like, hold on, Wendy, I'll let you finish. It's like, goddamn, let him talk.
If he talks.
Do that. And I think that a lot of us have differing opinions on the evidence that is out, whether it's the IgG evidence,
there was debris that was on the bed frame that was now stuck to his hand in the dry blood. Mm-hmm. In that debris, there is a hair that looks a lot like Xana's hair that is there. There is not a clump of hair. Now, I have 4 girls. I've raised 4 girls. I challenge anybody who's female, who has their bed pushed up against the wall, who hasn't cleaned out or under their bed in a while, pull the bed back and see what is between your wall and your bed or down by the bed rail itself. Are we really talking about the fact that Xana's hair may be in dry blood on Ethan's hand because it's sitting on her bed frame in between the wall and her bed where things get captured like debris, and really going to write a book and make a claim that Ethan has the suspect's clump of hair in his hand? Like,
bam, Wickham.
What are we talking about? This is the most nonsensical thing I think I've heard on this case, and it blew me away that Turvey went there. And like I said, the day that photo gets released, I think he has a real credibility issue. And there's a reason the defense team issued the statement that they did. And I'm not going to get into that background, but I think it was 100% justified.
What about the clumps of hair? And there reportedly are clumps of hair that were on the bed with.
Of course there is. Where was the focus of that attack with those 2 victims?
Yeah.
It's the head. Yeah, the idea that there's pieces of hair mixed in between these 2 bodies, and I'm not going to get into detail of what this crime scene looked like. Mm-hmm. I would be blown away if there wasn't remnants of bloody hair there. If they didn't find bloody hair there, I'd be like, well, there's a problem. And the idea that somehow we can take this piece or this strand of hair that's dried in Ethan's hand and we can go find the real suspect, that's the most reckless thing I think I've ever heard an expert attest to, and he knows better. He knows way better.
Let me ask you this:
he's protecting
enough to
himself
be excluded
from
as
future
Bryant
testimony. Again, I think he's just protecting himself, and he's bringing up other experts saying they wouldn't go down these rabbit holes because you'll be destroyed on cross-examination if you answer those questions and then consider yourself to be an expert in a field in which you opine about conspiracy theories. So you can't do that, especially if you're a witness, a future witness. But go ahead. Sorry.
So it was at least tested at some level. So
sometimes law enforcement has to exclude evidence because of how it looks in court if they don't. I could not agree with you more. 100%. We see a piece of hair, and he made an issue of it. Of course, at that point, they're going to say, well, we'll prove it's not Brian's.
But
or
then
we'll test it against Brian. But
go ahead.
I was going to say, we also have to understand the testing that can be done. We don't have roots. It's a strand of hair. It's mitochondrial. We can only relate it by eliminating people on the mother side of that, the maternal piece. So the idea that we can send that to the lab and actually even develop a DNA profile is nonsense.
And so by that same standard, we can assume that or suggest that maybe
We
it's
can assume
the victim's hair, but we can't actually confirm that it's her hair either.
They could have related that it came from somebody on Xana's maternal side. And I kind of wish that maybe they would have done that testing, because I think that would help clear this up. But, you know, the idea that he's grasping or holding hair and that this photo shows him holding a clump of hair, I watched that twice because I couldn't believe what he was saying. And then I went back to my crime scene photos and I actually looked at it and I thought, man, if these photos ever get fully released, he's done.
They should be released so we can put this on the back.
I'm telling you right now, that was just an incredibly reckless thing to hang your hat on.
But the FBI does reference the hair in one of their reports. I know that at the beginning it's debris, it's debris, it's debris.
There's hair. There's no doubt that there's hair there. I agree with 100%. There's hair on a male victim who's in a female's room that looks a lot like the female's hair, 100%.
But it also is the same color of other people that I think are questionable. And it was my understanding you could test, other than mitochondrial, you could test even if there wasn't roots. Is that not accurate?
I don't question the idea that we need to run that hair down. I question the framing that Ethan is holding on to a clump of hair, the way it was described by Turvey as, and it was very clear. Anybody can go back and listen to what he told you guys. He paints a picture like the suspect was tangling with the victim was tangling with the suspect, and Ethan rips out this clump of hair from the suspect as the crime is being committed. And that is not what is in the picture by any play of the word. And you know, what a great piece of evidence for law enforcement. If that was the suspect's hair, like, man.
That is curious.
And I will say, there was a comment you made not too long ago before we got to the hair, and you said incredibly likely. And I will tell you, incredibly likely to me and probably the other two attorneys sitting here, that does not mean beyond a reasonable doubt.
I will agree with you that a lot of my statements with Brian, and I think you guys can appreciate this, I have to be very careful with how I frame innocence and guilt in my opinions, right? In the conversations that I have.
Bingo.
What I can tell you is, in looking at the evidence, it is incredibly likely that Brian Koberger is the correct suspect. He is by far the best, and I know your viewers having a field day with me using the word
hello.
You know, I think we're starting to split hairs, for lack of a better term, at this point. He is the best candidate. There is no alternative suspect who completely outshines this. And for people to run with the conspiracy theory that
he's the best candidate, that is the odd choice of word.
Right, and don't forget, he used the word suspect as well. Not so. In a way, he's addressing PC in the beginning, and also goes to the parallel construction, right? And he's trying to, in my opinion, either he's doing one of two things, and maybe both, but either he's lying through his teeth on many things, and is a basically operative for the feds, or he's going to be a witness, and he has to be careful not to be able to be taken down on cross-examination, and how he finds himself balancing things, right? So if you're being cross-examined, you want to be balanced in your opinions, and you also can't make conclusive statements, just like innocence or guilt, right? He has to just go where the data shows him or what the evidence shows. So he's got to be very careful. So either one of those two things, either he's a witness or he's a fed op, or both. But to me, he's filling the role as a witness, a future witness in this PCR. He also is following the same kind of narratives of Turvey and Wickham, right? They're giving opinions. They're giving basically opinions about evidence that we don't know about. And if we could see it, Nor help us determine that. So that's going out in the public raises another question about, put something out in the public. When you file the PCR, does it help you get that remaining evidence because it's made public?
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
What's that?
Yeah, he says when you file the PCR.
That I'm hearing out there, the hypocrisy of how much weight they're putting on evidence to support their conspiracy theories in spite of refusing to even accept the evidence that exists is pretty insane.
But you do agree, like, that hair wasn't tested. The 247 was not accurate. The PCA was wrong. Suspect vehicle 1 wasn't a thing. The FBI report didn't show their math. Like, all those things are also
There was an
true.
intentional withholding of evidence.
Admit it. I have documented it. I've written a book about it, and I'm running around the country telling it to every police officer that I can get to listen to make sure that we change it. 100%. The legal issues surrounding this investigation are mind-numbing. I couldn't agree with you guys more.
So in conclusion, this really was the worst investigation you've ever seen in 30 years of being a expert law enforcement.
Let me frame that. This level of a crime with the authority and resources that were provided to solve it, yes, without a doubt. You know, have I seen some pretty crazy things with very small agencies on crimes that never really got investigated that were even worse because the investigation never happened? 100%, but that's different. Very high profile case where the amount, and let's be honest here,
68 terabytes
of the resources that were thrown at this investigation. Yes, I think everybody in the world can say we expect a better work product here, that we didn't get what we paid for. We'll just put it that way.
What does he mean?
Yeah, I still got a couple questions.
Well, it works both ways.
Go for it, Ron.
Okay. About, and this relates to the weapon that was used. I think I've seen the autopsy reports. I've looked at the measurements. I agree that there's a lot of injuries that are consistent with a K-bar knife. Two things, though, stick out at me. There are some injuries that are not just not consistent, but inconsistent with a K-bar knife, meaning they are far too narrow. Could it be skin stretching? You know, I don't know. But we're talking about half a blade that would be half the width of a K-bar knife,
Are you talking about the thickness of the knife or the width of the blade?
The width of the blade. I mean, some that are like, half that, which would surprise me.
This is what you were talking about, Big Amish.
Yeah, it's all, it is, look, just going back to the cost that he was raising, just like the Idaho Statesman was trying to get the defense costs and expenses, because you could reconstruct what they're really up to on a PCR and where they're spending money. The same thing holds true for the prosecution. So if you find out that they had to use, or the FBI for that matter, right? Because that's really what they were trying to find out, because the state always passes it off to the feds to do so much, and we know that's the case here. It's just that, according to Hippler, you're not going to get anything from the FBI costs and expenses for their IgG work and everything else off them. You're not going to get that. But if you could get it, guess what you'd be able to determine? If you show back in December or November or even in March of 2021 that the feds was spending money regarding Brian Kohberger, what would that do to the case? So you see the value of getting these expense report, or these itemized, not itemized, but getting the expenses from the prosecution, but also getting the correct expenses, which involves the FBI. It certainly involves the FBI, but under Hippler's order, you're not going to get that. And that's the problem. That's what he's talking about as well. But,
yeah, he's not allowing that at all.
Which also don't show sharp edges on it. And so that question, there's also some indication of possibly a serrated blade being used. But what I didn't see, and I don't know if it just hasn't been released to us, is we don't see a lot of transfer of blood from one of the crime scene room to the other, meaning we don't see, I haven't seen, and maybe I've missed or it hasn't been released, any evidence of Kaylee and Maddie's blood in Xana's room and on Xana and Ethan's body, or vice versa, which, I mean, you would expect if the person used a single weapon, that there would be some blood transfer, but you didn't see any of that.
Yeah, so the first piece on the width of the knife, I think it's important that we all agree we have to understand the depth to put sense to the width. You know, a K-bar knife, you know, the first few millimeters is very thin when we're talking the width. So I know exactly the part you're talking about, and I think if you go back and look, you'll see that there's some discrepancies and some disagreements on depth, and that depth is critical. Without that depth, we can't say that. Yeah. Serrated is also consistent with tearing, and I think it's important we understand the mechanism of injury like that and the brutal nature of these murders. There's also some tearing, which can also be looked at as serrated. And it's because just the sheer force and volume. Same with the blunt force. The blunt force can be, you know, some of these blows not landing necessarily knife tip first. So all of I haven't seen anything there that would be concerning. Like I said before, I have done blood spatter expert testimony before. I was a subject matter expert with blood spatter. I don't know what all has been released. I believe that there's been quite a bit covered down on this. I will clarify it this way. There is no doubt as to the order of the victims being attacked that evening because of the blood spatter that is found in the different rooms and leading from one room to the other. There is blood from the first two victims found throughout the house going to the bedroom, second two victims.
In what order was that? Could you tell us the order?
Yeah, the upstairs first. That's been out there for a long time.
Yeah, I wanted to hear you say it.
Yeah. The other problem, Ron, with
I'm glad to hear you say it.
Xana and Ethan is the sheer volume of blood. You know, when you have this giant puddle of blood, we don't collect the entire puddle and test all aspects. So there could very easily be blood transfer in that area. And the problem is it sounds terrible. It's just so voluminous at that point. You can't test it all. In areas that I would expect to see it, it was seen. Like the blood is really straightforward on this case.
Okay. And I think my final question I have is, was there ever discussion of an offered plea?
Oh. I am not aware of any.
Linda has a question.
The offer plea, my favorite.
Linda has a question.
Save the best for last.
Discussion of an offered plea. I'm not aware of any real discussion about it until the judge promoted it and the state followed up on the judge's promotion.
The judge promoted it?
I'm not aware of any discussions about these.
The judge promoted an Alford plea.
Hello.
Hello, Scully.
Is Scully still here?
Okay, my bad. I thought my audio wasn't working. I was saying that Linda had a question. She was like, Cyril went to BK, was innocent from his cell phone pinging at a certain tower to he's guilty. Didn't he say his phone could have pinged while he was in his bedroom?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's just my position is he's going to be a witness in the PCR, so he has to avoid showing a bias towards his own client. He could show it without saying innocence or guilt. He could show because what he said, if we really take apart what he's already said, is that he's never seen an investigation this sloppy, right? At such a high level, spending so much money, and this is by the prosecution. It's not really talking about the defense, although it could be as well. But ultimately, it's about helping BK. This is what I want people to understand, that you don't have to say BK's innocent in order for you to win on the PCR to get the plea vacated. You just have to win ineffective assistance of counsel. That's what I believe he's setting up.
How would you have asked Cyril? How would you have approached them with the question?
Oh, on this stuff? I mean, look, well, number one, the first question I would have asked them is, do you have a top secret security clearance right now? Or have you?
Oh, I like that.
Right? Get that out of the way, because then you could understand everything else. Right? Does that make sense, Scully?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so from there, then you know the questions you're going to ask, he's not going to be able to ask certain stuff or answer certain questions.
Right.
And especially the back door area. Now, could he do it in private? Yes. He can't in behind closed doors? Yes. But he can't do it in public, and he can't do it in front of a...
Hold on. How would you get him behind closed doors? You got to ask Lucy for permission.
You're right. Lucy's back at it again.
Okay, then what's the last part of this?
Just for people who are watching, an offered plea is one where the defendant pleads guilty but doesn't claim without saying I did it. It's essentially
no, he can maintain his innocence.
I'm not saying I did it.
That the prosecution had enough evidence to convict him. Did you know about the plea deal before the public did?
Wow.
I don't know when the public knew.
Uh-oh. That's a wow. See, he has the claim.
I would say
Didn't he say that he found out with us, or was that
everybody else was learning about it?
You see his face as he answers.
All the same.
It was Turby, huh?
Your background microphone.
Was it Turby that was like... Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, Turby that said he found out the same time we did about the...
Oh, okay, Turby's the one that said that he found out with us, and then he's saying that he doesn't know when we found out, huh?
He's saying he doesn't know when he found out to be... He's trying to play a little... Because he's got to be careful, right?
Yeah.
He's got to be careful, because that Alford plea discussion or the discussions of it might be behind closed doors. Now, the only reason he's able to comment on it, maybe confirming that, is because of the Gonsalves coming forward and saying about the Alford plea. If you notice, there's almost a lockstep with the Gonsalves coming out with certain information, these books, CrimeCom, you name it. And it's not by coincidence. That's all. So that's why he's able to comment. He doesn't say anything else. And then he says, oh, I heard it with everybody else. So is he saying it because of the Gonsalves, or is he saying because he was in those hearings, closed door hearings? Because you didn't hear Judge Hippler talk about Alford plea when we saw it on TV. I remember because I watched it.
What's an Alford plea?
That's where you take a plea. Okay, so an Alford plea basically, Scully, allows someone to accept a punishment, meaning I accept the 4 life sentences, but you can maintain your innocence. Right now, BK hasn't spoken. Right, there's a lot of stuff here because there's a lot of information in which I believe he was privy to by being a federal agent of some capacity, that if he, in my opinion, that BK had a top security clearance, that if he came out to say anything regarding it, and Ann Taylor, the same thing that applies to Ann Taylor, that if they would come out and say something regarding the sources and methods or any other concealed information that involves top security clearance, that you're going to be charged with a violation of the Espionage Act. They're going to drag you away. You're going to go to jail for much differently. So I believe all those things were in play in some capacity.
Wow.
So it gets a little crazy, but I'm just trying to make it what works, what makes things make sense here. But
They didn't even want to give him that, right?
There wasn't necessarily what I would consider a
my
real
opinion, he
clear
did get it.
realistic
But
kind of
anyway,
dribbled
let's
out, so
hear.
different people, I think, learned at different times. And like I said before, the plea deal did not
times. Yeah, there you go.
me. I think the opportunity for the state to offer it and the necessity for the defense to seriously consider it was very real on both sides. It was
Whoa,
really
the state offered it.
That's very clear at this point.
All right. If there is an appeal being worked on or done down the line, I agree with your statement that I don't think this case is remotely over. Are you going to be part of the defense still as well?
I would like to think that I have become so toxic to both parties in this case that no one will talk to me ever again. That would kind of be my wish.
We know he's lying.
Because
he's a witness.
I have
doubt.
plenty to say about both sides. I will
Perfect.
advocate if I'm put on the
Write a
stand.
book on the prosecution side too. I know you touched on it, and your book is good. For anyone that hasn't read it, it's a good read.
If I was a defense attorney on this case and post judgment, we had to come back, I would probably thank and excuse you for your service.
Thanks, Ron. If you can write a strongly worded letter for that, let me know. Maybe I can use it later on.
I think it's pretty much finished.
But this case is going. We all have our opinions and thoughts, and it's an area that there's a lot of discussion. And
hey, Wendy, are you a dirty blonde?
Are grateful to have had this discussion with you, and for you to be candid about this. Certainly,
I feel like I identify as
pretty
one.
much been made. I am done. So this is going to be the one and only interview.
Okay, I think we're pretty much at the end of it.
Yeah. But just one thing I think is very important. How he finished is a red flag as a witness. And he's saying, whoever intends on calling me, this is how I'm going to be. I'm going to lay out, what he believes. They're going to, whether the prosecution questions him first, he's going to lay out exactly what he just said. He's going to show that there's indicia of BK being involved, right? Whether it's the cell tower records, however he's going to frame it. But that the process of getting it was totally flawed, a big mix-up. And don't forget what the purpose of the PCR is. The purpose is to vacate the plea. That does it through Cy Ray as well. Him playing both sides of the fence makes him the perfect witness. Right? Because you can't blame him.
You're going to put him in as a witness?
Say again? Yeah, he'll be brought in as a witness for the ineffective assistance of counsel. But at the same token, right, he's going to say, well, the defense team, like he said, they did everything they were supposed to, but what stopped it? Then he could go in and explain. I believe there'll be a gag order here too. And things will be sealed. At least there'll be attempts to do it. Whether that's successful or not, we'll see. That's why it's important to get information out to the public, because the argument's going to be there's a public interest in having these open, this hearing or whatever other hearing is set up, proceeding, that it should be open to the public. And we're not going to seal records because there's a huge public interest at stake, right? So they're going to use that angle. Plus there's been release of information to the public, whether it's through Dateline or the like, through the book, through Turvey, that begs the completeness factor of evidence. So if you release part of information, you should be able to provide the rest of the information for completeness, and it's in the public interest. That's what I believe is happening. What else did I want to say as far as so he does, in my opinion, make the perfect witness, because you could stick him with a knife on both sides and it still comes out to a BK vacating the plea, right? So whether he's blaming Ann Taylor, he's going to blame the feds as well, and of concealing information and being so messy and having spent, he could probably estimate how much money they spent and his opinion based on what he's done in the past. So he's going to expose even a monetary issue that hasn't even been discussed yet, which will be huge. Imagine if the Fed said, we spent $50 million so far, or $100 million. Do you think if after a federal finding of that, $100 million being spent on a small town case in which Hitler protected at all costs, if that information came out, you don't think that BK is going to have a right to find out exactly what they spent it on, where, who, and they could reconstruct from the expenses when he was identified?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right.
Are they would they tell him exactly?
Well, that's what the fight's going to be in discovery. All this is going to be coming forward, whether they get it or not, whether we know about it or not, right? Well, they're going to have sealed documents. I'm sure there's going to be a whole fight. Judge Hitler, I mean, we see red flags of Hitler being conflicted based on what he's saying, the rulings, how the defense team did everything they could, but except for these rulings. It is my opinion that Josh Hurwitz's going to be brought back, right, in a special prosecutor role. That's what I've been saying.
You're defending Hitler?
What?
You're defending Hitler?
Hitler's going to be conflicted, or they're going to try and conflict him. But Hitler's going to do whatever he can, because guess who controls Hitler? Whether it's, my opinion, Scott Green and Hurwitz, or at least did, the feds. And he's willing to protect the government, right? He wants to be that firewall, so you do not look behind a curtain as to what was going on with the feds, by whom, which individuals, who are on the Joint Task Force, what was actually done, and when was BK actually on their radar. My opinion, I think we heard part of that. You missed it, Scully, but he gave a hypothetical of March of 2021. I believe it's somewhere there that BK was on the Fed's radar. Whether he was a federal asset or not, he was on their radar. My opinion, he was a federal asset, had a top security clearance, so they were very familiar with BK.
Brian.
I'm just going to start a GoFundMe like Dylan.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I deserve it.
Yeah. So Josh Hurwitz, just to go back to Josh Hurwitz, my prediction or my opinion is they're going to attempt to bring him in as a special prosecutor to help it. But because of Ann Taylor, which I laid out in my videos, she's going to be a witness. She's not going to be the attorney for the IAC claim, but she's going to be a witness, just like the rest of her defense team, pointing out that Josh Hurwitz was probably involved, in my opinion, in closed-door hearings as a federal attorney general coming in and giving information, right? Wow. That's what I believe. In closed doors, so we would never know about it. And it's information that if you leaked, you'd be violating federal offense. You see what the pickle is? So Josh Hurwitz, what Ann Taylor is now setting up, in my opinion, is Josh Hurwitz is going to attempt to come in as a special prosecutor, but he's also going to be conflicted because Ann Taylor's affidavits, which will probably be filed under seal, or portions of it, is going to indicate the involvement of Josh Hurwitz, right, and or Hitler, and how his rulings affected the ability to go behind that curtain, that federal protective wall. So Josh Hurwitz is going to be a witness no matter what. He's in private practice. He's a third-party witness, but he was a witness at the time, in my opinion, of what was going on. He was involved as a state prosecutor during the time of the February 19th, 2025 order, and thereafter was involved. So he's definitely a witness of the impact of what happened to Ann Taylor. And Ann Taylor knows, the behind the scenes, whatever happened, I don't know, wasn't there, but if I'm reading this right, that's what you have. You have Josh Hurwitz being taken down, from being in a protective role, because think about it. Here comes the former Attorney General of Idaho, and he's going to enter into the PCR defending the state of Idaho, right, as a special prosecutor. That carries a lot of weight. You're not going to take that, you're not going to take the punches that Ann Taylor is going to give without trying to put on the defense. And then there's going to be a defense of the TUI doctrine, which protects sources and methods and everything else that would federally involved. There's going to be a huge fight, but all of this is coming down. And it's going to be, in my opinion, it comes down to Ann Taylor and her team as witnesses, because there's going to be a new defense team for the PCR and advocating forward. But it's going to be Ann Taylor leading the witness stand and taking down Hippler and Josh Hurwitz. And Josh Hurwitz is going to be subpoenaed to provide either and/or documents or just as a live witness to provide testimony. Now, he's going to argue sources and methods as well, but this is where it's going to get real nasty. Because he's in private practice, there's no reason why he can't be called. He's going to have to argue some sort of privilege to protect information that they're going to inquire about, but you're going to see notices of depositions, you're going to see requests for admissions, requests for production of documents, and interrogatories, which are questions basically. But you're going to see the full-fledged arsenal, the Civil War that I talked about in discovery, coming up in the PCR. So this becomes very, very broad. So just to wrap it up with a little bit of a bow, the reason the Idaho Statesman, in my opinion, was trying to find out the defense expenses was so they could create a problem of how, number one, how much money they're spending, right? But also they wanted to find out what Ann Taylor and the defense team, right, was spending money on to prepare for the PCR. Who was hired, what vendors, what software applications were being purchased, or vendors for that matter, in doing the searching for the 68 terabyte dump. Don't forget that. You need specialized software to do that. Mm-hmm. And it costs a lot of money, and you have to have specific personnel to do that. And so where was I? I'm sorry, I was just getting a call in. So they also
costs a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, but you could see how they want to blame. They want to start attacking the defense before the PCR even gets rolling, and before they have to respond to the PCR. You see, they're trying to get a head start, and that's where the Idaho Statesman plays a role in trying to get that information. Now, the other aspect of it, if you have expenses, let's say regarding the leaks investigation, right? You had that the video footage, and I forgot if there was anything else on NBC. So whether with that and anything else, if you have an overlap of your expert looking into the very information that was leaked, right? At the proximate time before the leak, at the leak, the prosecution's going to point the finger and say, wait a second, you were looking into this information prior to it being leaked by NBC. Perhaps you played a role, and they could conflict them on that. So the defense, this is a master class of high-level litigation, in my opinion. This is so sophisticated that you really have to step back and look at everything in a whole different light. But rather than getting caught up in the weeds, I look at the 30,000 foot level and say, yeah, this is what's happening. It's the only thing that makes sense in what's about to fall. Because how do you prove an IAC claim if you don't bring in those back doors that Cy Ray talked about, Wickham and Turvey and Gabby Vargas? All of them have indicated problems, right? Not only problems with the evidence, but we're talking about what existed prior to the state acquiring their independent probable cause. The footprint and fingerprints of the federal government, the FBI, is critical. And we know that existed. We know it existed because there were federal grand jury subpoenas involved, federal search warrants. And the only way you have federal grand jury subpoenas is if there's a federal crime alleged. You have to have federal jurisdiction. So it had to exist. It's just that Ann Taylor's
So how
hands in
does
the
this
defense.
qualify? How does this qualify?
It's called
As
parallel
a federal
proceeding.
crime.
Well, it had to. Because in order to impanel a federal grand jury, Scully, you need what's called the power. The power of a grand jury has to come from a federal crime to be investigated. Without that power, you can't issue federal grand jury subpoenas. Some exceptions to that, administrative ones, but that's not what. There's some exception in congressional ones. It's a little different. Not to get off topic, but it's that information that was withheld from Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor was trying to get copies of the actual subpoenas. There were at least 71 of them, federal grand jury subpoenas used. They got information regarding them, which the state of Idaho provided, right? But they didn't provide copies of the actual grand jury subpoenas. Why? Because it would have enough information there, whether it's the individual, BK, or someone else, it would have a federal crime attached to it. Was it stalking? Was it extortion? Was it cryptocurrency? Any federal violation of law could be identified there. But
So
you
would say
need
their
it.
tactics. You say their tactics is sophisticated then? The way they're like handling things at the moment?
The feds use it. And let's go back. I don't mind spending a little time, and I'm sorry, Wendy, but I think this is great to understand. Josh Hurwitz, let's just back up a second. Before he gets involved in the case, he was the AG of Idaho. And before he was the AG of Idaho, he was an assistant attorney general. He put away a lot of the Aryan Knights, right? His expertise is in a white collar crime as well, financial fraud, which would bring up cryptocurrencies, because how are the Aryan Knights passing money? You would say, okay, they get cash. They're using crypto. Let's be honest. If they're involved in drug transactions or human trafficking, you're going to use cryptocurrency, or you're going to use some other online application to transfer money instantly, right? So Josh Hurwitz was involved in these type of crimes with these high-level drug dealers and put them away, or at least white supremacist gangs, which we know also assist cartels in distributing product. So if he's involved, and just so you get an understanding as well, before they arrest somebody, they usually, what they do is they do exactly what happened in BK's case. They file, there's a sealed indictment, right? And that's by a grand jury, federal grand jury. There's a sealed indictment, and then they open up a case as well, but there's a sealed indictment that identifies the people they're looking for, what the crime is, the people who may or may not be involved, the basis for it, and the like. But that's all sealed. That's all sealed. You don't get to see it until they charge the individual in federal court, and it's now public. Now, you don't get to see the grand jury proceedings and transcripts and the like. You don't, unless you challenge it, and it's difficult to challenge, but you have to know how to challenge it. Basically, this is what Ann Taylor's doing, is trying to uncover the federal involvement behind the scenes prior to December 19th, 2022 trash pull. That's what Ann Taylor's doing, because she knows those footprints and fingerprints of the federal government is much more longer than in December of 2022. It goes back a ways. How far back? That's what she stopped. My opinion, BK was a federal asset. And his fingerprints were already in the system long before this ever came.
Where then, so you're saying that he would be in Witsec right now, if he is?
Well, he could, yes. If there were Alfred, I mean, I'm just going by what I'm hearing again, Alfred pleas. It's just raising flags. Do I know for sure? No, I don't. But would it make sense that he's in Witsec being protected? Yes. He's keeping his mouth shut. They struck a deal. He's in Witsec being protected. That's my, whatever else happened, I don't know yet. But I do know that there's a federal footprint. Everything that Ann Taylor was doing was exposing that federal footprint that existed before the December 19, 2022 trash pull. That's what this whole case was about. Cy Ray talked about it and why Mr. Balance had to take shortcuts or whatever he did. He said it was the most, right? The most, what wasn't horrendous, but talk about malfeasance, reckless. It's not the standard of what the FBI does. So why would you do it? You do it in order to frame somebody, or you have to bypass certain information, right, to allow the state to create their probable cause. You can't leave trails so a defense expert at the level of Ann Taylor would know to look behind. She did know, and she tried to look behind, but Hitler knocked her down. And so what is Ann Taylor doing? She said, okay, Hip, my client is not going to take the risk of going forward after dumping, 70, the contents of 70 Netflix libraries or YouTube libraries on my lap and have basically a month and a half to review it. And how do you even review it? It's impossible. It's an impossible task, right? It's futile to do it. So if your rights, in order to protect your rights, you can't, there's a futility argument that you can make. So it would be futile to go to trial knowing what happened to them, the dump, the prior order, the orders regarding the federal subpoenas and the like, and the motions to suppress, all that falling on its face. How can you go to trial? Because if you go to trial, you're knowingly, willingly, and intelligently going to trial under those circumstances. Then you're doing it after the fact. Then you're at a whole different standard at trial because Hitler's not going to allow you to do it. He's going to make you look out to be a conspiracy theorist and stop testimony or cross-examination from occurring. And that's totally within his field to do so. And the only standard that you would have on appeal is, did the judge abuse his discretion? And the answer would be no. It happens all the time in cases throughout the country. Now, maybe not to this magnitude, but that's the wrong argument to make. You don't try a case like that. Ann Taylor did exactly what a high-level attorney would do. She's going to fall on her sword and take out another sword and start jabbing at Josh Hurwitz and Hitler. That's what she's doing. Wow. And they're not expecting. That's why this Idaho Statesman inquiry into the defense expenses is so valuable. Okay, and it's about to drop. Hopefully it'll drop.
How do you think that's gonna soon? Is that going to happen pretty soon? I think.
I believe it's happening very soon. That's my gut instinct, because you now have the pieces. Is there any other pieces that need to fall? You have 3 of the experts. I don't know. Is anyone else writing a book? Maybe right after the Netflix series, because maybe the Netflix series has been influenced by one or more of the. What's that?
Who's read Cy Ray's book? Has anybody read it?
I've not. But does that make sense? So if there's anyone else coming forward, or if the Netflix series, if the series is basically an antithesis of Dateline, right? If it's the opposite, then I would think, oh, this is all coordinated. Netflix is actually assisting here in some capacity. If they're doing that, I don't know. They could be also a government troll. I don't know. I'm simply saying and suggesting that the Netflix docuseries, whenever it starts, could be part of this as well. So if it is... Well,
they do use the media to push out their story, don't they?
Yes. So, and it's double-sided. Ann Taylor's not a dummy. So if the government could do it, guess what? So could she. Legal strategists know how to use the media just as much as the government, if not more. So I am holding my hope and my conviction as to what's really going on. I believe Ann Taylor is going literally bare knuckles on this. This is just my gut feeling. And it's her against Josh Hurwitz. Because if Josh Hurwitz, just think about if he's cross-examined. Think about what type of questions would be posed to him. Were you ever in the courthouse? Were you ever in closed hearings with Judge Hippler and Ann Taylor prior to, when did he come aboard? December 13th? I forgot the exact date. And the hearings, I guess, were on the 9th. But were you at any time prior to that, before you resigned as AG? That's even a better way to pose it. Prior to you resigning as AG of Idaho, were you ever involved in any hearing regarding Brian Kohberger? Yes or no? Boom. If the answer is yes, it opens up the door to get every possible discovery you could ask for. Everything that Ann Taylor was asking about. Because why would the Attorney General of the state of Idaho, who's so busy, be so concerned about a local, just a small town unalivings event that happened to have 4 victims, sadly? But that's where you blow the door open. Mm-hmm. And so people have to understand it. And I don't want to get so much into the weeds of it. But now I think, I'm glad you brought this up, is how you tie all this information in and how it gets exposed.
If we could show the trailer of the yeah, let's see if I can show it. There is a let's have a look here. I'm gonna send it. Well, thank you for that, Big Amish.
No, you're welcome. I'm glad I got it off my chest. There's a lot more, and that's why
there's so much.
Yeah, thank you. I gotta start rolling as well here. They're calling me.
Yeah, me too. We're gonna watch the trailer.
Oh, okay. Yes, yes, please. That would be great.
Let's watch the. Hold on. Let me just do quickly. Just move it to my other phone, and then we can watch it. All right, let's do that. Okay. All right, let's see here. All right, hold on a second. Let's go back to the beginning. Like, we're just going to do a quick live and then 5 hours later.
Okay.
All right, let's do that. Let me add this. Okay. Tell me if you guys can see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dispatching Moscow Law ambulance for unconscious at 1122.
Up here. Okay, stay back there, please. Fuck. 13, I think we have a homicide. 2 college-age people carrying both to be deceased. Lots of blood.
The police department, you're in here now yourself. We're on the 3rd floor going up.
Oh, man. We have 2 additional deceased on the 3rd floor. We're going to need everybody. We got 4 deceased.
In your 20s, the world is really at your fingertips. College is a special bubble.
Hi, my name is Xana Kernodal.
Ethan Shaper.
Kaylee Gonsalves. Say hi, Maddie.
Maddie and Kaylee were like sisters.
I love you.
Xana and Ethan were so cute together, just made a lot of sense.
I can only imagine what was going through their minds. I would have never believed what occurred in that house that night.
It was absolutely They told me to go down to the police station.
I knew something bad had happened.
All kinds of questions go through your mind. How? Who? Why? What happened?
We were waiting for an arrest. There was no information. We had 1,000 questions.
We were all together, and then Maddie left with Kaylee to go to the club.
this individual followed them.
She got picked up in a silver sedan.
I got a size 13.5 shoe coming and going. There's some dried blood on the sink.
I heard her scream because she saw someone.
What?
Why
Yeah.
these in this house?
Whoa. It's coming up. Okay.
Yeah. Did you hear that beginning of the 911 call?
Yeah, I think that was.
Did you hear that beginning of the 911?
Yeah, that was unusual. Yeah, I don't know if they're manipulating it, the voice or not, but Scully's back.
I can't hear anything. Hello?
So the series may play a role. I'm sure it does. The timing, again, do I believe in coincidences? No. But
I feel like they got unredacted material. They have stuff that is going to cost. It's going to spark something up in the true crime community because I'm pretty sure Netflix obtained stuff that they denied us when it came to the FOIAs.
yeah, I mean, we call this that things are going to start falling, and July is going to be the hot month. So it's certainly turning out to be the case. I just want to, again, two
Damage
things.
control?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what role Netflix is going to play. So, but one way or the other, things are going to come out. And it's going to beg.
I don't know if we're allowed to react to what Netflix shows. I think we might be able to show some of it. But yeah, Lee, you're right. So if you listen to the original 911 call and the one that they're playing here on the Netflix trailer,
Right.
the operator's voice sounds completely different.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right. So, but are they taking, media liberty here? And so rather than using the live calls and stuff, it's a concern because people are looking at this as a docu-series, I guess. And if they're manipulating.
There's going to be like 10 episodes.
Wow. Okay. Well, if there's going to be 10.
10 episodes?
Is it going to be weekly? I would imagine. So
no, they release it in a whole batch. It might be 3 to 7 episodes.
Wow. Okay, so let me just wrap up with two things to say. The first thing is, and for Scully, is if the feds, the FBI, had fingered BK before the December 19, 2022 trash pull, the case should be over because you have parallel proceedings then at that point. That's just in a general understanding. And you understand why, right? So,
yeah.
Okay, and that makes sense, right? The other thing is what I'm having a problem with is, and this has nothing to do with what we've been talking about, other than I mentioned Hunter Johnson. And I'm not saying it had anything to do with it. Actually, there's no evidence he's done anything wrong. However, having said that, there's a knife that has DNA on it from Kaylee, if I'm not mistaken. That steak knife, correct?
Yes. That was the one that Hunter Johnson grabbed when he went in to go and look for an unconscious person.
Right, but here's the problem I'm having. Because Emily said she saw the knife on the top of the steps. Mm-hmm. Hunter Johnson's testimony, if I'm not mistaken, is that he went to the drawer in the kitchen to pull out the knife. So, do you think there's a bloody knife? He's going to pick up a bloody knife to go search through the house?
Definitely not. I mean, why would he grab any kind of weapon for an unconscious person?
All right.
And why would he go check the closet?
But the only evidence, but the only evidence that has a knife and blood of one of the victims and someone else is that steak knife. And again, I'm not saying he's done anything wrong, but that's the only knife in this whole case that has proof of a victim and someone else who's not supposed to be in that house.
Well, if this was any case and somebody grabbed a weapon and the cops walked in and found him like that, been arrested.
Of course. No, that's the first thing you do. Don't even talk. Just put him in cuffs. He would be put in
assumed
cuffs
he was going to
immediately.
get arrested. He assumed he was going to get arrested. He was already putting his hands behind his back, and then the officer just pats him on the back and walks him outside like his homeboy.
Oh.
But also, don't you guys think this is strange?
If you watch the body cam, the body cam when Hunter like puts the weapon down and then they walk down the stairs, as they're walking out, he assumes the position of getting handcuffed. He puts his hands behind his back. It looked like the officer was about to, but instead of doing that, he just walked him outside.
Wow. So there's more evidence of Hunter Johnson being involved in the crime. And I'm not saying he had anything to do with it, but the evidence suggests it. Than BK. That's what we have. We have Hunter Johnson's DNA on a knife, his fingerprints, I'm assuming, and sweat and skin cells.
I think he probably grabbed that knife off the floor, and then they had
Scully, he said he went to the kitchen and opened the drawer to get the knife.
Yeah, but I think that was after the fact that they realized, holy shit, how do we explain the blood on the knife? And then Emma, or what's his wife's name?
Emily,
yeah. She spilled the beans, talking about, oh no, we saw the knife on the floor on top of the steps.
The steps, right.
So I feel like they panicked and then they wanted to avoid being asked more questions. They probably got close to saying, "Oh no! I grabbed it from the fucking kitchen. Don't look here, look over here." But yeah,
Emily came to save the day. Then, because Hunter Johnson, wow.
Captain Save a House.
So they must have called your friends, the psychics, to figure it out.
Hey, they're gonna be live. The psychics. I posted. I think on the 20th. We're gonna go to their stream. I'll tag you.
Okay.
Weren't they all over there early in the morning?
Yes,
right.
that's why. I
mean, Hunter was always at that house. Remember?
Yes, he was.
Crime released those videos where they went to go and check on Kaylee. There was some complaint, and Hunter said that he didn't even know Kaylee at one point. But
yeah, I remember that. You're right. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's just, wow. I just wanted to refocus on something that always troubled me, and it's actually still troubling me. That's just at a personal level, not on a, just how this wasn't even looked at. So 100%. I got to apologize. I got to run. They're calling me. I got to go grab dinner.
No problem, guys. It's, we've had a great live. Thank you so much, Big Amish and everyone.
Thank you, Wendy.
Scully, are you going to go live on your channel?
Yeah, I'm going to continue the Lucy Marathon if y'all want to join.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be able to come back later.
To you, Wendy. I'll message you.
Bye-bye, everybody. Love you all.
Bye, Big Amish.
Bye, Big Amish. I broke the ice with Big Amish, so now we can definitely link up.
All right, guys. Well, I'm also going to have to run out. So, yeah, I think we're pretty lucky to have Big Amish. And I think we'll probably be back next week. I'll schedule it on the channel before, and I'm also going to try and go live a bit more. I do apologize. I haven't forgotten about the case. I'm working on 2 channels and work and everything at the same time.
Really?
Yeah, it's hectic. Yeah, it's pretty hectic. I'm working on my other channel and doing my work.
What's it about?
I'll tell you.
Okay, you'll tell me.
No, it's not like this. It's completely different. And then, babysitting my grandchild and
Oh, it's gonna be like a family channel.
No. I
No?
won't put my grandchild online. I'm not like the Consoles family.
Oh, okay, bet.
So yeah, no, just something a little different. And yeah, just babysitting. So yeah. But I haven't forgotten about the case because this case, every time I think, oh, it's not going anywhere, and then something will happen. Like when I saw this Netflix thing come up, I thought, oh wow, go again. And these people started arguing with me in the comments section.
Who?
Because it's amazing. Yeah, on the trailer, you can probably go see my comments because I get a little bit animated with them. God, how dumb are these guys? Because everybody still goes with the story. He was stalking them and he admitted it. You know, that's what they say all the time. It's crazy. They
And
just
yet there was
believe.
no evidence of stalking, according to Bill Thompson.
Oh, wait, so there was one guy. Wait, let me read you guys this comment before I sign off. Oh, this guy was like, wow, listen to this. Oh my gosh. Hold on. This one was good. He said here, it's crazy. He said here, so crazy. Let me see if I can find. Oh, yes. So he writes here because he's arguing with me in the comments. I really need to not do this. But anyway, he says, have you seen the size of his nose or his car speeding away when he was stargazing? Wendy, you might be the only female on the planet who likes Brian Veggie Burger.
That sounds like Jeff H.
Yeah, the guy, take one look at him, is the biggest incel weirdo on the planet. He stalked those girls like one more than the others. I don't know, this guy can't even write English, and English is not even my language. But anyway, he went with a bunny suit. Oh, listen, this is the funny part. He said he went in a bunny suit and went to town on the one girl specifically while the others were in the way. The guy tried to change his license plate at the DMV. And then you're going to say, oh, why so long to contact the police? It was blackout drunk college kids who hardly leave their rooms and text inside with each other. If you were actually popular and young, you'd know what a current college experience was like.
That's funny.
He's like insulting. I like Brian Veggie Burger. And then I got like really riled up and I was telling my husband, oh, these bitches are making me pissed off. I need to get back on this case again. So I always find if I get riled up by somebody, then I get motivated
I
again.
mean, 'cause if you think about it, a vegan would let Murphy live.
Yeah, but this is the story. He's a vegan.
vegan.
I mean, what's the size of his nose got to do with
And then
him?
even Dylan said she
You
didn't
see his
recognize
nose?
his eyes
Yeah, she
or
didn't.
nose.
Have you seen his nose? Well, buddy, yeah, show me your nose.
Some people find noses like that attractive. What's up? You know what I mean? Like,
they make up weird stories.
hater.
Yeah, but you know what they did? This comes from people like Annie and Nancy, where they repeatedly put up those pictures of Brian in the suit with the hoodie, as if that is evidence that he actually committed any kind of crime at all.
I don't know how to answer that question. Feel better about what? I never felt better.
They're crazy. Guys, yeah, go follow Lee and Lucy Scully. Big Amish, yes, I'll put him in the description as well. Yeah, I do have TikTok. I don't actually post on TikTok too much. I was very disappointed in Cyril, to be very honest with you, because he comes across as a little bit condescending.
But do you really think he's going to tell the truth on custody, Queens? Let's be honest.
I don't think so, no.
I want to get him on panel, but not ask him about Idaho 4 on purpose.
How would you do that?
I'll ask Lucy permission.
Lucy?
If anything,
Yeah.
I want him to take me down the Karen Reed rabbit hole. I think he's tired of being asked about Idaho. I think if we get him freshly on something else, we could see like how he is when he's more enthusiastic, more excited to answer questions, as opposed to feeling like he's being ganged up on.
I think with this case, he probably, there's probably a lot of things he can't really say. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there are things that are hiding from us. So I think Big Amish is pretty correct on that. It was just disappointing because I think we were all expecting more. And this is not to shame custody queens at all. I mean, I don't think they were expecting his answers. You can see Ron was pretty annoyed with.
Yeah, Ron was annoyed.
They're all suspicious. I still say this, and I'm going to say it forever. This was, just in my opinion, it was a very ritualistic murder. And there's so many cult-like elements in the story. So when people tell me who committed the murder, then I'll tell them, well, it's the cult that is pretty much running the show. And this means when I say cult, I don't mean people in robes and
Scientology. No, I'm kidding.
And I don't know the law like Big Amish, but I do understand spiritual warfare very well. And that is one thing that stood out to me right from the beginning. This is a cult. These are Satanists.
Yep.
These people are dark. Well, you and I have had many conversations about it. Actually, well, when
I
Scully
did more
doesn't call
research
us-
on it, so I'm more informed as to why people were so focused on the frat sound. I didn't understand the ritualistic aspect of it, the levels and the politics and the, I don't know, hierarchy, or how would you phrase it? But it has levels and the generational grooming. You got the alumni, the parents involved. You got all
remember
the
when
staff involved. You got law enforcement that's involved. You know, it's wild.
I still want to do a video on that. Hi, Ida. Sorry, I didn't see you. I'm also half blind and my glasses are off. So if you look at the deities, these people that are part of the cult worship, I mean, they definitely used ritual elements in this crime.
The timing, right? The numerology, the dates.
The numerology, everything. So I think we should do a live on that.
Yeah.
Because I started digging into it. Also, victim selection, because they were very specific in how they chose. If you add the victims' ages up, at the time of their death, it comes up to it's like 3 Helios, which is 666. So
even the timestamp that they say alleged Brian Koberger speeding away, it's at 3:33 a.m. and 38 seconds. And you get 66.
You'll see many numbers coming up.
Yep.
And I think I did have something here just to quickly give you before we go. Let me see, I made some rough notes. I'm always making rough notes. Let's go quickly to this. I won't show it on screen right now, but so if you have a look at the way they use Helios, right? They will replace it with the number X, and this represents Apollo, and basically X equals 10 in Roman numerology. So that refers to the sun in ancient Greek. That refers to Helios or Apollo. So the number 6 is often used as a replacement for X. So you'll have this happening on a Sunday, which is Dia Solis. November, the numbers add up to 11. Then you've got 1311. So 3 times 8, and then you've got 888, triple H, triple X, which all comes up to 666. 6 weeks, X. So then you're also going to go on to the date he was arrested, the 30th of December on that year, comes up to 3 Helioses in Roman numerals. So 666 again, December, the 12th month. And then you start looking at their ages. Madison Morgan, born the 25th of May. So all the times they lived, is 82 years, 3 months and 1 week and 5 days. That's a total of 30,426 days, total weeks, 4346, total months, 999 months and 22 days. So to put that in perspective, their combined life spanned over 83 years. 8 plus 3 equals double 1, duality. So then you look at it like that, 8 plus 2 equals 10 equals X, another Helios. It just goes on, the coincidence.
It goes on, yeah.
It all, I don't know. I mean, that's just one part of it. Look, you could read that as partial coincidence, but it's not only that. 1122 King Road, people that have the same names, charms found at the scene, the bracelets of, I think, Vasana. So, oh, thank you, Linda. So all of those things. And then obviously people covering for each other. So when you talk about a sympathy ritual murder, that is not so much that they feel sympathy for the victims, but sympathy towards the town itself, because they were trying to stir up some kind of scandal. And
yeah.
So if any of you like any of that kind of stuff, let me know and I'll do a little bit of a deep. I did, and then I went down a very deep rabbit hole with it. You and I actually spoke about it, what they were doing with Brian in prison. Not feeding him.
Not feeding him well. Everything to trigger him. And messing with his food. Messing with him getting access to his commissary.
Yep, public humiliation ritual. Ida, I'm glad you agree. It's so weird, and it goes deeper because if you look into the victims, they're all from Germanic descent. So that's another avenue to go down. So yeah. Case Jason, you are 100% right. Definitely some Masonic. If you go and look at pictures of the Gonzalves with the 2 girls, there's Masonic elements.
Yeah. Yep. What's that movie? What's that one movie that Tom Cruise, is it Tom Cruise? No, it's not Tom Cruise.
Yes, Eyes Wide Shut.
Was it half eyes half shut? Something like that. I think that's it. Or Eyes Wide Shut. I don't remember that.
It was that one. That was crazy. So
I think I'm not sure. Olivia's grandmother came out in that movie, or a mother-in-law. Mother-in-law. Olivia's mother-in-law.
The mother-in-law was in that movie. So Lee, when you do yours as well, the fraternities are very dark because these are Greek fraternities, so they believe in Greek deities, and some of them actually worship these deities. They believe that they have real power.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, they do it. It all points to that. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. But okay, guys, thank you so much for hanging around on the live today. And I'll probably see you all next week. Scully will get in touch.
Okay, sounds good, Wendy. Thank you so much for having me.
Good, good. Thank you. Always a pleasure. Guys, have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Bye.